old school runners did for years. But one runner did something a bit different. He decided, just for fun, that he was going to complete a run of the full game, all 14 fights back to back. He was the only old school Punch-Out runner to do a full game run, and it was way ahead of its time. The runner who did this was Matt Turk. Matt Turk was by far the best Punch-Out player on the planet. He was one of the most dominant speedrunners in general. His times were so hard to beat that years later, the game's best players had to embark on a quest to take them all down. But even after conquering all 14 records, Matt Turk was still hungry for something more. So, he decided to try an any percent speedrun. That's a straight shot through the game, adding up the times you get on all 14 fights. And so, we arrive at the first speedrun of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, 17 flat.20 by Matt Turk. Except, there's no surviving video. Turk rarely recorded his runs back then, since he didn't formally submit times anywhere. In my opinion, it's likely that his times were legitimate. His knowledge of the game was incredible, and what little footage we do have is extremely impressive for the time. So, we can't watch Turk's full game speedrun. But thankfully, we do know what times he got on each fight. And let's just say, it was exactly what you'd expect.
Am I so serious?
Matt Turk speedrun. Turk started with Glass Joe. He's a complete pushover in a casual playthrough. However,
alright, thank you for watching, everybody. Really appreciate it. I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna get some food.
Seconds, then time
get some
a
rest.
punch within a 4-frame
The
window
kick stream is
when
going to
Joe charges
continue,
forward.
and the Gamer Resting
If done
Area
properly,
YouTube channel is going to
he'll
continue.
go down and won't get up.
Alright, good night, everybody.
Punch-Out runs at 60 frames per second, so a 4-frame
Thank you again
window
for watching.
is just
Really appreciate all the
1/15th
support. You
of a
guys are all
second.
awesome. Be
That's a
be
tough
safe.
way to have to
Take care of
start
yourself.
your speedrun.
Be awesome.
But of course, Turk nailed it, matching the task time of 42.00. But a few fights later, Turk had to deal with the most dangerous back-to-back fights in the run. First up was Don Flamenco 1, aka Frame Perfect Don. By punching then dodging, and waiting until the last 60th of a second to counter him, you'll get a star. Star punches are essentially powerful uppercuts, and on Don 1, a star punch instantly knocks him down. He gets up, but with little health, and once you punch him down again, he'll stay down for the knockout. If done correctly, Don 1 can be the fastest fight in the game at just 14 seconds. But it's a brutal frame perfect punch. Just 1/60th of a second to properly time it. Every miss costs 6 to 7 seconds, so the time could snowball quickly. Not only did Turk get the star on his first try, but he ended up once again matching the task time of 14.97. Complete perfection yet again from Matt Turk. Then came the second part of the back-to-back, King Hippo. He is the living embodiment of RNG. You can only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth, and he has a 3/8 chance of doing that on any given punch. You need him to do this at least 3 times to knock him out. So, the fight all revolves around waiting for Hippo to open his mouth. The best fights get 3 opens straight away. This is only about a 5% chance, but can lead to a 37-second fight. From there, each additional non-open adds 3 to 4 seconds, and it can get bad fast. Turk ended up getting a 48-second Hippo fight, 3 blocks and 3 opens. That's a solid fight given that blocks are much more likely than opens. But this combo of Don 1 and King Hippo was super punishing. You needed the frame perfect punch just so you could get a chance at Hippo's randomness. It was a terrible 1-2 combo, but on this run, Turk had made it through relatively unscathed. The next several fights featured a mix of tricky execution and harsh randomness. We're going to get to most of these fights later. For now, it's important to know that Turk had a pretty clean run through most of the second half. No fights stuck out as getting terrible luck, and he made few, if any, mistakes. Matt Turk had himself a very solid run going. Yet, none of this actually mattered, because there's a fight at the very end of this game that makes the previous 13 seem completely irrelevant. I think you may have heard of him before. Mike Tyson regularly tops lists as the hardest final boss of all time. He's lightning quick, unpredictable, and can knock you down with one hit. Those who've tried know how hard it is to beat him. But speedrunners need to do more than just beat him. They need to do it in the first round. That's 3 knockdowns in under 3 minutes. It seems completely impossible, but there is one way to do it. We'll break the fight down into 3 phases, 1 per knockdown. In phase 1, Tyson throws uppercuts, and you can hit him twice after each one. By delaying your second punch to the last 60th of a second before he would block, this punch does 5 times the normal amount of damage. If you're a frame late, he blocks. If you're a frame early, you barely damage him. It has to be on this one magic frame. So in phase 1, you have to land frame perfect uppercut after frame perfect uppercut. You don't need to hit them all, but you need to hit a lot of them. In phase 2, Tyson starts by throwing more uppercuts, meaning you need more frame perfects. But at 1:30 on the clock, his pattern switches and he throws hooks. Here it's much easier. You just dodge and punch twice after each one. No need for anything frame perfect. After sending him down again, you enter phase 3, which is quite simple. Tyson only throws hooks, so you punch him down for the TKO. Phase 3 takes anywhere from 52 to 55 seconds depending on Tyson's pattern. So if your second knockdown is at 2:04 or lower, you've got a round 1 fight in the bag. The key to the fight is that you can damage Tyson much more during his uppercuts than his hooks. So the earlier you knock him down in phase 1, the more uppercuts you'll throw in phase 2 before 1:30, and the more damage you can deal. Generally, you need at least 4 phase 2 uppercuts, meaning a first knockdown of 109 or less. But you can get as many as 6 uppercuts with a knockdown under a minute. Of course, Tyson can randomly delay and screw everything up. Most notably, in phase 1 he can do the 8-second delay, where midway through the phase he just stands still for 8 seconds. It happens 50% of the time, and while it doesn't completely kill a round 1 attempt, it can turn a solid phase 1 into an impossible one. Now, with perfect execution and a lucky pattern, it was possible to round 1 Tyson down in the 220s. However, these times were extremely rare and took hundreds of attempts from even a seasoned veteran. Getting a round 1 fight at all was unbelievably difficult, and when it happened, it was usually just before the end of the round in the 250s. Even Matt Turk couldn't always pull it off. Under optimal conditions, with nothing at stake and the pressure off, Turk could round 1 Tyson a bit over half the time. But at the end of a world record paced speedrun, with 13 fights behind you and just 1 to go, conditions are anything but optimal. Trying to land frame perfect punches under this type of pressure is unimaginable. But if anyone could do it, it was Matt Turk. And he ended up finishing off this run with a Tyson fight of 250. He cleared round 1 with several seconds to spare. While we can't watch this run today, its legacy lives on. Like most things Matt Turk did, it was so far ahead of its time. A clean first 13 fights, and a round 1 Tyson at the end. Those two aspects combined made this run amazing. Shortly after this run, the original Punch-Out community started to die off. By 2010, Matt Turk stopped playing as well. So, with no competition left to lower them, all the world records remained stagnant. including Turk's full game speedrun. But then, in the late 2000s, there was a shift in the speedrunning community. Rather than being scattered across different websites like Game FAQs, speedrunners started to centralize at one website, Speed Demos Archive. For a few years, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out didn't have a submission on SDA. But in 2010, a new name popped up on the website. He was the first new Punch-Out runner in years, and unlike most before him, his main focus was completing a run of the full game. This runner's name was Sinister One. Sinister reached out to Matt Turk and began piecing together strategies for a full game speedrun. However, he quickly realized there was a pretty big skill gap between the two of them. So, Sinister turned his focus to completing a segmented run. Punch-Out is naturally broken up into circuits every few fights, so Sinister grinded each of the 3 circuits individually, plus Tyson on his own, and submitted a 4-segment speedrun to Speed Demos Archive. This run clocked in at 16:31, nearly half a minute ahead of Turk. However, these runs really can't be compared. Sinister could optimize each circuit to a high degree, rather than having to get everything in one straight shot. Turk's 17 flat was definitely the more impressive speedrun. So, once Sinister kept practicing and getting better, he decided that it was time to take the training wheels off and complete a single segment run of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. The whole game in one segment, just like Matt Turk did. Sinister tried for weeks, and while he was able to get runs in the low 17s, he struggled to do better than Turk. The main problem was the combination of Dawn 1 and King Hippo. Dawn's frame-perfect star killed a lot of runs, and the few that made it through usually died to Hippo's randomness. It was so hard to get runs out of the early game, and although Sinister eventually got a 17:06, he was still behind Turk. His best efforts to get the world record had failed. So, Sinister gave up. Years passed, and Turk's 17 flat remained untouched. By February 2013, not much had changed. Matt Turk's 17 flat was still on top, and Sinister was right behind him. However, a new player was just starting to mess with running the game. And this guy had a pretty good track record. He was the world record holder in both Super Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii. His name was Zallard1. Right away, Zallard started looking for new strategies. Dawn 1's frame-perfect star was still brutal, and he wanted to find a way to make it more consistent. He ended up finding a timing cue that helped a little, but not much, and Sinister One was not impressed by it. He told Zallard, "Come back to me when you find something that can get the star 10 times in a row." Otherwise, he wasn't interested. And with that, Sinister fired up a stream of Super Metroid. And what happened about an hour and a half later absolutely floored him.
Alright, let's check out this Zallard video. The Dawn Destroyer. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Dude, no way. This can't be real. Dude, this guy's a hacker. Hacker? No way. Okay, I gotta try this. Alright guys, you might be about to witness the greatest thing of all time. Wow. Wow. I'm so astonished I had to get hit one time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, if you hold down an input while something else is happening, the game will execute it on the first possible frame. So, by holding down different inputs consecutively, you can perform a series of moves that always come out on the first frame, and therefore always take the exact same amount of time. Inputs like this are performed all over Super Punch-Out to get dizzy knockdowns, which is where Zallard originally got the idea. So, on Dawn 1, by buffering a left gut punch, a left dodge, a left quick dodge, then a left face punch all in a row, you arrive on the exact frame where you can get the star. It turns a frame-perfect trick into a few trivial inputs. Zallard also found that you could do something similar on Glass Joe. By buffering a left face punch and a series of gut punches, you can guarantee a 42 knockdown, no timing needed. The Dawn 1 buffer was probably the greatest discovery in the game's history. Instead of resetting half of his runs, now Sinister would never have to reset there again. Zallard had revolutionized Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, but Sinister was the one who could really take advantage of it.
I don't have work tomorrow. World record incoming tomorrow. It's a lock. Alright, I'll take a 53.
Over the following several fights, he was able to keep it close with Turk, leading time without falling too far behind. But Sinister knew there was one place he could make up a bunch of time: the penultimate fight in the game, Super Macho Man. Matt Turk's split here was a 118. This was a solid enough time back in 2008, but by 2013 the fight had evolved. In a worst case scenario fight, Sinister was looking at a 110 or so. Best case scenario, it could go under a minute. Macho's speedrun strategy looks ridiculous, with punches being snuck through his guard and stars thrown all over. But the fight largely comes down to one specific moment. If Macho's fourth punch is an uppercut, which is 5/8 likely, you'll get a good fight. If it's a hook, then it'll be a slower fight. Either way, as long as his execution was clean, he'd save big time over a 118.
That's a good start anyway. This is pretty good luck, you guys. Alright, 59.
It was exactly what he needed. In one fight, Sinister had shot himself into the lead, but his job was far from over. After all this, he still needed to round one Tyson in 254 or less. The pressure was on.
$105, that's a good time.
Sinister had pulled it off. After carrying a lead into Tyson, he had nearly matched Turk's round 1 fight, clutching out a 251 to break the world record. This was the first sub-17 in the game's history, and while Sinister was elated, he knew there was still work to do. The Dawn 1 buffer had blown the door wide open, and a few of his fights had suboptimal luck and execution. So, Sinister decided to see if he could shave a few more seconds off. And just weeks later, he got on this run.
Cool. Yes. Oh boy. Alright, this is now serious. Did I just gain time in that split? Dear God above.
An enormous lead, with 3 fights to go. Next up, Mr. Sandman.
Gotta take advantage of the situation here.
Sandman has a big mix of RNG and execution. The hardest part in the fight is his Dreamland Express, where you must dodge 3 times in rapid succession. You can counter him for massive damage afterwards, and by getting intentionally knocked down at 159 or later, he'll do another Dreamland Express when you get up. So it's incredibly rewarding if you dodge the Dreamland Express correctly. but if you're too slow, you can't damage him enough after. Sandman also has two main pieces of randomness. When you knock him down the second time, there's a 25% chance he gets up with a big health refill, which loses 10 seconds. And before his second Dreamland Express, there's a 50% chance he does a long delay, which loses 6 seconds. So that adds to 16 seconds of variation from RNG alone, plus tricky execution. And on this particular fight, Sinister ended up getting both the good refill and the short delay, although he bled a few seconds from slow dodging on the second Dreamland Express. An extremely lucky fight on an incredible pace, and his lead ballooned to nearly 28 seconds.
So far ahead.
On Macho, Sinister ended up getting the bad hook pattern on the fourth punch, which cost 10 seconds. But heading into Tyson, Sinister still had a mammoth 18-second lead. All he needed was a round 1 fight, and this would be a massive world record.
Yes. Okay, he's gonna throw 5. Yes! World record. There it is. I don't care that I lost time. Oh, man.
These are some beautiful looking splits. He built up a huge lead and finished it off with a round 1 Tyson. That's a winning formula for Punch-Out speedruns. The only path Sinister saw to beating this run was saving time at the end. 109 and 254 were good enough splits, but it was possible to gain a bit on each. He just needed to be within striking distance by the end. Well, does this count as striking distance?
Alright.
A few months later, Sinister was in a tough spot. He'd made a 7-second mistake on Honda 2 and got awful luck to lose 16 seconds on Dawn 2. This was a big deficit, but he did have time to save. Was it possible to climb out of it?
Good start. Yes. Yeah. 57, baby.
He needed a 247 on Mike Tyson. There'd never been a world record with a Tyson fight in the 240s. Sinister needed to break new ground.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, those Tyson fights in the 220s I talked about earlier, this is how you got them. A 57 Phase 1. Unfortunately, Phase 2 didn't go quite as well, but a 150 was still an incredible pace. Now, he had to finish it off and see what time he could get.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, I got that. I can't believe it.
This was a legendary Tyson performance. With his back against the wall on world record pace, Sinister managed to go 9 for 9 on frame perfect hits in Phase 1. The final result was a 243, an unheard of time for the end of a world record. As the congratulations poured in, Sinister debated if he should keep going. Those last 2 splits were really brutal, but he also had lowered the record pretty quickly. Maybe he wasn't at his full potential yet. Ultimately, Sinister decided to push onward. He wanted to get one more improvement before stopping. 5 weeks later, Sinister had another good one going. He was tearing through the world circuit, and once he finished off Sandman, he had amassed a lead of 19 seconds. But he knew what he was up against in his final 2 splits. And right on cue, Macho gave him the bad pattern. But he recovered nicely, and was on his way to still having a nice lead going into Tyson.
No!
His entire lead was gone, and then some. A 5-second deficit against this Tyson split? Sinister would need a miracle. against all odds, Sinister had actually brought this run back. He was guaranteed to finish Tyson between 2:34 and 2:37, enough for a new world record, albeit a fairly small one. But there was something else Sinister could go for here: frame-perfect hooks. In Phase 3, Tyson gets up with 40 health. Normally, you hit him twice after each punch for 2 damage each, a total of 4 damage. But if you instead delay the first punch to the last 60th of a second possible, you'll throw a single punch that deals 5 damage. Theoretically, if you land 8 frame-perfect hooks in a row, you can get a 37-second Phase 3, a massive time save over normal. But going for frame-perfect hooks is risky. They're harder than frame-perfect uppercuts, since you can't easily establish a rhythm. Each frame-perfect hook saves about 2 seconds, but each one you miss can cost up to 5. Generally, hitting 4 hooks is enough to save you some time, while hitting 2 is enough to break even. But add in blocks, and your Phase 3 time can spiral. So, it was decision time. Do you take the guaranteed small world record, or risk it to go for glory?
Going all out. Couldn't get it. I couldn't get it, dude. I couldn't get it, man. I couldn't get any frame perfect hits. I was too nervous.
Had Sinister just played it safe, he'd be celebrating a new world record. But can you blame him for trying? It was a chance to demolish the record. He had missed on this occasion, but that was alright. Shake it off. Just get another run back to Tyson, and you'll get it next time.
You're kidding me, dude. You're kidding me. 8-second delay there. There he does the 8-second delay. Good game. Good game, Luck. And it's over. 8-second delay killed it. What? What? No, dude. You gotta be kidding me right now. Oh, I can't. That was gonna be a low 1 minute time, man. Look at his health. That was gonna. Oh my god, man. Come on.
Whoa. Dang, that's a pretty good one. Yes, dude! Holy what? I got a PB. How does this happen?
Zallard1, discoverer of the Dawn 1 buffer, became the second person to beat Turk and get a sub 17. Zallard was still well behind the record, but Sinister needed an improvement. Even a small one would boost his morale. And finally, on March 26, 2014, he broke through. Sinister was able to get a lead early and never relinquished it. He started with an excellent 41 on Hippo and got average luck on Sandman and Macho. His Tyson execution wasn't perfect, but a 105 knockdown meant he'd get 4 uppercuts in Phase 2. He ended with a 251, enough to lower the record by 3.5 seconds. But Sinister's relief wouldn't last long. because Zallard 1 was flying down the leaderboard, and just days later, he finished off this run.
Oh man, that's quite the PB. Dude, I got Whoa.
The run had a notable mistake on Great Tiger. Tiger is one of the only fights in the game with no RNG. The execution consists of 4 gut punches that each have a 6-frame window. They're usually not too hard to hit, but when you miss one like Zallard did here, you earn a 54 instead of a 48. It was a 6.5 second mistake. Zallard missed the world record by 6.23 seconds. Had he not missed the gut punch, he would have dethroned Sinister and taken the top spot. These two guys were neck and neck. They had similar consistency overall, and could both reliably round 1 Tyson in the 240 to 250 range given no 8-second delay. But as similar as Zallard and Sinister's skills were, their ultimate goals were different. Zallard wanted to keep lowering his personal best and maybe snag the world record, while Sinister had even loftier goals. He wanted a single segment run that would beat his old segmented run, the 1631 from 2010. After all these years, it would be a remarkable achievement. So, each player had their own goals, and for the next few months in 2014, they both continued running the game, going up against brutal RNG and frame-perfect punches galore. But neither one was able to find success. Zallard couldn't catch Sinister, and Sinister couldn't catch his segmented run. So, Zallard moved on to other games, while Sinister went after Matt Turk's 213 Mike Tyson record. And all the while, the single segment record stayed put. But one random day in August 2014, Sinister decided he needed a break from the Tyson grind. So, just for fun, he did a one-off stream of single segment attempts. He hadn't played the category in months, and was fairly rusty. But you never know when all the luck will fall into place. A few fights in, he made it to King Hippo, who promptly opened his mouth 3 straight times. Unfortunately, Sinister was a bit late on the 3rd open, meaning he needed a 4th open to deal enough damage.
Yes, the bailout, dude, the bailout.
But Hippo immediately gave it to him. The odds in 4 straight opens on Hippo, less than 1 in 50. Sinister was off to a great, albeit lucky, start. After some clean execution on the next few fights, Sinister arrived at Soda Popinski. Soda is another super random one. He tends to team up with King Hippo to bury most promising runs. The fight revolves around a mechanic when Soda crouches down for his uppercut. If you press down on the D-pad while he's crouching, he'll stay frozen and you can punch him for a star. This star then has a special property where, no matter how much health he has, it'll instantly knock him down. The problem is Soda only throws uppercuts 75% of the time. 25% of the time, he'll throw hooks instead, which wastes roughly 9 seconds. So, you need a 75% chance pattern once per phase, working out to a 42% chance of getting a clean, hookless fight. But he can also randomly delay before each uppercut, making each phase anywhere between 16 to 21 seconds. With the 3 fastest uppercuts, you'll get a 50-second fight, but with the 3 slowest ones, it'll be more like 102. To summarize, Soda will kill more than half your runs by throwing hooks, and for those he doesn't kill, he can delay to waste a bunch of time. Any fight under a minute is great, and on this run, Sinister found himself at 36 seconds with 1 phase left to go. This was a great pace, but he still needed 1 more uppercut.
Wow, dude, oh my god, actually. Oh, wow, okay, this is actually now officially, I think, the best pace I've ever been on in my life.
The pressure was on. On Bull 2, he missed a precise punch in the opening that cost 5 seconds. It was his second significant mistake of the run, but he was far enough ahead that it was okay. Down the stretch, Sinister was able to tighten up his execution. He played Sandman perfectly, getting the good refill but the long delay. Macho came through with the good uppercut pattern, and Sinister turned it into a solid 102.
Nice. Okay. Got him.
So, through it all, Sinister had built up a 20-second lead over his segmented run. He needed a 2:48 Tyson fight to get it done. But he'd been used to fighting Tyson in an individual level setting. That's very different from the end of a single segment run.
That was a horrible execution of phase 1. Pull it together, man. Pull it together.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but a 108 was still doable. Sinister got his 4 uppercuts in phase 2 and landed a 157 phase 2 knockdown. Playing it safe here wouldn't cut it. Sinister needed to land at least 4 frame-perfect hooks to get this. He had come all this way, gotten amazing luck, and it would all be for nothing if he couldn't execute right now.
Is that it? I got it. I think I did it, dude. I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh my god, is this... Hold on. Let me put in the time. Yes! Yes, dude! 1627 out of nowhere!
4 years ago, Sinister's best efforts at a segmented run yielded a 1631. Now, he could beat that with a straight shot through the game. This was a pretty lucky run, as Sinister made multiple mistakes that could have killed it. But even though he was rusty, he still executed where it mattered most, right at the end on Tyson. Sinister was more than satisfied with this run, and he turned his attention elsewhere. Now, it was Zallard's turn to focus on single segments. With this new record, the difference between his run and the world record had doubled. Unless he could take 12 seconds off his PB, Zallard couldn't move out of second place. He'd be competing against a 42 Hippo, 56 Soda, and a solid final 3 splits to finish it off. But still, that fall, Zallard started up runs again. Even if he wasn't directly going for the world record, maybe he could shave a bit of time off his 1639.
Come on, Tyson. Just round 1. That's all I need. Just a round 1 fight. I can't do anything about that. I just can't. This is in danger, real bad. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, guys. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know. Is that the record? No, it isn't. He's got a 27. Man.
Such a crushing PB. In phase 1, Zallard actually played quite well. He got the 8-second delay, but still turned it into a respectable 108. But Phase 2 was his downfall, with 2 blocks and several other missed punches. Because of the pace going into Tyson, it was still a massive PB. But this luck was practically impossible to see again. He got a 37 hippo, a perfect fight, along with a good enough soda and an incredible Sandman and Macho. Zallard's only hope to PB from here was to save time on a relatively soft 255 Tyson split. The good news was that he'd nearly caught up to Sinister. He kept playing over the next few weeks, not making much progress. But by mid-November, Zallard would get another chance. It wasn't a super inspiring run at first. He bled time over his 37 hippo split and got bad luck on Dawn 2 to lose some more. But he was able to keep pace with his strong final 3, first getting the good refill and delay on Sandman, then the good pattern on Macho. It wasn't amazing, but heading into Tyson, he had a chance. Zallard needed a 241 on Mike Tyson. Near perfect. Zallard was easily on pace to get this. But Phase 2 was a bit more dicey. He missed 2 of Tyson's uppercuts and missed all of the hooks. Now, he couldn't play it safe. He had to hit at least a couple of these. Zallard had been dominating Super Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii for years. Now, he was the king of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out too. Congratulations poured in across the community, even from Sinister, who was good friends with Zallard and was happy to see him succeed. But admittedly, it was pretty tough for him to lose this record. He'd been known for holding it over the years, and suddenly being in second place was a big shock. Sinister did some attempts shortly after Zallard's 1625, but ultimately his heart wasn't in it, and within weeks he stopped. Zallard had passed him, and Sinister had come to terms with that. Beyond Punch-Out, Sinister had kind of lost interest in speedrunning as a whole. It had been 5 years of constant grinding for world records, and after losing the Punch-Out record, he decided he was ready to step aside and let the next generation of runners take over. So, as 2015 rolled around, Punch-Out didn't have much activity. Sinister was retired, and Zallard was satisfied with his world record. Ever since Matt Turk, these were the only 2 runners with a shot at the single segment record. They were just a cut above the rest. But with them both being inactive, maybe there was room for a 3rd runner to step up. Enter Ouija-Wii. Later in his career, Ouija-Wii would become a world record contender in many popular NES games. But his first speedrun was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. He began running the game in early 2015, and right away it was clear he was a natural. He quickly became just the 3rd player ever to get a sub 17, and as weeks passed and his time kept going down, Ouija-Wii began to make a push for Zallard's record. However, if Ouija-Wii had one problem, it's that his Tyson game was a little weak. Now, it's no exaggeration to say that fighting Tyson at the end of a single segment run is one of the hardest challenges in speedrunning. After playing through the whole game, you have to find a way to battle your nerves and execute frame-perfect punches over and over. And in the back of your mind, you know that you might not make it here again for weeks or months. Your mental and physical skills are both pushed to their limits. Despite some struggles on Tyson, Ouija-Wii took his time down to 1641, but he wasn't the only player going after Zallard's record. That's right, by spring 2015, Sinister was ready to return. He smelled blood in the water and wanted his world record back. It was a head-to-head battle, Sinister versus Ouijawee. Neither player was messing around, and so they both compared against Zallard's 16-25 splits. Ultimately, it was gonna all come down to Tyson. Both Sinister and Ouijawee were capable of getting there on pace, but competing against Zallard's 240 was a tall order. So, both players knew they would have their chances. The question was, who could close it out on Tyson first?
Nope, not it. 1628.25.
This continued for months. Ouijawee and Sinister could get a lead after 13 fights, sometimes even a big lead. But whether it was bad luck or bad execution, the run always died on Mike Tyson. The best paces the game has ever seen, all lost at the very end. But here's the thing, although the 8-second delay is a big problem, it's still possible to get a fast fight with it. A time in the 230s is doable, although there's little room for error. Sinister and Ouijawee had to forget about the RNG. As long as they played well, they could have a chance at the record. But that was much easier said than done. On July 16th, Sinister had another one going into Tyson. He needed a 242. And right on cue, 8-second delay. That was usually enough to kill it. But it didn't have to be.
Dude, that last delay was a killer. Got it! Got it, dude. Oh my god, man. Got it by like 1 second.
Now that's how you fight Tyson. This was the first record in the game's history to feature an 8-second delay on Mike Tyson. Sinister nailed frame-perfect punches throughout the fight, and overcame bad luck along the way. It was the best execution the game had ever seen from start to finish, and despite getting worse luck than Zallard, Sinister still finished ahead of him at 16-24. Even though he was back on top, Sinister didn't want to quit. He continued doing record attempts, hoping to get a run without the 8-second delay. Meanwhile, Ouijawee was as motivated as ever, and a few weeks later, he was able to take his time into the 1630s. But as the months passed, the record stayed put at 1624. That seemed to be the limit for Sinister and Ouijawee. But what about Zallard? At this point, he hadn't run the game since his 1625 nearly a year ago. He was happy to let Sinister and Ouijawee battle to take the record. However, in October 2015, Zallard signed up for a 3-way punch-out race in the annual Best of NES Marathon. He was going to be up against Sinister One and Ouijawee, meaning he needed to shake the rust off and get back in practice. So, for the first time in 11 months, Zallard fired up a stream of single segments.
It's not gonna matter. He's gonna 8-second delay this. Or not? Question marks? Okay. What are you talking about, Tyson?
Tyson threw his 6th uppercut just as the clock ticked over to 1:30. It probably came out on the last frame possible, and Zallard was not expecting it. However, the run wasn't quite dead. If you get up on a 9 count to fully refill your health, a knockdown costs about as much time as an 8-second delay. In other words, Zallard could still get a pretty fast time, but would it be fast enough?
I could probably do something with this, sadly, and I just got hit. What a stupid run, dude. 16:27, okay.
It had taken Zallard 2 attempts to nearly match Sinister and Ouija's combined output over 6 months. If he didn't get knocked down, or had he not gotten blocked in Phase 3, or a myriad of other small changes across the run, this easily would have been the record. Zallard had to settle for a 16:27 on his first day back. How could he possibly follow that up?
Alright, here we go. Oh. Alright, soda. Okay. 6-1. Uh-oh. It just got real. That's a split you're not supposed to gain time on. 4-8? This is so dead. This is the deadest speedrun I've ever seen. Oh my god, dude. This is doomed. This is doomed. This has no chance. Zero possibility of finishing. This is the deadest, dude. You can't get this luck. Tyson's 8-second delaying this. I will bet you all the money. I will bet you all of the money, Cash. This is not gonna happen. This cannot happen. This isn't even real, dude. Okay, like, you don't understand. This can't finish. It's impossible.
And what happened on Mike Tyson on the ultimate dream run ever of Punch-Out? Well, I'll let Zallard take it from here.
What? What? It's 102. I never got the 8-second delay in that first phase, so that meant I pretty much got past every luck barrier in the entire game, and it's just me versus Tyson. That's it. Like, all the nerves that I didn't have, they came back, like right here, right here. I remember thinking, well, this is the dead, this is where it dies. But this is, I feel so bad right now. So bad. I don't. I just don't.
This is one of the craziest runs in NES speedrunning history, and by most accounts, it was inferior to the last record. It had more mistakes, it had a knockdown, it had more misses on the uppercuts, but it also had unbelievable luck, and that was more than enough to make up for the difference. Sinister and Ouijui had been left in the dust. Zallard was breaking new ground. With this one run, standards had changed, and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out entered a new era, the push for the sub-16. For years, it was a theoretical time, but more of a pipe dream than a rational expectation, much like the mythical 457 in Super Mario Bros. But now, Zallard's 1607 opened up new possibilities. Sub-16 was suddenly realistic, and that was enough to make Zallard commit to trying. The blueprint for this run was simple. There was no way Zallard was going to be ahead of the record going into Tyson. The 1607 got all the luck, and trying to compete with it would be a losing battle. But as long as his deficit was reasonable, Zallard could make it up with an insane Tyson fight at the end. You'd need the ultimate combination of luck and execution on Tyson. For starters, you need to get your first knockdown before 1 minute. That involves hitting all 9 frame-perfect punches in the first phase and not getting the 8-second delay. With any luck from here, Tyson throws 6 uppercuts in phase 2, and if you hit 5 of them, you'll knock Tyson down before he has a chance to throw any hooks. And from there, by hitting a few frame perfects in phase 3, a time in the high 210s or low 220s is possible. That is 18 frame perfect punches at the end of a world record paced run. These used to be unreasonable expectations, but this wasn't 2014 anymore. Tyson execution had gotten better, and if Zallard wanted to get a sub-16, that's what he needed to do. Within days, he was back to doing attempts, hoping just once he could clutch out the Tyson fight he'd need. On November 9th, he had one with potential. Although he bled a bit of time on Hippo and Soda, he was able to keep pace everywhere else. But after an unfortunate mistake on Macho, the deficit ballooned to 18 seconds. Zallard needed a 225 Tyson fight, and after a 144 second knockdown, it was clear that this was going to be close.
Come on, man. Oh my god, please.
Without the mistake on Macho, Zallard would have had a sub-16. Instead, he had to push onward. A couple weeks later, he had another similar one. This time, he needed a 220 Tyson. He got an incredible phase 1 pattern, but got blocked. After missing a couple too many frame perfects in phase 3, he had to settle for a 227.
Man, killing me, dude. 16-13.
A short while later, another familiar situation. Now he needed a 223 Tyson. And of course, Deja Vu headed into phase 3.
You gotta be... Why? Why? Just why?
Time and time again, Zallard just couldn't quite get the Tyson he needed. He was playing well, but not perfect. At this point, over a month had passed since his 1607, and Zallard wasn't able to beat it. But he wasn't the only one trying.
That's a PB. It is a PB. Man, that was 1622. All right. In there, baby. Oh, PB, baby. PB, dude. That's a good run. 16-14, man. We are closing in, dude. think I might have just PB'd. Alright, it's PB, dude.
Alright, I'll take it. Missed world record by 4 seconds, guys.
All of a sudden, Sinister and Weejui had closed in. They were both within 5 seconds of Zallard's record. All three of these guys had been grinding heavily over the last month, and Zallard was the only one with nothing to show for it. Ultimately, they were all capable of getting the sub 16. It was a dead heat, and it was going to come down to whoever could clutch out an amazing Tyson fight at the end of a run first. But even though Weejui and Sinister had mostly caught up, Zallard was just on another level.
Oh, baby. Come on. Yes! Yes! Oh yeah! Oh yeah, dude. It's done, dude.
It had happened. Zallard had just gotten a 2:18 Tyson in a run. Just 2 years ago, this would have been the fastest recorded Tyson fight ever. This speedrun was the product of years of attempts from Punch-Out's best players. It started with Matt Turk's initial run, then Sinister's grind through the 16s, and finally Zallard's push to take it under 16 minutes. Punch-Out's ultimate barrier was broken. It wasn't a perfect run. Most notably, he got a hook on Soda, which cost about 10 seconds. But the 2:18 Tyson fight more than made up for it. Zallard was done, and seeing what he had accomplished, Weejui and Sinister decided to stop grinding as well. Everyone was satisfied with this incredible world record. The sub 16 was real. By 2016, most of the Punch-Out community was inactive. This is common once a landmark world record is set. People feel no need to even try beating it. So, for months, there was no movement on the leaderboard. However, that changed in late January 2016. For the first time in a year, somebody new entered the top 3. And all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, he passed both Sinister 1 and Weejui, only trailing behind Zallard's world record. This runner was me. Yeah, this Punch-Out history we've been looking at, I was absolutely invested in back as it happened. They're some of my fondest speedrunning memories, and were instrumental in getting me into speedrunning as a whole. Sinister's 16:27 was the first world record I ever watched live, and from there, I was hooked. I slowly began learning speedrun strategies for all 14 fights. By mid-2015, I was doing full game runs. While Weejui, Sinister, and Zallard were all battling for a sub 16, I remained in a distant 4th place with my 16:42. But after Zallard's sub 16, I made it to the 16:30s, then the 16:20s, and finally, I managed to break through with a 16:08. It was especially surreal to pass Sinister 1. He was the one I first watched with awe back in 2014. All of a sudden, I was a world record contender, and that felt really strange. The only remaining run I could beat was Zallard's 15:57. But that was going to be an enormous challenge, and here's why. For starters, it had a 41 on King Hippo. 90% of the time, just from RNG, I'd lose time on that split. A 106 on Bull 1 was really good, as well as a 54 on Honda 2. Soda Popinski was a soft split, and I could gain time there. But after that, it was a gauntlet. 128 and 140 on Bull 2 and Dawn 2 were both excellent splits. There was time to save on Sandman and Macho, but not much, and on average I could expect a time loss. And on Tyson, I was up against a 218. That was faster than my best Tyson fight ever. I was practically guaranteed to lose time there. So, The goal was to keep it close into Soda, pick up about 10 seconds there, then try and preserve my lead as long as I could. And with King Hippo killing run after run early, that was not going to be easy. But I was determined to try, and so I embarked on a quest for my own sub-16. For weeks, I streamed my attempts on Twitch, going nowhere as early game RNG stopped me. But eventually, I started to break through, first getting a 1607, then a 1603. Little by little, I was chipping away at my time. But what kept preventing greatness was Mike Tyson. Zallard's split was too tough to compare against. I was pretty reliably able to get fights in the 230s, but lower than that was extremely rare. Eventually, I caught on that my Tyson execution was holding me back, and started to focus on him. I worked on building my consistency, and over time, fights in the 220s started to become more common. As such, my confidence started to grow. If I could get a run on pace, I had the ability to get the type of Tyson I'd need. On March 1st, 2016, I started my session with Tyson practice just like I always did. And on my first attempt, I recorded my fastest ever Phase 1 knockdown, 55 seconds. The fight ended at a 223. My Tyson execution was on point today. Now, I just needed to get a run there. And roughly 2 hours later, this happened. It was everything I could have hoped for. I was ahead into Soda, saved 10 seconds, then got godlike Sandman and Macho luck to add to my lead. This was a ridiculous pace, with incredible RNG. And my nerves were out of control. My hands were literally shaking. But right there in the chat helping me calm down were the current and previous world record holders, Zallard and Sinister. They put any fears of losing the record aside to help give me encouragement. Just an amazing display of sportsmanship. I did my best to gather myself and press start on Tyson. This was better than I could have ever imagined. I had clutched out a 224 after these first 13 fights. It wasn't quite as good as Allard's 218, but given the circumstances, I was more than happy. And right there cheering me on were Sinister and Zallard. Two guys I had idolized were celebrating me taking their world record. Just a completely surreal feeling. With a 15-second lead over second place, I felt pretty good. This run had outstanding luck, and a solid Tyson at the end. There were very few spots to gain time, and I had no intentions to try and lower it. So, I took a step back and played other games. But I loved Punch-Out and struggled to stop playing it for long. As it was, I didn't want to try and grind to beat my 1542. I felt it would be impossible without a miracle run. However, if I could find new ways to save time, then maybe beating it would become realistic. So, that spring, I went into the lab, searching for new strategies and time saves on all 14 fights. And with help from other community members, we were able to completely overhaul 2 fights. First up, Piston Honda 2. This has always been an incredible fight to watch, as you pummel Honda while he can't even throw a punch. However, there was one problem. Honda starts dodging uppercuts midway into phase 2, so in order to get the last one to land, you had to stand around and wait for his eyebrow pattern, where he was forced to take it. The end result was a fight between 52 and 55 seconds depending on refill and star luck. However, in early 2016, Zallard began messing with implementing max damage uppercuts on the fight. By carefully pressing up and start within a small window, you can throw special uppercuts that deal more damage and that Honda 2 cannot dodge. I struggled to hit these consistently, but by messing around one day, I figured out that doing a quick dodge beforehand provides a visual timing cue, making the punches much easier. So now, there was no need to wait for Honda's eyebrows, and the fight ranged from 45 to 51 seconds. And the other fight was Don Flamenco 2. We ended up transforming him from a normal fight to the most random one in the entire game, even more than Hippo and Soda. On the first counter of the fight, you get a star, and you get another guaranteed one every 7 counters. But on all the rest of the counters, you have a 1 in 16 random chance of getting a star. It's a complete mystery why Nintendo designed the fight this way, and frankly, it's pretty baffling. But getting extra stars can be enormously beneficial, since they deal massive damage to Dawn. Zallard worked out a phase 1 where you'd get 9 chances at the 1 in 16 random star, and from there, I helped develop a roadmap for the rest of the fight depending on how many stars you get and what health refill Dawn gets in phase 2. This unlocked times on Dawn 2 that were previously impossible. With 2 stars in the mid refill, you could get a time all the way down in the 120s. The problem is, getting this luck is extremely unlikely. Most of the time, you'd get 0 stars in phase 1, and end up in the 140s like usual. Now, this 1542 world record was quite optimized for the strategies used, and the new tech wasn't guaranteed to help. Honda 2 was now harder, and Dawn 2 was way more random. But there was clearly potential here to beat the 1542. I wasn't sure exactly how much time I could save, but if I got everything to line up, the record could go down by a lot. So, in May 2016, I got back to the world record grind. My goal time? Sub 1520. I didn't know if that was a realistic goal, but I wanted to at least try for it. And right away, things were not looking good. The random elements kept ending run after run. Hippo barely let anything through, Soda killed half that made it to him, and Dawn 2 was never giving me stars. They were teaming up so that on every run, at least one fighter gave me unwinnable luck. The new strategies didn't seem to be helping, but there was still one way I could beat the record. On May 24th, I got on a run that lost 18 seconds to Soda Popinski. This effectively killed it, but I decided to play it out, and entering Tyson, I had a 10-second deficit. I needed a miracle fight, and ultimately proceeded to get the first ever perfect Tyson in a run. That's hitting all 22 frame-perfect punches throughout the entire fight, in all 3 phases. Doing this on the uppercuts isn't too hard, but proceeding to then hit all 8 hooks is super tough. But with the pressure mostly off on a pace like this, I was able to get it, and lower the record to the 1530s. A few days later, I was in a similar spot. The first 13 fights had done me no favors, so I only had a 7-second lead compared to a 2:10 Tyson. I needed another miracle fight, and I somehow did it again. A 2:13, matching Matt Turk's IL record from 9 years prior. This time, it was a perfect fight other than one missed hook in phase 3. Clearly, I had stepped up my Tyson game a bit, but I was doing it with the pressure off. Neither of these runs were on a good pace, and the Tyson fights are the only reason they were records. If I wanted to reach my goal of sub 1520, I had to execute on Tyson when the pressure was on, and a few weeks later, I'd get my chance. It started with a perfect 38 on King Hippo. After a solid next couple of splits, Soda gave me uppercuts, and I got a 53. I made it to Dawn 2 with a 17-second lead, and while he didn't give me the god luck, I got one random star and a good refill. After a decent Sandman and a great Macho, it added up to a 21-second lead going into Tyson. This was an amazing run. Now, those 210s and 213s I had gotten were super rare. I could maybe pull it off 1 in 20 tries. Add in the pressure of a pace like this, and it wasn't looking likely. But I didn't need a perfect Tyson. If I could beat him around 220, that would be an amazing fight, and I would get the sub 1520. But I also had the 8-second delay to contend with, as well as nerves. No time to think, here we go. I had to execute right now. I didn't know how to feel. 232 is not a bad Tyson, but after a 56 phase 1, I was on pace for something amazing. It was still a world record, but not the one I was looking for. So, I kept playing. This was going to be a very hard run to get out ahead of. A 38 Hippo and 53 Soda meant I was pretty much always going to be behind. The obvious time save was Tyson. Even if the super low Tysons weren't realistic, I could still save a solid 10 seconds there with some regularity. But keeping pace with the rest of the splits would be brutal. Although there was one other place I could hope to save a bit of time. Every time I fought Dawn 2 in a run, it was like a lottery ticket. About 96% of the time I fought him, I'd get a fight in the 130s or above. Usually this resulted in a time loss against my 138. However, roughly 1 in every 25 fights, the stars would align, literally, and I'd gain big time. Getting 2 random stars plus a good refill meant I could finish Dawn off in the 120s, and that had massive implications on the run. It could turn a bad pace into a good pace. It could turn a great pace into an amazing pace. A good Dawn 2 is so rare that you can go weeks without seeing it. But whenever Dawn 2 decides you win the lottery, your run is suddenly thrust into serious territory. And that's exactly what happened on June 22nd. Dawn 2 gave me a 124, approximately 1 in 50 luck. And all of a sudden, I was ahead of my splits with 3 fights to go. This was a golden opportunity. A 7-second lead, knowing I had time to save on Tyson at the end. I just had to avoid a catastrophe. Oh, bad refill on Sandman, there's 10 seconds gone. Ah, bad delay, there goes another 5. Ugh, bad Macho pattern, another 10 gone. And a knockdown. The run is over. This is what the game does. It'll give you false hope with a miracle Dawn 2, but you're far from out of the woods. Sandman and Macho can team up to immediately kill your run, and there's nothing you can do about it. By this point, I was starting to get pretty frustrated. I'd been grinding every day for over a month, and although my goal was sub 1520, I hadn't even gotten sub 1530. I realized that part of it was a mental battle. I was going up against my 1531, which had an amazing early game to make me always in the red. So, I decided to run against my 1534 splits again, which were much friendlier before Tyson. But even still, although I could get out to a lead, it always came crashing down somewhere. This continued for weeks, and I began to wonder if sub 1520 wasn't realistic. The type of luck I needed, on top of an amazing Tyson at the end, might have been too much to ask. I kept doing runs, but they always died somewhere. I couldn't get everything to line up. The sub 1520 just wasn't a feasible goal. It would take a near perfect run, and the game just doesn't let you finish runs like that. This run was so good that I could get away with the suboptimal Dawn 2 here. A time in the 130s would be fantastic, but even something in the 140s could be acceptable with a lead this big. I couldn't believe it. On the best pace of my life, I had gotten the 1 in 50 Dawn 2 luck. This run was approaching once in a lifetime territory, but I still had 3 more fights to go. I pressed start on Mr. Sandman, waiting for this perfect luck to come to an end. More perfect luck. I felt like I was dreaming. The good refill and the short delay, meaning another 6-second time gain. Time for Super Macho Man. Perfect luck again. This was impossible. Punch-Out doesn't let this happen. I now had an incomprehensible 36-second lead. A typical good run was a low 13 going into Tyson. Only once before had I had a sub 13, and it was a 12:59. This run was a 12:45 going into Mike Tyson. This would likely be the only chance I'd ever get at a pace like this. I was about to do the most important Tyson fight of my speedrunning career. I knew the odds of getting a super good fight were minuscule, but I was really hoping I could avoid a disaster. If I got the 8-second delay and missed punches, the fight might go to the 240s or worse. I had one shot to get this. It was now or never. It felt amazing. This Tyson was far from perfect, but on this run, I was thrilled. I'd only missed one uppercut, but unfortunately I missed it late rather than early, a 1-frame mistake that cost 10 seconds. I'll tell you though, I literally did not care. A 227 under this type of pressure was easily good enough, and it led to a remarkable final time of 15:12. I couldn't believe I'd set this record, and neither could most of the community. It felt like a category-killing world record. The luck was just too good, and a great Tyson on the end solidified it. I wasn't gonna beat this run. I was done with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for good. Okay, hysterics aside, let's talk about the 15:12 rationally. This run wasn't called unbeatable because of my execution. All in all, I did pretty well given the circumstances, knowing I might never get an opportunity like this again. I had to hit numerous frame-perfect punches while battling crazy nerves. But technically speaking, my older records like the 15:34 and 15:38 had better execution overall. No, the 15:12 was insane because of the RNG. Here's what I mean. On King Hippo, I got just one block, which is in roughly the 90th percentile of luck. Bald Bull 1 gave me the literal best pattern he could, in the 99th percentile. Honda 2 gave me the good refill and I played fairly well. Soda Popinski did 3 nearly instant uppercuts, in the 95th percentile. Dawn 2, we already know he gave me the 1 in 50 God pattern. Mr. Sandman, we got the good refill and short delay, with solid execution. And Macho, literally the best luck at every random event. Finally, at the end of all that, Mike Tyson could have done the 8-second delay to kill it, but he didn't. He too gave me good luck. Virtually every fight gave me perfect or near perfect luck. The result was this super statistically improbable world record. In just 1 year, thanks to a combined effort from Sinister, Zallard, and myself, the world record had gone from 16:25 to 15:12. I was now 42 seconds ahead of second place. There was nothing more for me to do. I wasn't beating this record. So, I moved on. As the months passed in 2017, more players got sub-16s, but nobody was really approaching the 15:12. Meanwhile, I was busy working on the Mike Tyson individual fight record. I ended up getting it and lowering it a few times, but it also had a side effect of building my overall Tyson consistency. I had always been able to get low times, but now I was starting to see them a bit more regularly. More like 10% of the time rather than 5%. It made me look at my 227 from the world record a bit differently. It wasn't bad by any means, but I was starting to see a realistic 10 to 15 seconds to save there. And if I could save that much time in one fight, maybe the 15:12 wasn't so unbeatable. By 2018, I hadn't grinded single segment in a year and a half, but the possible Tyson time save was enough to intrigue me. So, I got back to doing attempts. If there was any hope of beating the 15:12, I had to get a crazy Tyson fight. There is no way I was going to get out ahead of these splits. I know I've said that before about earlier runs, but for real this time, I had no chance of being ahead after the first 13. It may have been only about a 10% chance on Tyson, but it was the only way this was going to happen. I began doing runs and immediately it was rough. The worst offender was Dawn 2. That fight was pretty much a guaranteed 15-second time loss. And on the rare exceptions that he gave something passable, someone else always stepped up to kill it. This continued for months, and typically the culprit was Dawn 2. But one good sign was that my Tyson game had definitely improved. And even if they weren't records, I was getting some really fast runs.
What a run, oh my god, 15-17.
The real test was going to be fighting Tyson when the record was within reach. And thanks to Dawn 2 and the rest, that was never happening. Hippo killed most runs, Soda took care of some, and Dawn 2 was the insurance. But finally, on April 7th, I managed to only lose 13 seconds to Dawn 2 on a run tied with the record. That was actually a pretty good fight. And after I matched my Sandman and Macho splits, my deficit was only 12.5 seconds going into Tyson. Believe it or not, this was my second best pace ever other than the 15:12, and I still needed a 2:14. But luck and execution were both on my side.
Yes! I just beat the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out world record. I don't believe it. We did it, man!
I was not expecting to beat the 15:12. That was the power of a good Tyson fight. This run still had great luck from start to finish. In fact, it was virtually identical, except it didn't get the godlike Dawn 2. But since it's a 1 in 50 pattern, I couldn't be too disappointed. After nearly 1,000 attempts over a few months, and run after run dying to luck, I finally had a new world record to show for it. For months after this, I continued trying to lower the time. I had 3 runs make it to Tyson ahead of the 15:10. On the first 2, I got the 8-second delay to kill it. And on the third one, I got the luck, but my execution wasn't there.
I hate...
As I've said before, getting it all to line up is nearly impossible. I could get a good Tyson fight, but having to do it on a pace that you might not see again for months, it becomes so much harder. I was happy with my 15:10 and had a comfortable lead, so I stepped aside once more and stopped running the game. However, my break would come to a sudden end the following year, when completely out of nowhere, Punch-Out's greatest discovery ever was made. King Hippo had been the bane of our existence for years. He was about to be made completely irrelevant. This is the Hippo Minippo. Punch-Out is super random, and naturally players had long wondered if you could somehow control the RNG, but it seemed unlikely. The game looks at 2 memory addresses to determine each random event. One tracks frames elapsed since power on, and one tracks all inputs since power on. There was no way humans could control that. But in 2019, the game's 5th place runner, Lukendor158, and his brother, Zoxox, began looking into it more. They took a look at the first mouth open on King Hippo, which is controlled by RNG. They found that Punch-Out actually has a frame rule system, just like Super Mario Bros. Rather than 21 frames, it's an 8-frame system. So, as long as you push start within an 8-frame window, you'll arrive at the first open on the same frame every time. That solves one memory address, but what about the one tracking all your inputs? Well, every frame a button is pressed, it adds a corresponding value to the memory, which is stored in binary. However, Hippo's first open is strictly determined by the 2 rightmost bits, which are in turn determined by how many frames you've pressed right or down. So, if you don't press down or right at all until King Hippo, you can control what the memory value is. By then pressing start in the corresponding 8-frame window, you'll arrive on the correct frame with the correct memory address, and King Hippo will always open his mouth. The Hippo Minippo was born. Later, Lukendor and Zoxox were able to extrapolate this to Hippo's 3rd and 4th punches as long as you cancel the second one. When the dust settled, King Hippo had become a non-random fight. You had to start a timer upon powering up the game, then press start in an 8-frame window, then carefully fight him to get the 2nd and 3rd opens. It was a difficult strategy, but if done correctly, you would always get either a 40 or 41 on King Hippo. It probably goes without saying, but this was enormous. We used to reset 80% of our runs to Hippo. Now, we'd make it past him 80% of the time, and always with a fast fight. We'd now have so many more chances at Soda, Dawn 2, and the rest. The world record was already down to 15:10, but with the Hippo Manippo, a sub 15 was starting to seem realistic. Just a few years ago, sub 16 was thought to be the ultimate barrier for Punch-Out. Now, 14 5x was the endgame. Around this time, I enlisted the help of one of my viewers, I Am the Dinosaur. He built an archive into my split spreadsheet, so I could keep track of every split of every run that I performed. This was great data to figure out my average fight times, my consistency on certain fights, and my overall luck. Dinosaur also helped me with something else. We plotted all my runs, comparing their paces and seeing how far they made it. Before the Hippo Manippo, few runs made it past the early game, but with RNG manipulation in effect, it was a different story. For the first few weeks, I had many runs go deep, but none faster than the 15:10. Let's take a look at this run on July 22nd. We were off to a great start. Thanks to the Hippo Manippo and a small strategy change on Honda 2, I had a 4-second lead going into Soda. You can see that this is one of my fastest paces ever. And right on cue, Soda threw a hook. It hurt, but a world record was still within reach. But after Dawn 2 gave me a 1:39 and Sandman and Macho didn't help much, my chance was all but over. Not only did I need a perfect Tyson, I needed a fast perfect fight. Oh my god, it's so fast. It's basically dead. I mean, I would need something amazing. Oh my god! Oh my god! Somehow, someway, it was a new world record. This was a very unorthodox way of getting there, but in the end I had brought it back. It was a small improvement, and wasn't what I was ultimately looking for, but it showed the power of Hippo Manippo. It took just a couple of weeks to set a new record. Still, I wanted to go faster. I continued for a few weeks, and then on August 6th, I managed to get a 49 on Soda in a run. 3 instant uppercuts. It turned a mediocre pace into a great one. Heading into Dawn 2, I was praying I'd at least get something. And I did. 2 stars plus the mid refill. I was starting to break new ground with this pace. My fastest run ever. The next step was to make it past Sandman. Uh-oh. This was getting ridiculous. I had to hold it together. Next up, Super Macho Man. Well, that's gonna hurt. I don't really know where his guard is here. I made like a 2-second mistake there. Maybe 1 second mistake. The rest of that was on Macho. Back to reality. But I still had a chance on Tyson if I could get a really good fight. Oh my god, all my games fell. Sorry that was so loud. I hit my console hard and all the games on top fell off. Run over. I hit my punches and got the 8-second delay. It seemed like a crazy pace, but it was just a tease. The game took it away in an instant. Nothing I could do about it. But thankfully, the very next day, I'd get another chance. Let's go. He coughed up another good fight. 124 this time. I had to preserve an 18-second lead with 3 fights to go. Mr. Sandman gave the good refill, but he also gave the long delay, meaning I broke even. Macho gave me kind of sketchy luck, but it was still good enough for a sub 1 minute fight. I was able to take a 13-second lead into Mike Tyson. This was my best pace ever since the 15-12. I was still 4 seconds behind that run, but I had the chance for a massive record. If I could avoid the 8-second delay and hit all my punches, then sub 15 was on the table here. I had to calm my nerves down and try to handle the frame perfects.
My heart rate's not even that high, man. I'm just shaking. Alright, do my best. Wow, that pattern. That was a phase 3 uppercut pattern. It's too fast, man. I can't do the buffer. God, 15 minutes flat. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So close. Half a second from sub 15. This was an awesome record, nearly a 10-second improvement. I missed just one punch on Tyson. Overall, I was happy with my execution under pressure. Especially because of Dawn 2, this would be a tough run to top. However, thanks to the Hippo Manippo, I wasn't the only one going for the record.
Yes, alright. That's a sick PB right there. What is that? 15-16. Let's go, dude. Let's go.
Zallard was back, and now that he had the Hippo Manippo, he was able to demolish his PB. With just one run, he cut my lead in half, and he was a serious record contender. Zallard's 15-16 didn't get the crazy Dawn 2 luck that I had, and his Tyson pattern was slower, but other than that, we had very similar runs. He was also able to take advantage of a new strategy I recently discovered on Soda. By taking an intentional knockdown, he always does an instant uppercut when you get up. So, I was able to route a strategy where you take damage at specific moments, and essentially get a guaranteed phase where Soda doesn't hook. It helped make the fight just a bit more consistent. With Zallard right on my tail and a new Soda strategy to help, I pushed onward for the sub 15. A couple weeks later, I had one with potential. It was one of my fastest runs ever into Dawn 2. I had a 4-second lead. Unfortunately, Don wasn't playing nice, and he gave me a 140, pushing me well behind the record. But after a good Sandman and Macho, there was still a chance.
Wow. Okay. Jeez. What?
I needed a 207 to get the sub 15. A really good fight, but I had done it before. And it got off to a good start. A perfect phase 1 and phase 2. It was crunch time. If I could now hit all 8 hooks, then this would be the sub 15.
Couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. I can't just get a perfect Tyson fight every single time, man. I can't do it.
Hitting 22 frame perfects under world record pressure is not easy. I was 3 hooks away and couldn't quite hold it together. The next several weeks were awful. Dawn 2 was destroying everything in sight. I'd enter him with a lead and the run would be dead moments later every time. He was never giving me stars and always giving bad refills. This continued for a couple months. And then, that October, I had a run going that looked like nothing special, but it took a sudden turn at Dawn 2.
Come on, dude.
Just like that, it was over. Tyson gave a horrible pattern and I missed too many punches. If it's not obvious yet, this fight is so brutal. The hardest part of the run, by far, right at the very end. I kept going. I had less time to play in late 2019 and a few months passed without anything significant. However, in February 2020, we had a serious development. I'd gotten a 128 Dawn 2 after already being on a great run, and after a perfect Sandman, I found myself 7 seconds ahead. It was my best pace ever to this point. 2 fights to go. I moved on to Macho. The fight started as normal, and I was able to successfully sneak in 2 punches after his first uppercut, although I didn't get a random star. The most important part now, I needed to get the good pattern. And I did. That meant a 28-second knockdown with 1 star in reserve. In Phase 2, I was hoping he'd stand still so I could get stars, since I didn't get the random one earlier, but he backed up. So, instead of hitting him with an uppercut after his spins, I had to do something a bit slower. Phase 3 was now the inverse. I wanted him to back up right away since I had loaded up on stars, but he just stood still. 2 more seconds down the drain. In the end, I got a 57-second fight. Not great, but it was far from a bad time, and it all added up to a 12:40 going into Mike Tyson. This was the first time I had a lead over my 15-12 this late in the run. It was by far my best shot ever at a sub 15. Tyson started, and almost right away, I missed a frame perfect. That was okay as long as I didn't miss any more. And for the rest of Phase 1, I was able to hold it together and avoid the 8-second delay. A 56 Phase 1, a very good start. However, in Phase 2, he started delaying everywhere. It messed with my timing, but I managed to still hit my punches and knock him down by 132. I'd made it. Phase 3 on sub 15 pace. Sinister had set the first sub 17, Zallard had set the first sub 16, and now I had set the first sub 15. It was my best chance ever to get it, and I was super happy I'd clutched out Tyson when I needed it. I'd done nearly 1,000 attempts since the Hippo Manippo's discovery. It was mostly a brutal RNG grind, with some heartbreaking deep runs mixed in. But at long last, the sub 15 was finally real. Even though I was thrilled with the run, I was still interested to see if I could take it lower. And right after this, the pandemic hit, and I had a lot of free time on my hands. So, I started grinding attempts harder than ever. And man, the game absolutely destroyed me. This was months of playing nearly every day, and I just could not get it. More often than not, Dawn 2 was to blame. He'd take a good pace and destroy it in an instant. Eventually, this turned into years of failure. I poured hundreds of hours into single segment after my 1455, and I still couldn't set a new record. It was mostly due to luck, but I'd had my share of chokes too. I kept thinking if I'd just play a bit more, I could finally get it. But it never happened. 2 years after my first sub 15, the world record remained the same. Perhaps out of sheer stubbornness, I kept trying. On April 6th, I had a really nice run going into Dawn 2. And just like he'd done nearly every time in the past 2 years, Dawn gave me nothing, pushing the run back into mediocrity. However, Sandman and Macho played nice, with a 219 and 53. This run was like several I'd had in the past couple years. I had a chance, but only if I could get an amazing Tyson. You can see from my PB% column, developed by ZoxSox, that I had an estimated 4.6% chance of getting a new record.
Here we go.
But it went well. I got no 8-second delay and hit all my punches in Phase 1 for a 55-second knockdown. Phase 2 went just as well. I got him down at 129. At this point, this was a guaranteed record as long as I could hit all 8 hooks in Phase 3. But I fell for the oldest trick in the book. I dodged too early. Tyson's hook was frames away from hitting me. I frantically hit dodge again, praying that Mac would move out of the way in time. And I just cleared it, somehow even managing to land the frame perfect too. After surviving that, I knew I had this record.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
2 years of heavy grinding, all for a quarter of a second improvement. This was the happiest I'd felt after a record in years. I knew the work that had gone into this, and I knew how well I'd played on Tyson. The final time wasn't much lower, but I couldn't care less. 26 months later, I finally had an improvement. I debated whether or not I should continue. I had really seemed to run into a wall at 1455. It could take months or years to lower it again. I didn't want to repeat the same nearly fruitless grind. On the other hand, there were developments from other runners. 8-Bit Gamer had rapidly improved, and a few days after my new record, he moved into second place with a 1514. 8-Bit had developed some nice Tyson consistency, and I knew that given the right run, he did have potential to break my record. But I still had a 19-second lead, and beyond him, there really wasn't much movement. So I felt pretty safe, at least for the time being. Throughout the rest of 2022 and into 2023, I didn't play a single segment. And all the while, the record remained the same. I maintained a big lead over second place. Nobody else had even broken my 1512 from back in 2016. That time was nearly 7 years old now. All these guys easily had the potential to do it, but they hadn't devoted the time to grind for the RNG needed, and also hadn't capitalized on Tyson when they had the chance. So, with a 19-second lead over second place and a solid world record, I was feeling pretty good about myself.
Let's go. Holy cow, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy cow. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me?
This was the closest anyone had been since I got the world record. K3, pretty much out of nowhere, had become a force to be reckoned with. Getting a perfect fight at the end of a run is no joke, and he had just done it to catapult himself into second place. Now, he was just 8 seconds from the record. Had he not gotten a bad pattern on Super Macho Man, K3 would have beaten me, and he had no intention of stopping now. I had never seriously felt a threat to my record in the past 7 years. That had just changed, and as much as I liked K3, I also wanted to try and hang on to the top spot. I had tried to lower the record earlier in the year, but I ended up coming short once again after hundreds of attempts. For whatever reason, 1455 just seemed to be my limit. but with K3 getting close, I had to push past it. So, as K3 played alongside me, I set out on my most intense grind yet. As usual, I struggled to get anything going. I was able to get a couple to Tyson on pace, but each time, I either got bad luck or made a mistake. I wasn't getting good Tysons like I used to. Meanwhile, K3 had just finished off his PB with a 207. I felt like I had fallen off. I couldn't get perfect fights anymore. Beyond that, the red zone was also killing a ton of runs. That was a nickname we gave to 3 consecutive fights: Soda, Bowl 2, and Dawn 2. You already know about Soda and Dawn 2, but Bowl 2 has random misdirected gut punches that have a 25% chance of going through. If you land 3 of them, you get an excellent fight. If none of them go through, it's a huge time swing. Overall, it's easy to get good runs to the red zone. It's not easy to make it through alive. Between the red zone and Tyson, run after run was a failure. I had done hundreds of attempts since K3's 1503, and I had made no progress. Still, I held out hope that maybe it was just a funk I could work through, and on June 11th, I had a chance to do just that.
Alright, dude. I did it right. Yes, dude! Oh my god. I did it. I did it, dude. I did it.
It wasn't much, but I'd finally shown I could still get a good Tyson. And although the record was no harder for K3 to beat, at least it wasn't a 14:55 anymore. I had hopefully passed that mental hurdle. These splits were pretty balanced except for one point in the middle. I got an incredible 48 on Soda, followed by an awful 134 on Bowl 2. I decided that for future runs, just to make it easier, I'd pretend my Soda split was a 54 and my Bowl 2 split was a 128. I knew my job was far from over. K3 was still going, and I knew what he could do on Tyson. But I had improved the record once. Surely, with enough time, I could improve it again, right? Well, I kept getting these heartbreaking runs. I'd make it to Tyson on pace, and whether it was my fault or his, the run would always die there. I just couldn't do it. I was getting chances, but I wasn't capitalizing. Meanwhile, another runner was starting to close in. This is J-Durg. Over the course of May 2023, he was rapidly lowering his PB through the 1520s, and the big payoff came in June, when he blew his old runs out of the water.
Yeah! Top 3, baby!
So now, there were 2 runners with a 15.0x. Both were within 11 seconds of the record, and both were actively trying to get it. I committed to the grind even harder. It was a mad dash to beat the 14:54. I was desperate for a breakthrough. And finally, on June 28th, I had this run. Alright. I ended up missing the record by 2 seconds, but at least it wasn't my fault this time. I had hit my punches on Tyson and just gotten unlucky. This was an insane pace through Sandman, my best ever by far. but it didn't matter with Tyson's 8-second delay. And that would become a trend over the next few days. Yup, as always. But finally, on July 8th, Tyson gave it up. I scored a 54 first knockdown and 128 second knockdown. And once again, I had to hit all 8. Finally, a substantial improvement. For the first time in over 3 years, I lowered the record by more than a split second. And it was a fairly innocent looking run, up until the very end. This run was carried pretty hard by the last 2 splits. It was nothing special through Sandman, but a 51 Macho and 206 Tyson were incredible fights. At long last, I had a bit more breathing room. The next stop from here was getting a sub 1450, a 14 4x. To get that, I'd need a run around 1240 or less after Macho, which I'd done a handful of times before, then execute a perfect Tyson. In other words, get better luck, execute the first 13 well, then clutch out a great Tyson when the stakes are even higher. I didn't know how long it would take to do this. But then, just 4 days later, I did this.
It's over.
Wait, that was it. 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 Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. I threw it away. I'd gotten no 8-second delay, but punched probably 1 frame too late in Phase 2. With no mistakes, this fight could have matched my 206. A huge missed opportunity. I was getting in my head on paces like this. When I could see that I had a massive lead, I tensed up and tended to miss frame perfects. So, I decided that going forward, whenever I knew I had a good run going past Dawn 2, I'd stop looking at my splits. Even if I knew it was a fast pace, not knowing what it was exactly tended to calm my nerves a bit. Now, I had to get another good run past Dawn 2, and by some miracle, that only took a few days.
Now we're cooking.
With 3 incredible red zone fights in a row, I knew this was an amazing pace. But no need to dwell on that. I closed my splits. My good luck continued on Mr. Sandman, as I got the good refill and the short delay. But Macho was a bit slower. He randomly blocked my face punches in Phase 1, then backed up in Phase 2 when I had no stars. I ended with a decent but not great 59. At this point, I knew I was ahead of the record, but wasn't sure exactly what Tyson fight I needed. I figured it had to be perfect, and probably something like 211 or less. I dialed in on Tyson and managed a perfect Phase 1. Phase 2 also went well, and I had him down at 132. I needed one more perfect phase.
Hit 8. Hit 8. I think I need 8.
But had I known my pace, I would have seen that I actually had an 8-second lead. I only needed a 214 on Tyson. Hitting all 8 here would put me well ahead of that. But I was ignorant to this. In my mind, I needed to hit all 8 right now.
What did I get? 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 Let's go! Oh my god, dude.
This one felt really good. Despite being nearly tied with my best pace ever into Tyson, I still executed a perfect fight, and the result was the world's first sub 1450. Now, it wasn't all perfect. My Bull 1 fight got pretty bad luck, and my Macho fight wasn't too fast either. And although I got no 8-second delay, Tyson did give several other short delays. But all in all, I didn't care. This was a record I'd been looking for years. I had regained a 15-second lead over second place. It felt really good about where the record was at. The only way to beat this time would be to get another perfect fight on a run close to or ahead of my pace into Tyson. And given that my fastest pace ever was a 12:37, that didn't seem too likely. So, although I kept doing attempts to lower it, I wasn't expecting too much. But I also wasn't the only one playing.
One punch at a time. Let's go. No, that's too much, dude. That's double switchback, dude.
K3 had just managed the best pace ever into Tyson by over 4.5 seconds. The fight itself did not go well. K3 got bad luck, missed too many punches, and got knocked down. But just being in this situation was remarkable. Across all my thousands of runs, I'd never gotten anything close to this going into Tyson. I'd had numerous upper 12:30s, but never below 12:37. This 12:33 didn't get off to a crazy start, but it took off in the world circuit. He had 3 excellent fights in the red zone, then followed it up with essentially perfect Sandman and Macho luck. And all the while, K3 never made a mistake. He saw what pace was developing, but was still able to lock it down until Tyson. The truth is, while I had had more overall chances at the world record, K3 had the very fastest ones. Back in September 2022, K3 had a 12:48 into Tyson, with a 19-second mistake on Honda 2. This could have been a 12:29. Again, my best ever was a 12:37. So, even though I held the top spot, I did not feel safe. K3 was an excellent player, and he could demolish his 15:03 at a moment's notice. I kept going, and the next few weeks were pretty slow. The attempts were really adding up, and I wasn't sure how much further I wanted to go. I was just looking for one more run on a fast pace where I could knock out a perfect Tyson. And finally, on August 21st, I'd get that chance. This was an extremely balanced run. Throughout the entire world circuit, every fight gave me very good, but not perfect luck. I didn't gain or lose too much time anywhere. At the end of Macho, I had a 12:39, and I needed to gain 2 seconds over my 2:10 Tyson. World record. World record! This was just a very clean and steady run. No split stood out as being incredible. It was just a great run from start to finish. Compared to what we've seen over the past 10 years, it's almost an anticlimactic record to end on. But 1446 is where the world record stands today. I never could have imagined the journey I'd go on when I first got the record in 2016. The remarkable 1512, the discovery of Hippo Manippo, Dawn 2 crushing my dreams, the sub 15, and the rise of some amazing competitors. All these factors combined to take the record to where it is today. That, and thousands of attempts. From the days of Matt Turk, through Sinister One's dominance, through Zallard's world record battles, and through my own reign with the record, Punch-Out has an incredible world record story. And I can't wait to see where it goes and who takes it there in the future. This has been the history of the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out world record. Thanks for watching. Tetris. We all know it, and we all love it. Few games have had the lasting legacy of Tetris. There have been versions released on nearly every console and smartphone ever made, and to this day, these new versions remain popular among fans and casual gamers alike. But perhaps the most well-known version of Tetris is the version released on the Nintendo Entertainment System back in 1989. Gamers never stopped playing it ever since its initial release, and in recent years, it's absolutely exploded in popularity. There are huge in-person tournaments, monthly competitions online, and most importantly, a crazy chase for the high score world record. This record has had 35 years of history, featuring some of the best players to ever pick up an NES controller, and it has one of the most insane stories from start to finish that I've ever seen. This is the history of NES Tetris World Records. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Look, we all know that Opera GX is the best web browser for gamers. It's easy to switch to, uses GX Control to limit your use of resources, and is super customizable. But today, we're introducing its newest feature, a Summoning Salt GX mod. It has an awesome retro gaming wallpaper, as well as custom sound effects featuring yours truly. So here it is. Thanks. It's super easy to add. Just go to the GX store, type in Summoning Salt, and hit install. But there's also thousands of other mods to pick from. And that's not all Opera GX does. There's also GX Corner, where you can stay up to date with the latest in gaming news, deals, and even get free games, all in one place. There's also new features with AI, saving you time by summarizing articles or talking with ChatGPT on the sidebar. If you want the best web browser out there, download Opera GX using my dedicated tracking link. Just click the link in the description or pinned comment. Thanks again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. There are two main concepts to understand in NES Tetris, the scoring and the level system. We'll start with the scoring. Like with most versions of the game, you accumulate points in NES Tetris by clearing lines. You get a different amount of points depending on how many you clear at once, but by far the most valuable score is getting a Tetris. The only way to score one of these is by using the long piece vertically to clear 4 lines. So ideally, players try to score as many Tetrises as possible by leaving a column open on the right side to drop a long bar when it comes. Then there's the level system. The higher the level, the more points you get per line cleared. So ideally you want to start on the highest level possible, which is level 19. However, on level 18, blocks descend a row every 3 frames, while starting on level 19, they descend a row every 2 frames, which is significantly harder. So, top players would generally start on level 18, where they could play for a while at a more reasonable speed at barely any score cost. After 130 lines cleared at level 18, the game transitions to level 19, and then moves up a level for every additional 10 lines. Luckily, levels 19 through 28 all have the same descent speed, although you keep earning more points as the level increases. This is an extremely brutal speed to play on, but if you manage to make it all the way through level 28, then you reach level 29, also known as Tetris's kill screen. A kill screen is a level deep into a game that's usually impossible to beat because of a glitch. Pac-Man has the most famous one. The game's 256th board has a glitched right side and doesn't spawn all the dots needed to beat it. Donkey Kong has another example, where you run out of time just seconds into the game's 117th screen. Tetris's kill screen, on the other hand, has nothing to do with a glitch. It's the intended end to the game, because starting on level 29, pieces begin to fall so fast that it becomes unplayable. This is Tetris's kill screen. Even if you begin holding a direction before the piece spawns, it's physically impossible to move the piece to the side in time. Pieces descend a row every single frame, twice the speed of level 28. Now, it's actually possible to process what's happening at this speed, and know where you want the pieces to go. But the fact is, you just can't get them there. It's a game hardware limitation rather than a human hardware limitation. If you're very lucky, you might not need to move your pieces far and you can clear a line or two. But just like Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, your game is bound to end within seconds after reaching Tetris's kill screen. So the game is definitely over at level 29. But before that point, you have 230 lines to work with and try to score as many points as possible. And it just so happens that the point display in the upper right corner only has 6 digits. Meaning the highest score it can display is 999,999 points. So naturally, the question arose, was it possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicked in? Well, in order to get a max out, you have to make the most of your 230 lines. That means getting as many Tetrises as possible, while avoiding other clears that eat into your 230 lines, otherwise known as a burn. It's extremely risky to play this way. You might need to build your stack up very high while waiting for a long bar, and there's not a moment of rest. You can't break your focus for even a second. But as brutal as the difficulty is, it's technically just possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicks in. And there are actually reports of people doing it all the way back in the 90s. It's difficult to determine how to treat these claims. Standards were different back then, and none of these claims have a full video to go along with them. However, some have more proof than others. Thor Ackerland, winner of the 1990 Nintendo World Championships, is reported to have maxed out the game in the early 90s. He didn't record his game, but being the literal winner of the Nintendo World Championships, he was one of the best Tetris players in the world at the time. Judging by his skills and the testimony of people who watched him play, it's very likely that his claim was legitimate. Another max out claim appeared in a 1992 edition of Nintendo Power magazine from a player named Scott Anderson. Very little is known about Anderson today, but in order to get your score in Nintendo Power, you did need to have photo proof, so there's a decent chance his score was legit too. And another player, JW Tetris, claimed a max out back in 1996 that seemed to have no proof, but 25 years later, he managed to uncover a VHS tape of the end screen that, sure enough, showed all nines. While it still lacks concrete video proof, this is probably the claim with the most evidence, and is very likely legit. Then, by the 2000s, all sorts of max out claims appeared on internet forums. None of them had video proof, and honestly, they're really hard to judge. Some seem more suspicious than others, but just like with the claims from the 90s, it's really impossible to say which of these internet claims were legit. Some provided their names, while others used pseudonyms or usernames. And in 2001, a max out claim popped up on PlutoBseen.com from someone named Jonas. Just like all the other claims, Jonas didn't have any proof to back up his score, so his claim was lumped in with all the rest. However, In 2005, a man named Trey Harrison was trying to accumulate videos of Tetris performances to put up on his website, tetrismaster.com. He was looking for a recorded max out, and sure enough, in the replies, up pops Jonas again, saying he'd just recorded one on tape. Jonas dropped the video off at Trey's house. Trey uploaded it onto his website, and it was then that the world was first able to see on video a max out score of NES Tetris. A score showing all nines by future Tetris legend Jonas Neubauer. What you're watching is a massive piece of gaming history. These scores have been rumored for over a decade, but finally one was captured on video. And the footage is very impressive. Jonas started on level 18, and to make the level transition he first had to clear 130 lines. He ended up getting 92 of those lines via Tetrises for maximum points, while just 38 were from burns. From there, Jonas was playing at the brutal speed of level 19, but he still had to keep landing Tetrises. His score was inching up as the levels climbed higher. He needed the max out before hitting level 29. On level 28, he was still 60,000 points away, with only 10 lines to work with. But he managed to get one Tetris, and then with just a single line to go before the transition, he got one final Tetris. The kill screen kicked in, and the score read all nines. Over the course of 8.5 minutes, Jonas had hit a max out on NES Tetris. And finally, it was documented for anyone to see. The feedback online was all positive. Everyone was thrilled to be able to watch an official Tetris max out. However, this video did have one problem. There was no game audio included. That meant Jonas couldn't submit it as a world record anywhere. But that didn't take away from the legitimacy of the performance. Jonas Neubauer had established a name for himself as a Tetris master. Only question was, now that someone had maxed out the game, what was there left to do? Over the following few years, while competitive retro gaming was still in its infancy, more people gravitated toward playing NES Tetris. Even though Jonas had maxed out the score, it remained a popular game and others tried to replicate his achievement. Between 2008 and 2014, more than a dozen other people were able to achieve max outs in NES Tetris. And even though their scores were officially tied, there were still ways to compare max outs to each other. Ultimately, two different methods of competing became popular. Method number 1, going for the earliest possible max out. In Jonas's game from 2005, he hit the max out right as the level transitioned to 29. In other words, at the last possible moment. But the more Tetrises you hit, the earlier you can max out, and the more impressive the achievement. In April 2009, Harry Hong produced the first recorded max out with game audio, and he was able to get the max out slightly earlier than Jonas, late in level 28 rather than on the transition into level 29. Harry was one of several people who claimed a max out on internet forums years prior, but now he had recorded proof too. In early 2012, a player named Matt Bucco recorded a game where he maxed out in mid-level 26, much quicker than previous max outs. He landed Tetris after Tetris starting in level 19, which is where he pulled away from previous players. And then, there were a couple claimed early max outs. Harry Hong claimed an early level 26 max out on tape, but he didn't upload the score, only claiming it on a Tetris forum. And in August 2014, a player named Terry Purcell reportedly maxed out in late level 25. This score used to have video, but it's since been deleted from YouTube. Most of these players' only goal was to get an early max out. As soon as that happened, they stopped playing and let the game end, even if it was several levels before the kill screen. However, not everyone did this, and that's why there was a second method of competing. Playing the game all the way to the kill screen, and then manually calculating the score later. In other words, trying for the highest score possible. Even though the score doesn't display higher than all 9s, you can still add up all the points achieved after this to determine your true score. For instance, in Jonas's first ever max out, he got a Tetris while his score read this. That meant he added 36,000 points, and his score actually finished at 1,018,160 points. And so, this became another method of determining whose max out was best. In 2008, Jonas achieved another kill screen that finished slightly higher than his 2005 max out, 1,023,860 points. However, since he used a camera from the 1800s, this was never verified as an official world record. In 2011, while recording himself for a documentary, Thor Ackerland achieved a score of 1,043,000 points. And a couple years later, a player named Ben Mullen took the score even higher, 1,071,000 points, before the kill screen took over to end his game. However, if the players going for the earliest max out had finished out their games, it's possible they would have achieved higher scores than these. Terry Purcell's level 25 max out is reported to have finished all the way at 1.195 million, but without video proof this can't be verified. And although Matt Bucco's score of level 26 cuts off right here, he claims to have kept playing this game all the way to the kill screen, and in the comments, he says he'd upload the rest when he got home. Well, it's 12 years later, and apparently Matt still hasn't returned home. So, the community was split between these two methods. Some wanted to go for the earliest max out, while others wanted to go for the highest score. The big problem was the score display. Since it only had 6 digits, it wasn't intuitive to keep playing after it maxed out. It led to two different sides of competitive play. And these sides wouldn't converge until one key event in 2015. This is a Game Genie code discovered by max out player Josh Tolles. It changes the leading digit of the score into hexadecimal, meaning that after 9, the score keeps counting up. A represents 1 million, B represents 1.1 million, and so on. This meant that the max out no longer applied, and the score was no longer capped at 1 million. So, it ultimately garnered the nickname the Uncap code. Josh posted his code on the Tetris forums, and it was treated as a fun novelty, but some saw potential for more with it. And in April 2015, Harry Hong began attempts to set a new high score with the Uncap code. On April 23rd, he played a game that maxed out in level 28, then took it to the kill screen and finished with 1,101,000 points. This was the first verifiable game to score over 1.1 million. And a few days later, he got one even better, a max out in level 26 that ultimately finished at 1,150,000 points. But after these records from Harry, the competition for the high score record died down. Harry Hong was one of few players who both cared about the high score record and was potentially good enough to improve it. So when he stopped trying for it, there was no competition to take it from him. Instead, in 2016, he came up with a goal of achieving as many max outs as he could in a year, rather than improving the uncapped record. 268 max outs later, the high score remained at 1.15 million. But in 2017, Harry came up with a new goal for his stream. He was going to go back to playing with the Uncap code and try for a 1.2 million point game. This would surpass the highest claims from over the years, and be an undisputed world record. Harry played for weeks, building up his skills but falling short of the 1.2. He'd need an early max out, in level 25 or better, and then still need to land several more Tetrises before the kill screen. A score like this demanded near perfection. But after months of attempts, on April 14th, 2017, Harry got a good score going. max out in mid-level 25, Harry was on pace for it. From this point, he needed at least 5 Tetrises before hitting the kill screen on level 29. Harry got his Tetrises, but was still a few points short. With his stack building high, he desperately used a long bar to get a triple, but this activated the kill screen. He still needed 3,000 points. Harry had to find a way to clear 2 more lines while playing at kill screen speed.
Yes! Yes!
History was made. The congratulations poured in as Harry had taken Tetris to new heights. After all the max outs that came before him, from the internet claims to the ones with concrete proof, this one was the best of all. Except, it's never quite that easy with NES Tetris. There are reports that, around the time of Harry's 1.2, a player named Bo Steele achieved a 1.2 million game of his own. Nobody remembers what his exact score was, or what the level of proof was. But Bo is a verified max-out player, so his score claim isn't unreasonable. Still, Harry Hong gets the most credit for being the first to achieve 1.2 million, and he was one of the best players in the world, one of the few who was capable of a score this high. However, as good as Harry was, there was still another player who had potential to go even higher. See, every year since 2010, the biggest Tetris tournament was the Classic Tetris World Championship, where the best NES Tetris players in the world competed. Of the 7 annual tournaments by this point, 1 had been won by Harry Hong. As for the rest, all 6 were won by the same player, Jonas Neubauer.
And your winner of the 2016 Classic Tetris World Championships, 6-time world champion, Jonas Neubauer!
In the 12 years since his first recorded max out, Jonas had turned into a monster. Every year, he went head to head against Tetris's best players. And time again, Jonas proved better than the rest. His stacking was brilliant, and he was able to get out of trouble when others couldn't. Jonas Neubauer was simply considered the best NES Tetris player on Earth. Yet through all this, he'd never really cared about the score world record. He was more focused on tournaments. But in 2017, he started streaming on Twitch, and on July 24th, he booted up a casual game of Tetris. That was 17 straight Tetrises to open the game. Unbelievable. He slowed down a bit after that, but still managed to max out in mid-level 26. And then, he landed 6 more Tetrises before the kill screen. Jonas's score read all 9s since he wasn't using the uncap code, but in reality, his score was 1,211,000 points. On a random game where he didn't even bother to use the uncap code, Jonas had just set a new world record. After this, Jonas went back to focusing on tournaments, not caring to improve the high score record anymore. And while other players continued to put up new scores, some of which were over 1 million, very few were able to approach a score of 1.2 million. This type of game was reserved for only the best of the best Tetris players, and even they couldn't consistently put up scores like this. It took a lot of luck to get long bars when you need them. So, Jonas instead prepared for the 2017 Classic Tetris World Championship. And that November, he officially made it 7 World Championship victories.
There it is! Jonas is your champion! 2017 champion!
There was nobody else on his level. And in June 2018, a year after his 1.21 million game, Jonas set out to improve the score world record, trying to take it to a level where nobody else could even touch it. This time, Jonas wasn't messing around. He was using the uncap code, so he could know right away what his score was. On June 13th, he got a really good game going, a max out in level 25. After landing 5 more Tetrises, his score was just short of 1.2 million, with only 4 lines until the kill screen. Jonas built a center well, waiting for the long bar that would push him over the top. And then, he got it.
Let's go!
New world record, 1.23 million. But Jonas wasn't satisfied yet. A week later, he managed another level 25 max out. He then got 6 more Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. 1 more Tetris, and he'd have another record. But then, his stack started building high. Jonas wasn't getting a long bar, and he was quickly running out of room. Yet, he didn't panic, and finally, the long bar came.
Oh, let's go! Get out of my face!
A 15,000 point improvement to the world record. This was the state of NES Tetris in mid-2018. There were many good players, some of whom could score over 1 million points. But when all else was held equal, Jonas usually came out on top. He always won the world championship. He had the score record, and it was intimidating to compete against him. It seemed like, as long as he wanted to hold the high score world record, he'd be able to do so. That is, unless Corian had something to say about it. In 2016, a player named Corian posted a video of his first NES Tetris max out. By this point, several players had achieved the max out, so the achievement alone wasn't too notable. However, when he posted a video with a hand cam, Corian was shown to be doing something very differently. He was mashing the D-pad to move the pieces laterally, rather than simply holding it down. In Tetris, there's a concept known as the delayed auto shift, or DAS. When you hold down the D-pad in NES Tetris, your piece will auto shift to the side every 6 frames, or 10 times per second. This is quite fast, and leaves you with enough time to navigate even on the breakneck speed of level 19. However, Corian is from Japan, and NES Tetris was never actually released in Japan. So, his background was from playing various other versions of Tetris, including the Game Boy edition. In Game Boy Tetris, when you hold down the D-pad, the piece hesitates momentarily and then moves roughly 7 times per second. This process is too slow when playing at higher levels, so Game Boy Tetris players have to repeatedly repress the D-pad to move their pieces quickly enough. And since Corian was used to playing this and various arcade games, it was only natural to mash the D-pad in NES Tetris as well. But this actually gave Corian an advantage. He was able to accurately mash faster than DAS normally moved the pieces. He could move blocks just a little bit quicker than normal, and it meant that once he reached the kill screen on level 29, he actually stood a chance to clear a few lines. He couldn't play for long, but it wasn't necessarily an instant game over. In June 2017, he managed to clear 10 lines on level 29 and reach level 30. Only a couple other players had ever done that before, and not surprisingly, they had to use a form of hyper-tapping to pull it off. Ultimately though, this just let Corian get a few more points before topping out. If he wanted to beat the score world record, he needed to focus on getting more Tetrises before the kill screen. He spent months improving his skills, and by August 2017, he became the 3rd player to pass 1.2 million. But as Jonas kept improving the record, Corian found himself falling behind. And by June 2018, the score to beat was 1.245 million. But Corian didn't want to give up. Even though he was a bit behind Jonas, the potential with hyper-tapping was just too strong. That summer, Corian began a push for the world record. And on June 24th, he had a strong game going. Landing Tetris after Tetris, Corian's score climbed past 600,000. Then, the game transitioned to level 19. This is where hyper-tapping would really come into play. Right away, he managed to get a long bar over in a spot that would have been risky with Das, and he kept on going, precisely navigating pieces while frantically mashing on the D-pad. He ended up maxing out the score during level 25, just about tied with Jonas's world record. The Tetrises continued, and eventually Corian found himself at 1.22 million, with only one line until the kill screen. He just needed one more Tetris. Corian was praying that it would come in time.
Freeze, come on! Yes! Woo! Yes! 1.25. Woo!
This was the first ever game past 1.25 million, and finally, 7-time world champion Jonas had been dethroned. This game helped prove the use of hypertapping. While Corian wasn't guaranteed to have topped out with Das, there were definitely situations where hypertapping helped. The problem is, Corian was one of few players who could reliably hypertap. You not only had to mash quickly, but also do it in a controlled manner to always move your piece the exact right amount. Corian focused on other categories for the next few months, but in early 2019, he came back, looking to take the record closer to 1.3 million. And on March 5th, he'd get a good chance. His start was very smooth, and the only sketchy moment came at 800,000, when he misdropped and then narrowly brought a long bar over to the right in time. That's where hypertapping can help you. He ended up maxing out the score in late level 25. With 30 lines until the kill screen, Corian had just enough room to get 8 more Tetrises and finish off one more improvement to the world record.
Yes! Yes, updated my world record! Yes!
This was a really great game, yet still remained 27,000 points short of 1.3 million. That score still seemed like a pipe dream. The only way to do it would be to get an earlier max out, and then match Corian's 8 Tetrises afterwards. And with Corian being one of the few hypertappers with the skill to do that, 1.3 million was just a bit out of reach. A few months after Corian's 1.27 game, one of the strangest events in Tetris history took place. One day in June 2019, a man named Tyler Peach popped up in the Discord server. Tyler said he was from Germany, and that back in the mid-90s, he scored 1.33 million in a game of NES Tetris. This was a bold claim. For one thing, it was 60,000 points ahead of the current highest known score. And for another, the uncap code didn't exist in the 90s. So how did he know what his exact score was? Tyler tried to convince people he was legit, but he came across as some random dude just making outrageous claims. So, to show his skills, Tyler said he would attempt to qualify for the July monthly tournament. And then... Tyler proceeded to post the highest qualifying score ever for a tournament. Only a handful of players had ever achieved the 1.2, and Tyler just did it on command to show his skills. He immediately began doing live streaming attempts to break the score world record, and just days later, he achieved a score of 1.298 million, smashing the world record by 25,000 points. He maxed out in level 24, one level sooner than Corian did, and proceeded to match his 8 Tetrises afterwards. And while Tyler didn't use a webcam, it seemed that he too was hypertapping. He was able to get his pieces to fly across the board. Who on earth was this guy? Were his scores faked somehow? Nobody knew for sure, and the top players had a variety of opinions. But there was nothing in Tyler's gameplay that screamed it was fake. The circumstances were just so weird. A legend from the 90s, who nobody had heard of before, coming back and crushing the competition. The story sounded too insane to be real. Well, months down the road, the truth came out. Tyler's scores were 100% legitimate, but he wasn't a real person. Tyler was actually the alt account of one of the best Tetris players in the world. He was the teenage prodigy, Joseph Saley. Joseph came onto the Tetris scene in 2017 and spent hours watching the game's two best players, Jonas and Corian. He learned a lot from them, and Joseph's skills rapidly improved. By March 2018, he achieved his first max out. By September, his score was up to 1.15 million. In less than a year, he had become a world-class player. However, there were still a handful of players who had a better score PB. But a few months later came the 2018 Classic Tetris World Championship. Joseph entered the tournament and played beautifully, defeating opponent after opponent and making it all the way to the finals. And what a surprise, the other finalist was Jonas Neubauer, the 7-time world champion. Jonas was heavily favored to defeat Joseph and take home his 8th title, but in a shocking twist, Joseph swept Jonas 3-0.
There it is! Tetris for Joseph! And we have a new Tetris World Champion!
Joseph Saley was now a world champion. But despite that, he didn't have the score world record. That still belonged to Corian. So, in early 2019, he made an effort to take it, first passing 1.2 million, then 1.25 million. But he still remained a bit short of the record. And that's where he decided to have some fun. Joseph started streaming attempts to an alt account and built up the Tyler Peach persona. And even though he didn't do many attempts there, one of them ended up breaking the world record. So, he decided to roll with it, before eventually revealing that he was behind it all. So now, Joseph had them both, the championship title and the score record. But even beyond that, Joseph had one specific skill that no other Tetris player had. He could actually play on the kill screen. Joseph was a hyper tapper, and a very good one at that. He moved pieces quicker than anyone else. The kill screen kicks in on level 29, and in September 2018, Joseph became the first person to make it to level 31 on video. A month later, he became the first to make it to level 32. It was amazing. Kill screens are not meant to be playable, but Joseph was doing it. He couldn't go for long, but he was legitimately clearing lines and even full levels. He was even outsmarting the developers. Upon reaching level 30, the game's level counter appears bugged. Tetris's programmers did not expect anyone to make it here. Joseph was doing what was thought to be impossible. But as impressive as this was, it wasn't enough to get the score record. Joseph would still have to maximize his Tetrises earlier to really rack up the score. And not only that, but he wasn't the only one gunning for the world record. Harry Hong and Corian, two previous record holders in the category, were interested in trying as well. And so, it became a three-way race between Harry, Corian, and Joseph for the first 1.3 million score in NES Tetris. Harry was the first to strike. In August 2019, he got a new high score of 1.275 million. This was short of the 1.298 world record, but those who thought Tyler P was cheating considered this score the official world record. Still, it didn't reach 1.3 million. Harry would have needed one more Tetris before the kill screen to push him over the top. Instead, maybe Corian could get the 1.3. He was the more recent record holder, and his personal best remained at 1.273 million. Perhaps his hyper-tapping skills would be enough to get him there. In November, Corian had a great game going. He got a max out in level 25, then landed 7 Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. After getting another Tetris, Corian was in position to crush his PB, and maybe get 1.3 million if he could just get one final Tetris. Quarion got a massive long bar drought and couldn't get the last Tetris he needed. But of the three players, the one with the best chance at 1.3 million was Joseph. He'd already gotten 1.298 million on the Tyler account. He only needed a tiny improvement to get him there. Well, that December, Joseph found himself in nearly the exact same position as Quarion. A max out in level 25 and needing one more Tetris for 1.3 million. This could be it, but the long bar had to come in time.
Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Joseph already had 1.3 million, but then he landed a Tetris on the kill screen. This move was only possible with good hyper tapping, not DAS. This gave him another 36,000 points and pushed him past 1.35 million. It was the first time anyone had ever gotten substantial points on the kill screen in a record, and it raised all sorts of questions. Was this move realistic to replicate? How many kill screen points could you get? And since he was past 1.35 million, could Joseph get the score record to 1.4 million? This score would have nearly sounded impossible just weeks earlier, but now there was a blueprint. We'd already seen Joseph get 1.3 million points going into the kill screen. If he could land a few Tetrises and get 100,000 points on the kill screen, that would be enough for 1.4 million. Joseph was the only player who could realistically do this, and a few months later when the pandemic hit, he decided to fully commit and make a push for the 1.4. This was going to be an intense grind. Joseph had to maximize points everywhere, both before and during the kill screen. For one thing, he decided to start on level 19 rather than 18. That meant the pieces fell faster, but it also allowed him to rack up more points, potentially 30 to 40,000 more than starting on level 18. And Joseph needed every point he could get. He couldn't afford to burn lines. He had to nearly exclusively go for Tetrises to maximize points. Yet, as tough as all this was, it was actually the easy part of the grind. The hard part was then scoring 100,000 more points on the kill screen. Joseph could score 1.3 million by level 29, but getting the last 100,000 at this speed was brutal. As fast of a hyper tapper as he was, the kill screen was still the kill screen. You're not intended to play at this level. And Joseph had run after run die after making it this far. Clearly, 1.4 million would require the stars to align. Well, that June, Joseph would get a chance. He got a max out in level 25 and arrived at the kill screen just shy of 1.3 million points. He'd been here before. Now, he had to make it to 1.4.
Oops. Hey, this world record though. Nice.
A new record, but Joseph seemed to barely care. It was still 25,000 short of 1.4 million. This game really illustrates the dilemma when playing on the kill screen. Do you try and keep your stack low to survive as long as possible? Or try to rack up points quickly by going for Tetrises? Eventually, Joseph found a solution. Why not just get to the kill screen with a crazy score so you don't need that many points?
Dude.
You got it, you got it.
Oh my god, dude. Shut up, bro.
No. It's not good.
It is not fine.
Oh my god! World record though. Dude.
This pace was insane. Even scoring just one Tetris on the kill screen would have been enough for 1.4. But Joseph couldn't survive long enough to get a Tetris. He topped out just 10,000 points short. Still though, clearly he was closing in on 1.4 million. It seemed like it could be just days away. Well, on June 14th, 2020, Joseph started a game on level 18 rather than 19, and set a score of 1.384 million. This was the highest ever score from a level 18 start, a notable achievement. So, Joseph stopped recording on OBS and uploaded the video to YouTube. But then, he forgot to hit record again and continued playing for the record. Joseph was oblivious to the fact that his gameplay wasn't being saved, and hours later, he allegedly achieved a score of 1.439 million. Obviously, this game can't be viewed today. He was streaming it to a Discord call though, and one of his friends was recording the audio of said call, where you can hear people freaking out at what Joseph was doing.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1.4! Oh my god!
But there's no video to go along with this. According to testimony from those who watched it live, this was a crazy game in the kill screen. It allowed him to blow past the 1.4 million barrier, but only a select few were able to see it. And even though there's no recording, Joseph knew what he had done and had accomplished his goal. To this day, he's still never gotten a 1.4 on video. The following few months in 2020 were a strange time in Tetris history. Everyone knew the record was 1.4 million, but it technically wasn't official. It would still be a big deal the first time someone achieved 1.4 on video. That July, a player named Scotto Bozo tried using RNG manipulation to crush the world record. He was able to use a task to predict which pieces would come and plan ahead accordingly. However, his score of 1.5 million was quickly deemed to be a different category. So, the focus was back on trying to break 1.4. And while there were many new players getting into the game, one stood above the rest. His name was Dog Playing Tetris. In June 2020, he became the second person ever to achieve a score of 1.3 million. He was trying to get 1.4 million alongside Joseph, and while Joseph stopped playing after his unrecorded 1.4, Dog continued trying. He was perceived as the most likely person to pull it off. Dog was a hyper tapper like Joseph, so he had the ability to play for a while on the kill screen, and by that fall, his score was up past 1.35 million. He was closing in, and his next PB could be the one. In October, he managed to get a max out early in level 24. This was definitely on pace for 1.4 million, but the Tetrises kept coming, and by the time he hit the kill screen, his score was already at 1.367 million. He only needed 33,000 points on the kill screen. Dog Playing Tetris had to hold it together. He missed it by 14,000. This was still a new high score, but not enough to break 1.4. Even months later, the world had yet to see a score over 1.4 million on video. The combination of getting to level 29 on a good pace, and then getting enough points on the kill screen, was just too much to ask. It almost mirrored the max out claims from decades prior. Even though a 1.4 million score had very likely happened, there was still no video of one for the world to see. It remained a nearly impossible score that existed only as a legend. Now, you might think this is all a build-up to someone finally breaking through, but that's not what happened. No, something much bigger was brewing in the background. While much of the community was focused on trying for 1.4 million, little did any of them know that Tetris was about to go through a revolution. Everything was about to change. For years, there had been two ways to play NES Tetris: DAS and hypertapping. DAS was certainly easier, but hypertapping had higher potential. That's how players were able to get points on the kill screen. Well, by 2020, the game's demographic at the top level had shifted younger, and virtually all of these new top players were hypertappers. In fact, during that year's Classic Tetris World Championship, all of the players in the top 8 were hypertappers. It had taken over at the top level. But as dominant as this technique was, it was quite difficult. Not many people could mash that fast while still retaining good control. It limited the number of record contenders, and those who could hypertap sometimes developed arm and hand issues. Hypertapping was powerful, but it was still far from an ideal technique. So in 2020, the game's new generation began looking for alternative techniques to mash the D-pad. The leading theory was to try using multiple fingers instead of just one. Gaming legend Flyheck had a method for using 8 fingers on an arcade button, letting it mash up to 30 times per second. He also had a modified method for the smaller buttons of an NES controller. However, Tetris players had to mash the D-pad, and they struggled to adapt either of these methods. The D-pad seemed to simply be too small to use multiple fingers on. They needed a bigger button. That's where a player named Cheese found something brilliant. He watched Flyheck's videos and a mashing video from Silverboxer, then combined them into his own technique. If the NES D-pad was too small of a button, why not use the entire back of the controller as a button? By resting a finger on the D-pad, you can roll your fingers along the back to push the controller into it repeatedly. This allows you to rapidly press the D-pad up to 4 times, or 5 times with a thumb at the end. That's just enough to move any piece to the far left or right, and you can reach speeds upwards of 20 presses per second, twice as fast as hypertapping. It's also much easier on the hand and arm, and allowed for much more precision. As soon as Cheese found this technique, he knew it had the chance to break NES Tetris. He had just discovered Tetris's third playstyle, rolling. While rolling clearly had the most potential of all 3 techniques, it was also quite tricky to learn. Even though Cheese had discovered rolling, he struggled to use it for the first few months, but he still had a head start over other players, and eventually, he started to get good with it. By early 2021, he was using it whenever he reached the kill screen, and it quickly became clear that he was able to do things that nobody else could. Cheese wasn't just playing on the kill screen, he was thriving. The best hypertappers could last a few levels on the kill screen, but with rolling, Cheese found himself making it all the way to level 40. And remember, the kill screen kicks in way back at level 29. Simply put, the kill screen had lost its meaning. It no longer marked the automatic end of your game. At least, if you were able to roll like Cheese could. By mid-2021, Cheese had the potential to take the score record, and thanks to rolling, his strategy was much different than those who came before him. His emphasis was less on maximizing points before the kill screen, but rather going as deep as possible on the kill screen while landing Tetrises. This meant he wouldn't need such a crazy score going into level 29. If he could then last long enough on the kill screen, he could beat the score record anyway. That June, Cheese played games to qualify for the July monthly tournament. On June 30th, he got a game that reached 1 million points by level 26. This was roughly 200k behind the world record, but Cheese knew he could make up those points on the kill screen. He reached level 29 and immediately misdropped a J-piece. This could be a death sentence for a hypertapper, but for a roller, it was an easy recovery. And from there, the gameplay just got crazier. $1.461 million. Cheese had just smashed the world record. He had just cleared 80 lines on the kill screen and gotten 5 Tetrises in the process. These were worth about 40,000 points each, and were only realistic with rolling. For any top player who was still hypertapping, this game eliminated all doubt. Rolling was the future of NES Tetris. So, throughout 2021, the game's best players all improved at rolling. Previously, 1.4 million was about the limit for the score record, but now, there was no telling how high it could go. Cheese had made it to level 37, but if someone could last even longer on the kill screen, or get more points before the kill screen, then they could beat the world record. The big question was, who would be the next person to do it? Well, Dog Playing Tetris was the winner of the most recent World Championships, while players Pixel Andy and Huffaluffagus came in 2nd and 3rd place. Meanwhile, Cheese was still an active player, and he was the best at rolling. All 4 of these players were top contenders, and they each had a good chance at raising the score record. However, in a surprise to most of the community, a player named Hydrant Dude moved into 2nd place right behind Cheese. Hydrant Dude was more known for his contributions other than his gameplay. He'd made numerous ROM hacks of Tetris, and later published videos explaining the game's code and inner workings. Beyond that, he was also a good player, but not usually considered one of the absolute best in the world. But that changed when he posted a score of 1.445 million, because Hydrant Dude had developed one particularly important skill. He was really good at rolling, and that meant he could last a long time on the kill screen. Now just 16,000 points behind the record, Hydrant Dude pushed onward. And in September, he had a game that entered the kill screen at just over 1.1 million points. This pace was nothing too special, and he'd need more than 300,000 more points to break the record. But Hydrant Dude decided to take a different approach now. Instead of going for Tetrises, he was going to try to last as long as possible. He would have to survive for probably 15 or so levels if he wanted to accumulate 300,000 points. But like I said, Hydrant Dude was really good at rolling.
There you go. There's a 19 PP. Is that world record? Did I actually just...
2 years ago, Hydrant Dude believed 1.4 million would never happen. Now, he had just broken the world record with 1.464 million points, and he had survived all the way to level 44. At this point, it was seeming increasingly likely that 1.5 million was on the horizon. Although Hydrant Dude had survived so long on the kill screen, his pace entering it wasn't anything special. If he could score a few more points beforehand, 1.5 million could be a reality. Well, Hydrant Dude kept playing, and just a few days later he got the pace he was looking for, 1.35 million entering the kill screen. This was nearly 250,000 ahead of the world record. After landing 3 Tetrises on the kill screen, and making it to level 41, Hydrant Dude finally topped out. But his score wasn't 1.5 million. It was 1.6 million. He had skipped straight over an F score and rolled the hexadecimal digit back to 0. This was the first ever rollover in NES Tetris history, and it was also a 160,000 point increase over the world record. Hydrant Dude had proven that he was no fluke. His Tetris skills were legit. But he also had some heavy competition. As more time passed, the top players got better and better at rolling, and by late 2021, Huffaluffagus was making a run at the record. Huff was already a world-class hyper-tapper, finishing 2nd place in the 2020 World Championships. But once rolling became dominant, he made the switch in technique, and was able to nearly reach 1.4 million. Huff was notably a very conservative player on the kill screen. He played even safer than Hydrant Dude, rarely going for Tetrises and just trying to survive. In November 2021, Huff had a game that reached the kill screen at 1.15 million. This was nearly 200,000 behind the record and didn't seem to have much of a chance. But then he put his survival mode into full effect, and the level counter climbed higher and higher. Level 35, then 40, and then 45. Huff had only landed 2 Tetrises, but he was somehow closing in on the record. A couple minutes later, Huff reached level 50. This was the highest level anyone had ever reached in NES Tetris. Finally, on level 52, Huff topped out. His score, 1.676 million, a new world record for score, level, and points on the kill screen. His survival playstyle had worked to perfection, and it was unbelievable to watch. He lasted through 23 levels on the kill screen. Rolling had forever changed NES Tetris. Gone were the days of needing to squeeze out every point before the kill screen ended your game. Now, players could just survive longer to make up those points. How high could this score go? By late 2021, the Tetris community was thriving. This was the most active it had ever been, and there was lots of competition for the score record. Rolling had given players who couldn't hypertap a second chance. They too now had a chance to snag the world record. And even though the top score was 1.67 million, it was climbing so fast that it seemed like a 2 million point game wasn't far away. However, over the next few months, it became very hard to track what the game's true world record was, all because of a practice known as vaulting. See, Cheese had a habit of playing games, sometimes even getting a world record score, and then only telling certain friends about it. Sometimes he did eventually upload his scores, and other times he didn't. Cheese gave various reasons for doing this: to better space out YouTube uploads, to make memes with his friends, and sometimes just because he could. So, we don't have a perfectly accurate record timeline, but we do know bits and pieces of it. In late 2021, Cheese allegedly achieved a new record of 1.7 million and didn't upload the video. However, it's unclear if this was before or after Huff's 1.676 million game, and we don't know what Cheese's exact score was. That being said, Cheese didn't vault all of his scores. He was an amazing player, and sometimes he had to play live, like when he had to qualify for a tournament. Since this was a qualifier, Cheese was just going for a decent score, not anything crazy. Well, 9 minutes later, he entered the kill screen at just 1.075 million. A good qualifying score, sure, but this was the lowest score at this point compared to any world record in the last 10 years. So, if he wanted a record here, this game would have to go deep. Cheese needed to pull off a miracle on the kill screen. For the next 13 levels, it wasn't looking like a miracle, but Cheese was surviving. He wasn't landing any Tetrises, so he didn't get many points, but he also wasn't topping out. Then, suddenly, he misdropped in level 43, and things got ugly fast. His stack piled high, and it looked like this was the end. Cheese's score was at 1.3 million, a fantastic qualifying score. He hadn't hit any Tetrises on the kill screen, and he was way short of the world record. Nobody would blame Cheese for just topping out here and being satisfied. But instead, he did this.
$1.8! 1.9! Let's go! Oh my god! 2 million! This is insanity, honestly. I never expected to get this high of a score. GG. That's a good game. Best game I'll ever play.
Cheese went from 0 Tetrises and 1.3 million points to 11 Tetrises and 2.3 million points. This was the biggest world record increase in the game's history, and also the first time anyone had ever reached level 60. Just a legendary game. The community was shaken. This score was so far ahead of anyone else. It was hard to imagine playing for so long while also landing Tetris after Tetris. The inventor of rolling had just mastered his craft. And over the next several months, Cheese's 2 million score stood alone. While others tried and did improve their scores, none were able to crack 2 million. The world record remained a major outlier. Yet, despite this, Cheese was able to improve it once again. In January 2022, he set a new high score of 2.7 million. But unfortunately, this was another vaulted score. Video of the game has never been made public, and what little info we do have comes from the description of Cheese's 2.3 million game. Then, a few months later, Cheese got a score of 2.34 million points on video while qualifying for the April tournament. This eked out his highest recorded game, but was well short of his 2.7 million vaulted score. But no matter which of these three games you look at, Cheese was the premier player of NES Tetris. Nobody else could roll as long and as consistently as he could, and that's why he was the only player getting scores like this. But still, while they lagged behind Cheese, other players were improving their rolling skills. And with tournaments happening every month, there was active competition for the score record. One such competitor was Eric ICX. Eric was a good player, and he'd set some community milestones over the years. As a hyper tapper, he was the first person to reach levels 37 and 38. And while he was a good roller too, he lagged behind most other top players. His high score was just short of 1.5 million, and in 13th place overall. Well, on April 1st, 2022, Eric got a great game going. He entered the kill screen at 1.282 million points, a fantastic pace. Minutes later, he passed 1.5 million and broke his personal best. And then, Eric went on what can only be described as a miracle run. He landed a Tetris on level 46, then another on level 58. In level 64, he'd been playing for so long that his camera shut off, and moments later, he broke Cheese's recorded world record of 2.34 million. This was unreal. Eric was great, but he was not expected to be a world record contender. He hadn't even gotten 1.5 million before. Now, his score was passing 2.4 million, with no signs of stopping anytime soon. By this point, another concept had come into play: scaling. As mentioned earlier, when you get a Tetris, the amount of points it's worth is determined by this formula. Basically, the higher the level, the more points you get. When Eric first entered the kill screen on level 29, his Tetrises were worth 36,000 points. But now entering level 70, any Tetris would be worth 84,000 points. And as the level climbed higher, these Tetrises became even more valuable. That's what scaling is. It's essentially the opposite of diminishing returns. The longer you play, the quicker your score rises. And that's exactly what happened to Eric. By the time he hit level 73, he had passed Cheese's vaulted score of 2.73 million. This game was now the undisputed world record, and it was still going. Eric passed level 80, and then level 90. In level 92, he managed to hit a Tetris worth over 112,000 points. Finally, in level 95, Eric topped out. His final score was 3.772 million. Eric had just broken the world record by over 1 million points. He had more than doubled his own personal best, and he had achieved the game's first ever double rollover. The hexadecimal digit rolls over for a second time at 3.2 million. When he posted his score to Discord, many dismissed it as an April Fool's joke, but they quickly realized this was legit. The world record had been shattered. and Eric was the new champion. So, what did this mean for the Tetris community? Was the world record now unbeatable? Well look, getting a game to level 95 like Eric did would be close to impossible. This game was such an outlier that even Tetris's best players couldn't make it near that deep. But Eric's score was a different story. Scaling made it so that Tetrises were worth 100 grand by the end of the game. So if someone could reach level 70 or 80 again, and land a few more Tetrises than Eric, their score could shoot up past 3.7 million without having to make it as deep as level 95. It wasn't likely, but there was a path to beating his world record. And over the next few months, some of the game's top players tried. They worked on surviving on the kill screen for as long as possible. Even if they didn't need to make it to level 95, they still had to last a long time. But ultimately, nobody could do it. And Eric's legendary 3.7 million score stayed on top. But of course, the NES Tetris community is much bigger than this one world record. Tournaments have always been a big part of Tetris, and each month there was a Masters tournament featuring most of the game's top players. The majority of these tournaments aren't important for this video, but there's one match in the August 2022 edition that we need to take a look at. It was a battle between two titans, Huff, the former world record holder, and Eric, the current record holder, and they were going to compete head-to-head in a best of 5. Eric's 3.7 million score still stood as the world record, but Huff was the only player who would come close to him. His personal best of 3 million points was in second place. These were quite possibly the two best Tetris players in the world, trying to score as high as they could against each other. Game 1 began, and it was clear both of these guys came to play. They both made it to the kill screen, before Huff finally topped out in level 41. Game 1 went to Eric. Game 2 began, and it looked like a repeat of Game 1. Both players were locked in, and made it to the kill screen. But this time, Huff had a slight lead over Eric, 1.1 million to 950k. They both survived to level 40, with Huff retaining his point lead. A few minutes later, both players arrived at level 50, and at this point, the game was entering rare territory. In the entire history of Tetris monthly tournaments, only 4 games had ever survived to level 50. The fact that this one had both players still alive was astounding. But Huff and Eric weren't done yet. A few levels later, they both rolled over the score. Huff still had a 100,000 point lead, but Eric wasn't backing down. As they both hit level 60, the game entered legendary status. This had become much more important than just a tournament match. Eric and Huff were so locked in that there was no telling how high they'd go. They kept cruising through the 60s. But suddenly, on level 66, Huff needed to get a long bar all the way to the left. He started his roll too late, and it was all over. Huff topped out after an incredible performance all the way to level 66. Eric now needed just 100,000 more points to win the game, but he was already in rare territory. This chart shows all games that had made it to the kill screen in the last year of monthly tournaments. Making it past level 40 was very rare, while making it past level 50 was almost unheard of. The best tournament game ever made it to level 67. Huff had made it to level 66, just one level short. And yet, Huff ended up losing this game to Eric. Here's why. This is how far Eric ended up making it. According to Eric, once he broke the score record in level 105, his nerves went away. At that point, he was playing with the house's money. And that's what ultimately allowed him to play another 40 levels without topping out. Meanwhile, all Huff could do was watch. He simply looked on in astonishment as Eric completely destroyed the game in front of him. And at the end, he applauded Eric, said cheers, and sat back in his chair. People had known NES Tetris would eventually get to this point, but Eric had rapidly accelerated that timeline. The goal was simple: last as long as possible on the kill screen. And while the best players have been able to survive for 10, even 15 minutes before, Eric had just survived for 28 minutes, double anyone else's best performance. In case there was any doubt, this game had made it crystal clear. The days of needing to maximize your score early with Tetrises were now over. Now, Tetris was a game of survival and endurance, and nobody else could keep up with Eric. Eric had made it to level 146. However, the game's developers never intended anyone to make it past level 29, since the kill screen speed kicks in. And from level 30 onwards, they never checked that all their code still operated correctly. Now, most things still work fine, but gradually, as you get deeper and deeper beyond level 29, Tetris begins to break more and more. The first sign of this is the level counter appearing bugged starting on level 30. The game plays exactly the same, except with this one graphical glitch. But upon reaching level 138, the game starts to deteriorate a bit more. Tetris normally has 10 color palettes, one for each of the levels 0 through 9, that then loop every 10 levels. This system works great for dozens of levels, even well beyond level 29. But by level 138, the game suffers from an integer overflow bug, and believes you're on a negative level. So, it pulls a color palette from an incorrect place, and the result is these bizarre looking colors. Starting from level 138 and looping every 54 levels here on out, each level has a glitched color palette. Some are stranger looking than others, but for the most part it doesn't impact the gameplay. It's just an aesthetic glitch, much like the bugged level counter. Except, some color palettes are so dark that you can barely see them on a normal TV. The first one of these is on level 146, a mixture of dark blue, dark green, and black. Programmer Greg Cannon went through all the glitched colors and assigned nicknames to them. Level 146 got the nickname Dusk, and sure enough, Dusk was the level that took Eric out. He couldn't see the pieces anymore. He probably could have gone a lot longer had it not been for this level, but it marked the end of his 6.4 million point game. If someone wanted to beat Eric's score, they'd most likely not only need to make it back to the glitched colors, but also find a way to make it past Dusk. And right now, nobody was close to doing either of those things. In all honesty, the rest of the community was just trying to play catch up with Eric. But as the months passed in 2022, players tried to close the enormous gap in scores. In September 2022, Alex Thatch became the second player to break 4 million points. And a few months later, Dog Playing Tetris passed 5 million points. Yet both players remained well short of Eric's score, and neither of them reached the glitched colors. After these scores, there was nearly no activity at the top level for close to a year. New players managed to reach 3 and 4 million points, but the very top remained unchanged. Eric's 6.4 million score towered above the rest, too daunting to try and even approach. The community needed some form of motivation, and right around then, in November 2023, they got that motivation in the form of a tournament, No Cap November. See, tournament games used to be no more than 10 minutes each. You'd rack up as many points as you could, then hit the kill screen on level 29 and top out. But then rolling came along, allowing players to last much longer on the kill screen, and tournament games turn into marathons of endurance rather than going for points. So, organizers began forcing players to stop at level 39, restoring the original purpose of the kill screen. But just for fun, in November 2023, the community decided to do one tournament under the old rules. Players would be allowed to play indefinitely at the level 29 speed, with no cap at level 39. So, to prepare for the tournament, players began practicing level 29 more than ever before. They tried to build up stamina to outlast everyone else. And it turns out, this practice is exactly what the community needed, because in the build-up to the no-cap tournament, for the first time in over a year, new players reached the glitched colors. A player named Gerald Freeman reportedly got a score of 6.321 million points. In true Tetris fashion, it was unrecorded, but also short of the world record. Instead, the score we're going to look at is one performed by Pixel Andy on November 17th, 2023. Andy had been a top-tier player for years now, constantly in the top 10, but never holding the record. But during tournament practice, he'd gotten even better, and now he was able to take a run at the top spot. Andy hit the kill screen, and then began clearing level after level. 40, then 60, then 80, and then 100. Pixel Andy was starting to approach the glitched colors. The world record was getting closer, but he'd likely still have to beat Dusk. Passing level 120, Andy was still rolling. But then, just 8 levels away from glitched colors, he misdropped. Thankfully, his stack was still low, and it was a quick recovery. But it was a sudden reminder of how quickly things can get out of hand. On level 138, Andy entered the glitched colors. 8 levels to go before reaching Dusk. He played through the bizarre looking colors, and then was moments away from level 146. It was time for Dusk. And yet, when he got there, I don't think he was ready for it.
E00 lines, what is this? Wait. I actually can't see, oh no. Wait, I genuinely can't see, what are these? Who made these colors, bro? Why would you choose? Okay, there we go.
He did it, and was immediately treated with a much brighter level 147. This was it. Pixel Andy was locked in. He'd survived Dusk's color palette, and now there was no telling how long he could play for. Until he made it to the very next level.
What? What is going on? Wait, the colors! I can't see it! No! I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. On my screen, it just went dark.
Yeah, Dusk isn't the only hard color palette. Just 2 levels later, on level 148, you encounter Charcoal. It features a mix of white, dark gray, and black, and it's even harder than Dusk. After playing 147 levels beautifully, Andy was not ready for Charcoal. He'd made it over 6.4 million points, but he topped out just 57,000 shy of Eric's world record. A heartbreaking finish. Now, this was a new record for the highest level reached, 2 levels higher than Eric, but the glitched colors were a problem. Dusk and Charcoal had taken out both players who'd made it this far. But to significantly raise the score record, you'd need to make it past both these levels. The community was at an impasse. Someone had to find a solution. Maybe that someone could be Fractal. Fractal broke onto the scene in 2019, achieving his first max out. And since then, all he'd done was improve. He'd taken his score to 5.7 million points. And that November, he won the 2023 Classic Tetris World Championship.
Champion! Fractal has done it!
Now, despite being 4th on the score leaderboard, Fractal was considered to be Tetris's best overall player, and he was also the most likely candidate to break Eric's record. Fractal had some history with the glitched colors. Back in 2022, he technically became the first player to ever reach them. but he did so on the PAL version of the game, which runs 17% slower. This made the kill screen speed easier and helped Fractal survive. When Eric reached the glitch colors on NTSC, he got the credit and attention. Deservedly so, since doing it at a faster speed was much harder. Now in 2023, Fractal tried to prepare himself for Dusk and Charcoal. He practiced these levels extensively, making sure he wouldn't be caught off guard by their dark color palettes. But still, for Fractal, reaching the glitched colors kinda felt like been there done that. He was the world champion and was probably the best player in the community. So, Fractal didn't just want the world record. Instead, he set his sights even higher. He wanted to reach NES Tetris's true kill screen, the game crash. As mentioned earlier, the deeper you play in Tetris, the more it breaks. Initially, these are purely aesthetic glitches, but eventually, the game deteriorates even more. On level 30, the level counter breaks. On level 138, the colors glitch. And on level 155, the game can become completely unplayable. NES Tetris is an old game. Its code works very well during normal gameplay, but these players were taking the game further than the original programmers ever dreamed. And as the level climbs higher, the game's code gets very inefficient with updating the score. Eventually, it takes so long to update the score that the game has to draw the graphics when it's not supposed to, and as a result, it tries to read RAM as code. Depending on what it reads, if a stop command is generated, then the game will simply crash on the spot. Now, this crash doesn't just automatically happen at a certain level. Various conditions have to be met, taking into account what level you're on, what piece you have, how many lines you clear, and more. Hydrant Dude created a spreadsheet showing all the spots where the game can crash on an unmodified Tetris cartridge. And it turns out the first place the game crash can occur is by clearing a single line on the transition into level 155. This crashes the game every time. However, by this point, no top player was using an original Tetris card. Instead, they were all playing on Tetris Gym, a modified ROM that completely changed the scoring mechanism. And as a result, the game crash doesn't occur on Tetris Gym. So if you wanted to go for a game crash, you had to use an original cartridge with no uncap code. That meant your score would have to be manually calculated afterwards, a major pain. But Fractal knew that it would be worth it. For years, level 29 had been called Tetris's kill screen, but it wasn't a kill screen anymore. Players could survive on that speed for a long time. But this game crash was the true kill screen of Tetris. There was no way to play onward once the game crashed. For 34 years, every game of NES Tetris ever played had ended in the player topping out. Now, Fractal had the chance to change that. He could be the first person to beat Tetris. And he wasn't that far away. The world record had already made it to level 148. If Fractal could just make it 7 more levels, then land a single into level 155, he would crash the game. It was within his reach. But standing in his way was Charcoal, the level that nobody had beaten before. If Fractal couldn't find a way to beat it, then he'd have no hope of crashing the game. Over the next few weeks, Fractal practiced extensively. He came up with strategies of staying alert on the dim levels. He built his consistency with rolling, and eventually, he felt he had a good chance to make it past Charcoal. Finally, it was time. Fractal's years of playing Tetris had all led up to this. He was ready to start streaming attempts to crash the game. Fractal went live and started playing. But just an hour into his first night of attempts, someone else shocked the world. This is Blue Scooty, and he had just made it past Charcoal in a live game. Blue Scooty was an elite player, but not considered to be quite on Fractal's level. Just weeks ago, he'd finished 3rd place in the Tetris World Championship that Fractal won. But with his personal best at 5.2 million, the world record was technically within reach. And now, he'd just become the first ever player to make it past Charcoal. Scooty was able to hold it together for a few more levels, but ended up topping out in level 153. His final score? 6.6 million, a new world record. All of a sudden, Fractal had serious competition in getting the first game crash. Scooty was just 2 levels short. Now, he was playing on Tetris Gym, so even if he'd made it to 155, the game wouldn't have crashed. But now, Scooty realized how close he was to making history, and he too switched to playing on the original cartridge. It was now a 2-way race for the first game crash. The world champion Fractal against the newcomer Blue Scooty. The pressure was on for Fractal, and he was more determined than ever. After seeing Scooty's new record, he continued with his attempts, and within hours, he had another chance. He made it to level 130, just 25 levels away from the game crash. But on level 133, it started to get dicey. He misdropped a couple pieces, and his stack piled high. Fractal decided to go for a risky maneuver to save his game. He dropped the T-piece here, and at the last moment, rotated to fit in this gap. It was a precise move, but it was his best chance to keep the game alive.
I went for the season!
And just like that, it was over. 22 levels from the crash. All he could do was keep trying. The very next day, he got another one going. He played beautifully for half an hour, and eventually made it right back to level 130. But just like yesterday, it started to unravel. A long bar drought combined with misdrops caused his stack to rise. Fractal hadn't come all this way just to top out in level 130 again. He had to find a way to dig out of this.
I regret nothing.
Just incredible work. The game was alive. 20 levels till the game crash.
Are you ready? I might not be.
Oh, okay.
Game over on level 137, just 18 levels short of the crash. Any of these games could have been the one. Fractal couldn't stop now. He kept his stream going, and within hours, he found himself on another promising game. He once again passed level 100, then made it to level 130, where all his previous games had fallen apart. But this time, things were different. He kept his stack low, and ended up reaching the glitched colors. 17 levels to go until the game crash. Fractal powered through the different color palettes, and he knew what was coming next. Dusk and Charcoal. He'd mentally prepared himself for them, and felt there was a good chance he'd make it through. Moments later, Fractal entered level 146. It was time for Dusk.
Oh my god. No, I got completely blindsided. Man.
Even though he knew what was coming, Fractal was still caught off guard. He instantly misdropped and couldn't recover. This game was enough to beat Blue Scooty back for the score world record, but it remained just 9 levels short of the crash. Finally, Fractal had to stop for the day. That was 3 close calls in just 24 hours. No one could say he wasn't trying, but today, it wasn't happening. He stopped his stream, went to sleep, and the next day he started up attempts again. But just a short while into this stream, his chat let him know that Blue Scooty was on an amazing run.
Wait, what is Scooty at right now? Oh my god.
He had made it all the way to the glitched colors, level 138, 17 levels from the crash. He was quickly approaching Dusk and Charcoal, but Scooty had had success beating those levels before. Now, with the pressure of a game crash on the line, he'd have to do it again. Blue Scooty made it to level 146, stayed calm, and began playing Dusk. Beautiful. One down, one to go. Charcoal was next, the level that nobody else had beaten before. Scooty knew that if he could beat Charcoal right now, he had a really good chance of getting the crash. This was happening. Blue Scooty was now on level 149, 6 levels from the crash. Fractal couldn't believe what he was watching, and he was cheering him on.
Come on, kill it, kill it, kill it.
Blue Scooty had adrenaline coursing through him, but he knew what he had to do. Hold it together for just a few more levels. He kept playing, rolling the pieces into place with no margin for error. The level climbed higher, and finally, he arrived at level 154. Just one more step for the game crash. Transition into level 155 on a single line clear. The strategy here was to keep the stack as low as possible, to make single line clears easy. For 4 lines, all went according to plan. But then, he misdropped an S-piece. His stack started to pile up, but Scooty stayed calm in the face of danger. He continued getting single line clears, until he was just 1 line away from the transition. He now needed 1 more single line clear. But then the game gave him a long bar, and Scooty, perhaps out of habit, took the bait. Scooty had made it to the glitched colors. He'd beaten Dusk and Charcoal. He'd held it together the entire way, and at the last possible moment, he'd still missed the crash. He was flustered, but he knew it might not be over. There were still other places the game could crash. Scooty didn't know exactly where, but he hoped that if he kept going, maybe the game would crash at some point.
Please crash.
Scooty played through the next couple levels. He did beautifully given the weight of what had just happened, but the game didn't crash. But in level 157, it was too much. He started misdropping, and it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to recover this. The game would be over in a matter of seconds. Out of desperation, Scooty threw a J piece to the left, hoping that a line clear would somehow crash the game.
Oh my god!
He did it! He did it!
Wait! He got it! Oh my god! Let's go!
Blue Scooty had defeated Tetris. This is the game's true kill screen. It's where Tetris gives up and says you win. Had Scooty missed this one line clear, it's unlikely he would have been able to get another one before topping out. And he also had a bit of luck on his side. According to Hydrant Dude's spreadsheet, this line clear only had a 73% chance of crashing the game. But it all lined up, it all worked out, and Blue Scooty crashed the game. But even crazier than the achievement itself was what happened over the next few days. A Game Scout published a video talking about Scooty's accomplishment, and it went viral. 10 million views in a matter of days. Soon, media outlets were picking up on the story. Articles were written, news segments were broadcast. Blue Scooty was interviewed on morning news shows. And then he got to meet the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov. It was a media phenomenon, one of the biggest stories of the week. And in the background of it all was Fractal. This was supposed to be his achievement. He'd spent years looking into the crash, helping discover what conditions were needed and what caused it. And after years of buildup, somebody else had swooped in and beaten him to it. Now, credit to Scooty. He'd done an amazing job closing out his games. But Fractal had come so close to getting it first. Now, he could only watch as Scooty's accomplishment made headlines around the world. Fractal had to face the facts. He could no longer be the first person to get the game crash, and he wasn't going to get the wave of attention that Scooty got, but he could still finish what he started. So, Fractal continued trying to get his own game crash. It took a couple weeks, but on January 3rd, 2024, he cleared a single line on the transition into level 155.
7, 8, 9.
This wasn't the first game crash, but it was the world record for the earliest game crash, level 155 versus Scooty's level 157. And while there weren't news stories or Good Morning America interviews for Fractal, the Tetris community knew what he had accomplished. And now, hopefully all of you do too. Thanks to the game crash, the Tetris community had a spotlight on it. New players were getting into the scene, and veterans were playing more than ever before. But now that the game crash was out of the way, people turned their attention back to the score record. It had become a bit lost in all of this, but the highest score of all of these games was Blue Scooty's first game crash, 6.85 million points. And it was beatable. Scooty was playing as safely as he could to make it to the crash, so he only got 3 Tetrises after hitting level 29, leaving lots of points on the table. If someone had the guts to go for a Tetris after reaching the glitched colors, it would be worth over 166,000 points. Land a few of those, and you could crush the score record. Several players ended up going for the record here, but the player who ultimately broke it was Pixel Andy. On January 11th, he started a game that made it to level 29, and for a while, he wasn't going for any Tetrises. But then, they started to pour in.
Good choice. Nice. Nice. Yes, dude. Yes, man.
By level 130, Andy had already broken the score record, before even reaching the glitched colors. But he didn't stop there. He continued landing them, scoring over 170,000 points each time. This hyper-aggressive playstyle was working. His game could end at any moment, but in the meantime he was racking up the points. Finally, in level 148, Andy topped out. His final score was 8.9 million points, more than a 2 million point improvement to the world record. That's the power of landing Tetrises late. Scaling comes into play, and your score adds up fast. Now, the community had a dilemma. Andy's score record landed so many late Tetrises that beating it by scoring more points wasn't too likely. Instead, players would have to beat his record by playing further than he did. And with the game crash just a few levels away, there didn't seem to be much room there. So, they had 2 options for how to proceed. Option number 1, crash dodging. Starting on level 155, many levels have some trigger that can cause a game crash. Initially, it's how many lines you clear, and in later levels, it's what pieces you drop. However, these conditions had all been mapped out, so in theory, someone could memorize what to avoid on each level, then dodge crashes to keep playing indefinitely. However, the combination of playing at this speed in the first place, with memorizing conditions on every level, and then executing it at the same time, it would be a lot, even for these amazing players. But there was also an easier option. Players could simply go back to playing on Tetris Gym, which patched the crash, and not have to worry about crash dodging at all. Now, some might argue that this isn't exactly fair, because if you played Tetris on the original cartridge, the crashes would all be present. Why are you allowed to just patch them out like this? There's a wide range of opinions on this topic, and you can come to your own conclusion about what's fair. But there's no denying that removing crashes does simplify things quite a bit, and ultimately, players had been using the gym realm for years. The race for the game crash was a fun one-off challenge, but now, most agreed it was back to playing on Tetris Gym. And with the crash patched and players breaking new boundaries, these guys had a new race in front of them. The race for 10 million points. The Classic Tetris YouTube channel began hosting weekly Race to 10 Million events, where Blue Scooty, Fractal, Pixel Andy, and a few others all played to break the score record. On top of that, there was a community-funded bounty of $2,600 for the first 10 million point game. There was a lot of anticipation, and with so many top players trying, expectations were just as high. However, weeks passed, and not only was there no 10 million point game, but nobody even improved their high score. Playing long enough to score 10 million points required immense concentration, and when factoring in the pressure to be the first to cross a barrier and the cash bounty at stake, each good game was like a mental battle. Fractal, Blue Scooty, Pixel Andy, Dog, Gerald Freeman, these guys were all good enough to reach 10 million, yet week after week they came up empty. But then, on the night of March 11th, 2024, someone started messaging players in the Classic Tetris Monthly Discord server. These were from another top player, Alex Thatch, and this is what he sent. This was a new world record and just short of the 10 million point barrier, but it was also unrecorded. Now, Alex was definitely a good player, holding a few various records over the years. He used to be one of the fastest hyper tappers, and was good at rolling too, but had never officially held the score record before. He was claiming to have crushed his recorded PB, offline and without video proof. Alex said he was practicing late at night while listening to Moist Critical, and out of nowhere he got this crazy game. The general consensus was that the score was likely legit, but without a video it couldn't be considered official. So, the very next day, Alex Thatch began streaming attempts to prove himself. Now, expecting to match or beat yesterday's score was unreasonable, but if he could put up some decent scores on command, that would help substantiate his 9.9 million claim. Alex sat down and started playing some Tetris, but little did he or anybody watching know that this was going to be the greatest game of Tetris ever performed. It started off like any other. He reached level 29 and decided to play conservatively in hopes of getting a deep game.
Slow and steady, like, wins the race, you know?
He kept climbing through levels, and for the most part his stack stayed very low, and eventually he passed level 100.
Yes! Level 100! Sheesh, the 3 digits!
The game was starting to get serious, but Alex stayed very calm. On level 138, he entered the glitched colors, and he was cruising. As he reached the dark palettes, he echoed the words Fractal used to lock himself in.
Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open!
It worked. Alex played through the 150s, and at this moment, if he was playing on an original cartridge, the game would have likely crashed. But since he was on Tetris Gym, he was able to keep going. And all the while, Alex just kept talking.
Yes! Redemption! This is redemption! Oh my god! And we're gonna keep fighting for this 10 mil. We need to win that bounty. You got nothing on me. I'm gonna keep going. I'm going for the 10 million. And I'm gonna get it.
This was actually a brilliant strategy. The main thing stopping players on these games was themselves. Nerves caught up to them, and they just couldn't hold it together. So to counter that, Alex distracted himself. He hyped himself up, and as a result, his nerves melted away.
Give it! Bring it on! Come on!
On level 185, Alex crossed 10 million points. This was now the official world record, and he'd earned the $2,600 bounty. And then he crossed level 190, and then level 200. All the while, he wouldn't be quiet.
Bro, these colors got nothing on me. I like literally.
On level 216, Alex landed a Tetris. It was worth over 260,000 points. How is this game happening? Could it go on forever? Does Tetris have an end? Well, it sort of does. You can play all the way to level 255, and then the level counter rolls over to 0, and the game essentially restarts. This is known as the rebirth. For years, it was known to exist, but wasn't considered at all viable. But Alex might have a shot at it right now. However, there was still one thing standing between Alex and the rebirth: level 235. In NES Tetris, levels last 10 lines. However, due to a bug, level 235 is a bit different. It lasts for 810 lines. It's an absolute marathon to make it through, especially with the dark green color palette it has on Tetris Gym. So when Alex entered level 235 moments later, he knew he had a tough task ahead of him.
Oh wait, what? Wait, this is the 800 lines level. Oh my god.
He'd cleared 10 lines so far, only 800 more to go. For the first time all game, Alex stopped talking. He struggled to see the pieces and needed to use all his focus. For 70 more lines, all went well. But eventually, he began to misdrop.
Oh, that might be it. Oh my god! What has... Oh, oh, oh my god! This is redemption! Day 1 of 10 million? Look what we got.
This just completely blew every other game ever played out of the water. To put it in perspective, prior to this game, few people had ever cleared more than 1,400 lines in a game. Alex had just cleared 2,374 lines, and his game lasted a full hour. He had figured out the secret formula to surviving in Tetris: just distract yourself and don't care. A few weeks later, Alex raised the score slightly to 16.7 million, and to this day, nobody else has beaten his score. But there's no doubt that the rebirth is coming. Alex, Blue Scooty, Pixel Andy, and others have all been trying to make it there. They're certainly all capable of doing it. And sure, it's gonna be a slog to make it through the 810 lines of level 235. But if there's one thing we can be sure of, Tetris players are constantly redefining what's possible. And before long, one of these guys will achieve the rebirth. The only question is, who's gonna do it first? Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks! This is Mario Kart DS, and it's a classic. Online racing, mission mode, retro courses, and non-stop action. It was extremely popular in its heyday, with millions of gamers racing against each other. But that was nearly 20 years ago. Its popularity has died down with each new release in the series. These days, most of the world has moved on from Mario Kart DS. And yet, there's still a group of gamers who never stopped playing it. There remain competitive leaderboards for Mario Kart DS. These are players who've poured thousands of hours into the game, perfecting their driving and setting world records on each course. And the best player of all is awarded the title of Mario Kart DS World Champion. For the past 20 years, the champ title has changed hands many times, as the best Mario Kart DS players have come and gone. This is the history of the Mario Kart DS champion. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Red Magic. If you like Mario Kart DS, you probably like gaming on the go. And there's no better way to do that than with Red Magic's new gaming smartphone, the Red Magic 9S Pro. This is the best phone that a gamer can have. For starters, the Red Magic 9S Pro has incredible specs. With a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor and 16GB of RAM. It has a beautiful, bright 6.8-inch screen with up to 512GB of storage. There's also no need to worry about it heating up while you're gaming. The 9S Pro has a cooling gel that results in a nearly 40-degree temperature drop in the CPU. So, no matter how powerful the game you're running, your phone will stay nice and cool. The battery life is also incredible, lasting up to 56 hours on a single charge. The Red Magic 9S Pro is equipped with what you need to play nearly anything, including 4D vibration and 520Hz shoulder triggers. And for the retro gamers, this phone has classic gaming wallpapers that you can actually play. While the phone is in standby, you can play a quick game of Tetris or Snake to pass the time. If you want the best phone for gamers on the go, pick up a Red Magic 9S Pro. There's 4 colors to choose from. I have Cyclone, but they're all cool. Click the link in the description or pinned comment to get your phone today. Thanks again to Red Magic for sponsoring this video. November 14th, 2005, Mario Kart DS is released in North America, and launched right alongside it is the Mario Kart DS time trial website. These fan-made sites existed for each game in the series. Players could submit their fastest times on each track and compare against others around the globe. Mario Kart DS has 32 tracks. Each track saves both your fastest single lap and your fastest 3-lap race. So, that's a total of 64 times where racers could compete. Players submitted their times via email on Yahoo groups, and the very first player to send in times was the owner of the time trial sites, Mark Jones. He was a competitive Mario Kart 64 player, yet wasn't particularly good at Mario Kart DS. But since he was the first to submit, he became the world champion by default on November 15th, 2005. However, Mark would only be champion for one day, because on November 16th, someone else submitted all of their times, Michael Freed. Michael was a veteran of the series. He'd held world records in both Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Double Dash, and was still ranked very highly in each game. Unsurprisingly, he was also really good at Mario Kart DS, and he started sending in world record after world record. So, how did Michael get fast times in Mario Kart DS? Well, like most games in the series, it's important to take good lines with your kart and avoid any slowdowns. This same principle is seen in every Mario Kart game. But Mario Kart DS has another important mechanic not seen elsewhere. Because right when the game was released, players discovered that the game's mini-turbo system could be abused. A mechanic known as snaking. By hopping into a direction, then rocking the D-pad left and right twice, you charge a mini turbo that gives you a burst of speed. Now, in other Mario Kart games, these mini turbos take a while to build up and are designed to be used mostly on long turns. But in Mario Kart DS, they're much quicker. They take just 3/4 of a second to build up, and the boost you get can last longer than this. So, you can just non-stop charge mini turbos through the whole race, alternating between left and right mini turbos on straight paths. You have to constantly rock your thumb back and forth on the D-pad through the entire race with little to no breaks. But if you can master it, it allows you to go much faster than normal. This is Mario Kart DS's most famous mechanic, snaking. Thanks to his mastery of snaking, combined with his experience in other Mario Karts, Michael Fried quickly became the game's best player. By November 19th, he actually held all 64 of Mario Kart DS's world records. Now, this was only 5 days after launch, so competition was limited, but those who submitted times could not keep up with Michael. On November 22nd, a player named Christopher McMullen managed to wrestle the champ title away from Michael, but it was very brief. Later that same day, Michael took back the top spot, and then quickly made it back to 58 out of 64 world records. This dominance continued for weeks. While he couldn't hold all the records, Michael regularly held 40 to 50 of them. By January 2006, he'd been the champ for 2 months, essentially ever since the game's release. And finally, he began to see some competition. His record total started to fall, down to only 38 out of 64. Even though he continued setting world records throughout the month, he was still slowly losing ground. And much of that was because of one challenger. By the end of January, a man named Miguel Rodriguez had moved into second place. Michael and Miguel were total opposites. While Michael was a seasoned Mario Kart veteran, Miguel had no competitive Mario Kart experience. He just happened to be really good at Mario Kart DS. Throughout January, Miguel chipped away at Michael's record total. By the end of the month, Michael's lead was just 29 to 18, and actively shrinking. That being said, world record total is actually not how the champion is determined. Instead, it comes down to something a bit more balanced: average finish. Average finish is essentially your average ranking across all tracks. The lower your average finish, the better. For instance, if half of your times were world records, but the other half were all in 50th place, your average finish would be 25. This score is much worse than a player who has no world records, but is in second place on each track. That's an average finish of just 2. This system rewards consistency above all. The goal isn't just world records, but to get good times on every last course. Any weak times severely hurt your score. So, even though Michael had a solid world record lead, Miguel had the more balanced timesheet, and as a result, his average finish had nearly caught up to Michael. And after a few more improvements, Miguel did it. He became champ despite holding fewer world records. For the first time since the day after the game's release, Mario Kart DS had a new champion. Over the next few months, the game became more popular and the champ title changed hands repeatedly. In April, a player named Lars Stelzig briefly took the top spot, but the very next day Miguel beat him back, tied with Mark Jones for the shortest reign in Mario Kart DS history. A few weeks later, Michael became champion for the second time. However, his second reign would be much shorter than his first. Just 2 weeks later, Michael was surpassed by the number 5 ranked player, someone who would go on to be one of the greatest players in Mario Kart DS history, a man named Thomas Bolton. Thomas had been playing the game for months, but he was primarily a Wi-Fi player. This game mode was introduced in Mario Kart DS, and allowed you to race against others online. Thomas played on Wi-Fi nearly every day, and he became simply amazing at it. It got to the point where he could beat literally any player in the world in a head-to-head race. But even though he'd mastered that game mode, he'd barely touched time trials. As it turned out, his Wi-Fi racing skills translated perfectly. Thomas finally joined the site in mid-2006 and immediately began setting world records. In a 4-day stretch in mid-June, he set 10 world records, causing him to overtake Michael and become the new time trial champion. Part of the key was all of his Wi-Fi racing. It had made Thomas an extremely consistent player. While other champions had grinded tracks over and over to obtain world records, Thomas needed to be consistent on all tracks to always beat racers online. So when he finally started playing time trials, the world records came flying in. This was too much for anyone else to approach. They could maybe take a record here and there with heavy grinding, but Thomas's consistency was off the charts. He'd surpassed everyone else in the world, and not Michael Fried nor anyone else could catch him. On July 21st, the weekly news update was titled, "Bolton Unchallenged." He remained alone, easily on top of the average finish leaderboard. Although Thomas seemed invincible just weeks ago, Sascha Bräuninger was making a meteoric rise. Out of nowhere, he went from setting a record every few weeks to setting them nearly every single day. Thomas was playing too, but he couldn't keep up. He was still number one for now, but if something didn't change fast, Sascha was about to pass him to become champ. Thomas did his best, but Sascha's records kept pouring in. And after a flurry of activity from Sascha in mid-August, a new champion was crowned. What had just happened? Mario Kart DS hadn't seen a player like Sascha before. Sure, guys like Michael Fried dominated the record table early on, but competition was much weaker back then. Now, even against a player of Thomas Bolton's caliber, Sascha was able to build a big lead that just kept growing. By the end of October, Sascha had 28 site records, Thomas had 17, and nobody else had more than 6. Sascha and Thomas were a cut above the rest, but one was clearly ahead of the other. Sascha was not only good, but also ruthless. Whenever Thomas posted that he'd set a new record, Sascha took that as a call to action. And within days or even just hours, Sascha always beat him back. It happened time and time again. There was almost something arrogant about Sascha's posts. They often had a smiling emoji, like he was daring you to try and beat one of his times. And if you did, he'd make sure it didn't last long. Other site members were absolutely invested in Thomas and Sascha's rivalry. There was a lot of debate about who was truly better. Most were on Thomas's side. They said the only reason Sascha was ahead was because he played 20 times as much as him. They said Sascha had no life, that Mario Kart DS was his only passion, but the leaderboard didn't lie. Sascha was the champ, not Thomas. And by mid-November, Sascha had become the longest reigning champ in Mario Kart DS history. But in December, Thomas made another push for the top spot, and this time, he took a different approach. Rather than chasing Sascha's records, he'd focus on all his other times, trying to get all 64 of his times into the top 3. This could still lower his average finish enough to make him champ, despite potentially not taking any new records. Sascha wouldn't have any world records to beat back. It was a smart approach, and it paid off. Thomas lowered his times on track after track, and by December 18th, Sascha's 131-day reign had come to an end. And Sascha beat him back. Despite actively playing, Thomas could only hold the top spot for 8 days. Sasha rattled off a few new records, and it was all over. He could do things that Thomas simply couldn't. And it just kept going. Sasha's world records came in on a daily basis. As 2007 rolled around, it seemed like there'd be no hope of ever dethroning him. Thomas had missed his one opportunity. But then, in early 2007, there were 2 big changes. Change number 1, the replay code. You may have noticed the lack of video footage thus far. That's because Mario Kart DS's built-in replay system is horrible. For other Mario Kart games, the replay of a race has the same camera angle as the race itself, directly behind the kart. But Mario Kart DS gives you 2 screens during the replay. The top screen is like an action movie, aerial shots of the race that change every few seconds. The bottom screen is just a map of the course. It's hard to see the actual driving with any level of precision, and when combined with camera quality back then, most world record videos from 2006 looked something like this. Are you enjoying this footage? No, of course you're not. But in February 2007, world record holder B-Dash found an action replay code that shows replays as if they're live. This was a huge boost for the quality of Mario Kart DS world records, and going forward I'll be able to show you more of them. Change number 2. The PRB leaderboards were created. Back in December 2005, a player named Min-san found something called Prolonged Rocket Boost, or PRB. By getting the maximum start boost and starting a mini turbo immediately, as long as you're able to snake and preserve this top speed, your kart enters the glitch state of PRB. You're then able to drive off-road without slowing down. PRB saves a variable amount of time. On tracks with no off-road areas like Waluigi Pinball, it saves nothing. But on tracks like GBA Luigi Circuit, it can save a few seconds. The key is that you can't stop snaking at all, or you lose PRB. It's very difficult, and was deemed to be a glitch, so it was banned from all submissions to the website. But in March 2007, site admins revisited PRB, and decided to allow it on its own leaderboard. Both PRB and non-PRB have near equal prestige, but since PRB allows for faster times overall, that's what we'll be tracking for the rest of this video. So, this was the state of the PRB leaderboards once the switch was made. Sasha was still number 1 and Thomas was number 2, by about the same margins as before. Number 3 was a player named Giulio, and number 4 was a player named Fabian. These were the 4 best PRB players in the world, but Sasha still remained dominant, holding nearly half of the game's records on his own. Thomas, Giulio, and Fabian were all friends who talked regularly, and the 3 of them were getting really frustrated with Sasha. For one thing, he didn't always post videos of his new records, while Thomas, Giulio, and Fabian typically did. Yet, Sasha seemed to be effortlessly beating their times, not letting them hold records for any period of time. It was almost like he was patrolling the forums, waiting for a new record to beat. The insults to Sasha continued. He has no life. The amount he plays isn't normal. Maybe they were right, or maybe they were just jealous. But it didn't matter. Other than one brief 8-day period, Sasha had held the top spot for the past 7 months. World records were effortless to him. Whenever Sasha saw a time was beaten, he could just pick up and play to instantly beat it back. Then all of a sudden, in the middle of March, Thomas disappeared. He went from submitting times nearly every week to nothing. Nobody heard from him. And then, weeks later, the number 3 ranked player Giulio also vanished. A short while after that, the number 4 player Fabian stopped submitting times too. One by one, the number 2 through number 4 players had all disappeared, as if they'd just given up. It was normal to take breaks, but for all 3 to suddenly stop at once, this was bizarre. All the while, Sasha just pulled further and further ahead. He had no active competitors. and his already huge leads continued to grow. But eventually, he grew tired of racing against himself. It wasn't fun with no competition. So, he too stopped playing. By mid-May, it was very quiet at the top, with all 4 top players inactive. And then, on May 25th, 2007, it happened. It was a sneak attack. They'd been playing all along, but secretly so that Sasha couldn't play defense. For weeks, they'd been setting world records offline. And now that they'd done enough to affect Sasha's ranking, they suddenly posted them all. And the end result? If something like this were done today, there would be significant pushback, and the players involved would be heavily criticized or punished. But in 2007, most of the community cheered them on. They were excited about all the drama, and were especially happy that nearly all of these times had videos to go with them. In all, Thomas, Julio, and Fabian hoarded dozens of times, and took 12 records away from Sasha. What was Sasha's reaction to all this? Well, remember, he too was inactive when the reveal was made. But when he saw what happened, he simply said, "If I make a comeback, the charts will look a bit different." But the comeback never happened. Sasha only submitted one more time before quitting the game forever. The community hasn't heard from him since June 2007. Now 17 years later, his Mario Kart DS page remains dormant, likely never to awaken again. Like it or not, Thomas Bolton was back on top. And underhanded tactics aside, he was still a very popular member of the community. Thomas regularly talked to players on the forums and raced against them on Wi-Fi. But here's the thing. Everything we've covered so far, from Mark Jones all the way to Sasha, was just from the first year and a half of the game's release. Nobody had been able to lock down the top spot for more than a few months. Well, with Thomas Bolton, that was about to change. Although his rise was controversial, Thomas became the best player the game had ever seen. With Sasha out of the way, he was able to go on a tear, setting world records like they were nothing. And by September 2007, he held an incredible 40 out of 64 world records. That's close to what Michael Fried was able to do right after the game's launch. And now, in a much more competitive era, Thomas managed to do something similar. It was remarkable. Fabian was Thomas's biggest rival in 2007, but he could only hold about 10 world records to Thomas's 40, with the remaining few records scattered among several players. Thomas also set some of the longest lasting records in the game's history during this period. In April 2009, he got a Choco Island 2 lap record that stood for the next 8 years unchallenged. It was a masterclass in PRB, taking flawless lines while snaking until right before the end. And yet, despite all these records, despite having a huge lead over everyone else, I still call this period the reign of indifference. For one thing, Thomas still preferred doing Wi-Fi races over playing time trials, and when he did, he didn't seem to care about his average finish at all. There were certain tracks he outright refused to play just because he didn't like them, like Rainbow Road and GameCube Luigi Circuit. Which makes it all the more remarkable that, despite these preferences, he still had the lowest average finish by a mile. No one was even close. This pattern continued into 2008, as Thomas held on to about 40 world records. That summer, he began to get his first serious challenger, a player named Ben Stoneman. Ben's average finish began plummeting, going from over 7 in March to just 4.21 in June. And by September, it was genuinely getting close. Ben and Thomas were separated by just over half a point. However, despite their close average finish scores, Thomas still had an absolutely massive world record lead. Ben had a few world records, but all 64 of his times were good. Thomas had a lot of world records, while barely bothering to play certain other courses. In other words, Thomas was playing for records, while Ben was playing for champ. It was pretty clear that Thomas was the better player, he just didn't care. If he'd just play Rainbow Road, he could pull away and leave Ben in the dust. But he refused. What was it about Rainbow Road that Thomas couldn't stand? Well, it was one of the very few tracks in Mario Kart DS with shortcuts. The rail shortcut is done by jumping after using a shroom to land on the rail, ultimately skipping most of the loop. And the pipe shortcut is done by jumping off the road and fooling Lakitu into placing you further ahead on the track. Thomas had absolutely no interest in these shortcuts. He preferred a more consistent playstyle, like when racing others online. Shortcuts didn't fit into that mold at all, with very different mechanics to the rest of the game. So, Thomas's Rainbow Road time stuck out like a sore thumb in a sea of world records. Throughout the rest of 2008, Thomas and Ben remained deadlocked, as their average finish gap remained roughly the same. But in 2009, Thomas kicked it up another notch. In April, he increased his world record total to 46, while moving a full average finish point ahead of Ben, and it all reached a peak in October 2009, when Thomas managed to hold 48 out of 64 possible world records. That's 75% of all PRB records in Mario Kart DS. Just incredible that someone is able to get this far ahead on a game that millions of people had played. Thomas felt that this might be his peak in Mario Kart DS. He'd been the champ for 2.5 years, and there were few courses where he didn't hold the record. Where else could he even go from here? All Thomas could do was sit around and wait for someone to get good enough to challenge him, and he thought that might be coming soon. It turns out, he was right. Although it had been smooth sailing for Thomas so far, 2010 would be a much different story. This is Abel. Abel had been playing Mario Kart DS since release and joined the website in 2007. He became obsessed with the game, playing as often as he could and learning from its best players at the time, Sasha and Thomas. He embarked on a slow, steady progression up the rankings. He entered the top 10 by mid-2008 and the top 5 by early 2009. He hadn't been a threat to Thomas so far, but he just kept getting better. And now in 2010, he was officially a contender to be the next PRB champion. But there was also someone else. On Halloween night 2008, more than 3 years after Abel began playing, a weekly news update was posted. These posts talked about site activity from the past week, including ranking movement and world records. This week's update focused heavily on top players Thomas and Ben, and there was also a cameo from Abel, who at this point was ranked number 7. But as a footnote at the end of the update, there was mention of a new player who was improving rapidly. He was named David Roldan, and was still outside the top 100. What followed was one of the quickest ascents in Mario Kart DS history. Just 6 months later, David had made it all the way to the top 25. He had a very uneven approach to playing. Funnily enough, he was dominant on the one track Thomas hated, Rainbow Road. David held both the lap and 3-lap records there, while he lagged behind on most of the other 31 tracks. As quickly as he'd improved, he was mostly considered a one-track specialist. Incredible at Rainbow Road, but not a record contender anywhere else. But you see, today, 15 years later, David Roldan is better known by his online pseudonym, MK Dasher. And all of a sudden in the second half of 2009, MK Dasher did this. The race to champ was on. Thomas still held a majority of records, but for the first time in years, there was a serious dent in his total. All three players continued playing and setting records, and their average finish gap shrunk. But suddenly in April, Thomas said he needed to take a break from playing. He was in school and had to focus on his studies for a while. This was Abel and MK Dasher's big chance to take the top spot. Both players duked it out over the next couple months. That May, Thomas officially lost his record majority. The tide was turning. Thomas's days on top were numbered. And on July 7th, Abel made a grand reveal. He'd set 15 new PRs, improving all of his lowest ranked times. None of them were new world records, but they helped lower his average finish just enough. Despite only holding 7 world records, Abel had become the new PRB champion. The greatest reign in Mario Kart DS history had come to an end. But the battle wasn't over. MK Dasher was still actively playing. Abel had to keep going or risk being dethroned immediately. And sure enough, just 3 days after Abel became champ, MK Dasher posted 7 new times to bolster his timesheet. Then more just a few days later. He was already closing in. Abel had to do something quick. He posted a couple PRs on July 25th to stay ahead, but on the 27th, MK Dasher posted 5 of his own. And guess what? Abel's reign as champ lasted just 20 days. MK Dasher now had a narrow average finish lead over Abel. Through the summer, both players continued their dogfight, and Abel took the top spot back in early September. After 3 years of no movement, the champ title was now constantly changing hands. On the world record front, MK Dasher had about twice as many records as Abel, but Abel's consistency on other courses balanced things out. However, their record totals still paled in comparison to Thomas Bolton. The only reason Thomas wasn't champion by a mile was because of his outright refusal to play Rainbow Road. His ranking on that course had nearly slipped out of the top 40. The fact that he was still in 3rd place overall was a miracle. If only Thomas had been willing to play Rainbow Road. But now, he hadn't been seen in months, and his average finish was only going down compared to Abel and MK Dasher. And then, out of nowhere, for the first time in months, Thomas submitted a new time to the website. And guess which course it was on? He finally played Shortcut Rainbow Road. This wasn't an amazing time, barely ranking in the top 20, but it was an enormous improvement over 42nd place. This one time made his average finish drop by 0.45, enough to move Thomas back ahead of MK Dasher and Abel. The king was back on top. A few days later, he sent in more Rainbow Road times. This is what Thomas needed to do all along. Now, he had a decent average finish lead and a big world record lead. It was like a repeat of his last big reign. He seemed invincible to anyone else's challenge. However, Thomas was still quite busy with school, and after submitting a few more PRs in October, he once again stepped away from the game, potentially opening the door to MK Dasher and Abel. So, who would capitalize this time? Well, neither one was playing much at this point, perhaps a bit taken back by what Thomas did. Then in November, MK Dasher began submitting times again. And we know MK Dasher is good, but this was a totally different guy from a few months ago. He was setting a new PR nearly every single day. And as his average finish dropped, the community began to see who he really was. For months, MK Dasher, Abel, and Thomas had been trading the champ title back and forth. But now, MK Dasher was about to pull away, and do things that the game had never seen before. On November 8th, 2010, MK Dasher reclaimed the PRB champion. At this point, he had 16 world records, well behind Thomas's 26. But in 2011, he went on a world record spree, reminiscent of what Thomas himself did back in 2008. It was world record after world record. That August, he passed Thomas's world record total and never looked back. Even when he wasn't setting world records, he was still cleaning up his timesheet, improving his slower ranked times. Frapp Snowland 3-lap, for instance, one of his weakest times in 10th place, he lowered by a full second, a massive amount for a player of his skill level, and good for 2nd place. MK Dasher now had a big average finish lead, in addition to a big world record lead. He was easily considered the game's premier player, and the only guy who could maybe compete with him at this point was Thomas. But once again, he was nowhere to be seen. Thomas played Mario Kart DS for years, and now that chapter of his life was behind him. So, MK Dasher only had one real competitor during this period, a player named Rupa. Rupa appeared essentially out of nowhere in 2011. He joined the site and almost instantly began setting world records. But perhaps more impressive than his driving skills was his innovation. He implemented small pieces of tech that helped him save time in ways nobody else was doing. For example, in Mario Kart DS, you lose a small amount of speed if you steer without drifting. Now normally this isn't an issue, since you're drifting through the whole race, but right at the start you typically have to turn to set up your first mini-turbo. So to avoid a slowdown here, Rupa started doing a neutral hop. He hopped and turned in the air just before landing, letting him change his direction while preserving his forward momentum. He also started doing neutral hops at the end of some laps. After the last mini-turbo, instead of steering to face the finish line, Rupa started hopping without turning to preserve his forward speed. These were small time saves, but when combined with incredible driving, Rupa was able to build up a number of world records. He peaked in May 2012, with an impressive 13 of them. But just like Thomas Bolton, there were a number of courses he didn't care to play, so he was never much of a threat to take the champ title from MK Dasher. Then in 2013, Mario Kart DS entered a very inactive period. The game was 8 years old at this point, and its popularity had gradually died down while games like Mario Kart Wii took over. During its heyday in 2006, nearly 1,800 world records were set across the year. In 2013, that number was down to just 44. Most players had moved on, and even MK Dasher was playing much less than he used to. Despite the inactivity, players still set a handful of records, but they didn't put much of a dent in MK Dasher's record total. And that was the state of Mario Kart DS in the spring of 2014. MK Dasher was still the champ, but overall activity was very light. Perhaps the game just needed some kind of a spark. Other than snaking, Mario Kart DS had a reputation as one of the least broken Mario Karts. Only 3 out of its 32 tracks had shortcuts, and most of those were very minor. But now, 7 years after the last shortcut discovery, shortcut number 4 was found, on Mario Circuit. On April 9th, 2014, Folk and his friend Toa found that by driving toward this wall with speed, then hopping on this raised slope, you could get enough air to land on top of the wall. It was quickly found that you could clear the wall entirely and use this as a shortcut, cutting out a bend to save about 1.5 seconds. Now, this wasn't a very big time save, but it was enough that you had to get a time with this shortcut, or else your rank would fall way behind and hurt your average finish. And sure enough, within days, MK Dasher was back and setting new records on Mario Circuit. His first submissions to the site in over a year. It rejuvenated his love of the game, and he began playing more than ever, like grinding for the first sub 1 on Sky Garden. He even found his own new shortcut on Rainbow Road, the loop shortcut, a faster and easier replacement for the rail shortcut. MK Dasher was more active than he'd been in years. His world record lead had increased, and his average finish was leaps ahead of anyone else. At this point, he'd already been the champ for nearly 4 years, and although he'd faltered slightly while taking a break, his lead was once again growing and he'd separated from others again. How long could this go on? Could anybody catch MK Dasher? Then, in June 2014, there was an unexpected post on the forums. Thomas Bolton was back. Over the last 4 years, Thomas had barely touched Mario Kart DS. But since the game's official Wi-Fi servers were shutting down, Thomas wanted to come back and play a bit more. And this time, he was going to focus heavily on playing time trials. Now look, Thomas had been a dominant champ back in 2008, but that was years ago. He'd been passed up by MK Dasher. How good could Thomas be in 2014? Could he still set world records? Thomas Bolton came back out of nowhere, set 8 world records in just over a week, and beat MK Dasher to take back the champ title. His skills hadn't gone anywhere. In fact, he was playing better than he'd ever been. This was despite not playing competitively at all in over 4 years. Although he'd resisted shortcuts in the past, Thomas decided to try the new ones on Mario Circuit and Rainbow Road. And he actually posted respectable times, as high as 6th place on Rainbow Road and 3rd place on Mario Circuit. But even more important, Thomas was directly outdueling MK Dasher on some of these records. For instance, in June, MK Dasher had set a new lap record on Donut Plains with some minor strategy changes. But when Thomas returned, he decided to play it too and beat the time that MK Dasher had just posted. He got the record, and it ultimately helped him pass MK Dasher for champ. Thomas and MK Dasher were both extremely active over the following months, as they each set world record after world record. These two stood head and shoulders above the rest. They had 41 records between them, while nobody else had more than 8. This was a beautiful period for Mario Kart DS. The two best players the game had ever seen, battling it out and trading the champ title back and forth. But all good things must come to an end. While the summer months of 2014 had rampant record activity, by the end of the year things had slowed down. And by early 2015, the dust had more or less settled. Thomas was just ahead of MK Dasher as the PRB champion, but they were now both inactive, sitting alone at the top, holding a majority of the game's records. 2015 was another quiet year for Mario Kart DS. Thomas was in the middle of his 7th reign as champ, but he wasn't actively defending his title. So the door was open for somebody new to make a move. And that summer, guess who made a charge toward the top spot? That's right, it was Ben Stoneman. You might remember Ben from 2008, when he got fairly close to Thomas but couldn't quite get there. That was kind of the story for Ben. Always in the top 5, but never the champ. But with both players ahead of him out of the way, Ben saw a chance to move up. He set a number of PRs that beat Thomas but not MK Dasher, causing MK Dasher to briefly move ahead of Thomas for champion. But Ben kept going, eyeing the top spot for himself. That October, he took the Luigi's Mansion lap and 3-lap records, and it was enough to push him over the top. For the first time in 5 years, someone other than Thomas or MK Dasher was the PRB champion of Mario Kart DS. Now, part of the reason Ben was on top was because of other players in activity, but he was still an incredible player in his own right. Of the 35 records set in 2015, Ben did more than half of them. He also set 21 total records during his reign as champ, and on some courses he was flat out dominant, like Luigi's Mansion and Yoshi Circuit. He lowered the records repeatedly on these courses, and for years nobody could touch him, not even Thomas or MK Dasher. Throughout 2016, there was very little movement. Ben was the only active top player, and he had a small but stable lead in average finish. But it's worth noting that Ben was considered a little weaker than the champs right before him. Thomas and MK Dasher were both inactive, and he'd taken advantage of the opportunity. Ben still had a very strong timesheet, but he didn't have that many world records. It was generally believed that if either Thomas or MK Dasher came back, Ben's status as champion would be very vulnerable. And then, for the first time in 2 years, MK Dasher set a world record. It was on GameCube Luigi Circuit, thanks to a new strategy developed by Toa. In the description, he said he had a bit of free time this summer to play Mario Kart DS again, but don't expect a long comeback. Well, 2 weeks later, after world records on Luigi's Circuit and Luigi's Mansion, MK Dasher had beaten Ben Stoneman. And over the next month, he set records on Peach Circuit, Choco Island 2, Koopa Beach 2, and Rainbow Road. MK Dasher hadn't missed a beat in the last 3 years. In fact, it seemed like he was playing even better than before. He was setting world records with an ease that he'd never had. By late August, he was up to 22 world records. That fall, his world record quest continued. MK Dasher was gaining record after record, and he just kept going. This was MK Dasher at his absolute best. He had no challengers. This continued through all of 2018, and by June of 2019, MK Dasher held 35 world records, the most records any one person had held since Thomas Bolton in 2010. Of these 35 records, 2 of them stood out above the rest, because they were the 2 longest lasting world records in the game's history. The first was MK Dasher's Shroom Ridge 3-lap record, set way back in August 2009. Shroom Ridge is a uniquely difficult course. First off, it's one of the longest tracks in the game. It also has cars all over that you need to avoid, making ideal lines harder. There's upward and downward slopes that affect mini turbos, and it's extremely hard to keep PRB so you can drive over the grass in the middle section. In August 2009, MK Dasher got a 137.856, a really good race that took risky lines between the vehicles and the wall, and it stood as the world record throughout the long reigns of Thomas Bolton, Ben Stoneman, and MK Dasher himself. Players got close over the years, but nobody could quite get there. Finally, in September 2020, Max beat the record after an 11-year reign on top, only for MK Dasher to beat him back just 7 days later. His other long-lasting record was the Sky Garden lap record from February 2010. This is one of the few tracks in the game with a shortcut. You have to keep PRB, press R to hop at the last moment, then shroom and precisely navigate to recover speed. MK Dasher was easily the best player at this shortcut, which is why his 18.757 lap also stood for 11 years. In May 2021, it was finally beaten by Boreas, and this time it took MK Dasher longer than 7 days to beat him back. It took him 8 days. Nobody else came close to MK Dasher. In the past, even when he was the champ, he had competition like Thomas or Ben. But now, there was really nobody. He held a majority of world records, and had been the champ for the past 3 years with a massive lead. MK Dasher seemed untouchable. But who are we kidding? We've seen this before. No matter how dominant the champ, no matter how amazing the player, nobody stays on top forever. On the evening of September 20th, 2020, a player named Mikiri posted in Discord that he'd stumbled upon somebody new. This person's name was Taiga, and he just posted a video of a 156 on Waluigi Pinball. That was an incredible time, and good for second place overall. Nobody had heard of this guy before. Taiga hadn't submitted to the site and showed no progression of his times. There was just a near world record sitting on his YouTube page, with no elaboration. Over the next week, a couple more of these elite level times popped up on Taiga's channel, including a second place time on Sky Garden. And then, on September 25th, Taiga uploaded another one. He had just beaten MK Dasher's Bowser Castle world record. That same day, he posted a video scrolling through his PRs on each course, and it showed that he had an elite time on nearly every track in the game. including 4 world records. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? Taiga had just suddenly popped up with no progression or prior community contact and beaten 4 world records held by the game's very best players. These were veterans who'd been playing the game for years, and he'd beaten their times like it was nothing. Oh, and one other important thing to note, Taiga was 11 years old. Taiga's videos were uploaded by his parents, who said in the description that he was in 6th grade. And most of the community realized this had to be a prank. There was no way an 11-year-old could come along and single-handedly take down times that a community of veterans had played for years to achieve, right? I mean, some of these guys had been playing since before Taiga was allegedly born. These videos were either faked or played by some veteran who was trolling the community. But when they asked for proof, Taiga responded with a hand cam video showing it really was him playing. This was actually real. An 11-year-old had somehow become one of the best Mario Kart DS players on Earth, and he was beating records that were set when he was a toddler. Although there was limited footage of him driving, top players could tell that Taiga had inhuman consistency. He was also playing with the 3DS Circle Pad, which was virtually unheard of among top players. Taiga only had 4 world records, but it was clear that he had the potential to get way more. Perhaps even enough to rival MK Dasher. But nobody knew what would happen next. Would Taiga fade away, or keep setting records? Well, Taiga did indeed keep playing. By the end of 2020, he'd increased his record total from 4 to 6. It wasn't the world record domination that some had predicted, but he was still hanging on to his fair share of records. Maybe climbing all the way to the top was unrealistic for 11-year-old Taiga, but he'd carved out a niche for himself in the Mario Kart DS community. Or maybe he was just getting started. Taiga had ascended the mountain. After 9 months of heavy playing in 2021, he'd nearly made it to the top. All the while, MK Dasher was playing and setting his own world records, but he kept losing ground to Taiga. For every record that he set, Taiga got multiple others, and the result was the complete erosion of his world record lead. On September 17th, 2021, it officially happened. Taiga passed MK Dasher's record count. But was this enough to make him the champ? How did his average finish compare to MK Dasher? Well, overall, Taiga had an incredible time sheet. If he didn't have the record on a course, he was usually in 2nd place. One notable exception. These were his Moo Moo Farm ranks. Taiga was pretty disconnected from the rest of the community and seemed to not care at all about average finish. So, even though he'd passed MK Dasher in nearly every metric, Moo Moo Farm prevented him from officially being champ. MK Dasher still held the crown. By late 2021, MK Dasher gave up trying to compete with Taiga. He realized it was a pointless endeavor. Instead, he focused on grinding individual tracks he enjoyed, like Rainbow Road, lowering these records over and over. He knew his champ status could disappear at any moment. Meanwhile, Taiga kept playing too, setting new records while also lowering ones he already had. By mid-2022, his world record lead had grown, despite still not technically being the champ. And then, in October 2022, it happened. Taiga played Moo Moo Farm. It was far from perfect. On his 3-lap time, he missed a mini turbo and hit a wall at the end. But his driving was still incredible overall. He improved his times from outside the top 150 to 3rd place. And finally, it was made official. Taiga was the champion of Mario Kart DS. Could MK Dasher respond? Well, in 2023, he went all in, doing everything he could to close the gap between himself and Taiga. But no matter what MK Dasher did, he remained 5 to 10 world records behind Taiga. Even when he managed to beat a few of Taiga's records, Mario Circuit 1, Donut Plains 1, Figure 8 Circuit, Taiga always beat him back in a matter of weeks. It was reminiscent of what Sasha did to Thomas back in 2007. Before MK Dasher knew it, his progress was always undone. He then turned to cleaning up his timesheet instead of chasing world records. This helped close the average finish gap somewhat, but Taiga still had a comfortable lead. This continued throughout all of 2023. Both players were active and improving their PRs. By early 2024, Taiga had been on top for a year and a half, and despite MK Dasher's best effort, he hadn't been able to pose much of a threat. That was the status quo, all the way until April 2024, when there was a revolution. On April 5th, 2024, someone new popped up in the Mario Kart DS Discord server, Zumo de Papaya. Right away, he started asking about a potential glitch on Luigi's Mansion. He was wondering if it was somehow possible to bounce high enough to clip through the wall and down to the floor below. Players had already seen bounces like this before. They weren't consistent enough or big enough for anything meaningful. But Zumo was an experienced glitch hunter. He knew what he was doing, and as he kept experimenting with different angles and steering, his bounces began to get higher. Other players started to take notice, and one named Guan began experiments of his own. A few hours later, Guan posted that he had done it. He'd bounced over the wall and clipped down to later in the track. This was Mario Kart DS's first new shortcut in more than 10 years, and it was about to kick off a revolution of new shortcuts, all revolving around this one technique, the super bounce. Here's how it's done. You must angle your kart back in the air while falling, press R on the frame you land next to a wall, then steer perpendicular to said wall. This allows you to get massive air, and potentially skip certain sections of the track. The super bounce opens up the door to many new shortcuts, but it's limited somewhat because of the game's checkpoint system. Each track has a number of key checkpoints you must drive through, and if you miss one, the lap won't count. So, if your super bounce causes you to miss a key checkpoint, you won't complete a lap upon crossing the finish line. Ultimately, Zumo, Guan, and others collaborated to find 3 new shortcuts using the super bounce. The first new RTA viable shortcuts since 2014. The first was on Luigi's Mansion, which you've already seen. It saves about 1.5 seconds and is also the hardest of the 3 shortcuts. You can see you're not skipping any key checkpoints by cutting out this section of the track, so the lap counts. The second shortcut was on Delfino Square, and used an idea theorized years ago by a player known as 9. You jump off the lip, hit the bridge to bounce and tilt your kart back, then super bounce over the wall to skip a section of the track. Just like Luigi's Mansion, this shortcut also saves about 1.5 seconds. But the biggest time save of the 3 shortcuts, and also by far the easiest, was on Waluigi Pinball. It's performed after a long fall from a zipper, and by using a mushroom, you can make it all the way to the bottom of the pinball machine. It saves close to 9 seconds per lap, blowing the other 2 shortcuts out of the water. The Waluigi Pinball shortcut was first hit in the world record by iMathy on April 13th. iMathy is a Mario Kart shortcut aficionado, who's hit shortcut world records in several Mario Kart games. It only made sense that he'd be the first to hit this one in Mario Kart DS. But what about our world champions? They were used to incredibly fast racing without shortcuts. How did they adapt to the super bounce? Well, Taiga did briefly take the Waluigi Pinball lap record, but there's no footage of him ever using the shortcuts on Delfino Square or Luigi's Mansion. He did manage to hit a new lap shortcut on GameCube Luigi Circuit, but for the most part, he's stuck to non-shortcut racing recently. MK Dasher, on the other hand, Well, he got good at the super bounce. At times, he's held all 6 shortcut records across the 3 super bounce courses. He's mastered the shortcuts themselves, and when combined with his driving skills, he can outmatch nearly any player in the world on these courses. The shortcut revolution has given MK Dasher a leg up on Taiga, and as a result, it's brought him right back into the competition. On April 14th, MK Dasher took the champ title from Taiga, and ever since then, they've been trading it back and forth. As of now, MK Dasher is officially the PRB champ. He holds a very slight lead over Taiga, thanks in large part to his shortcut records. Their rivalry is stronger than ever. They hold a combined 61 out of the game's 64 world records. And as exciting as their futures will be, it's just a small part of Mario Kart DS's history. These are the best players to ever touch Mario Kart DS. Their records, their struggles, and their stories live on, and they'll remain a part of this game's legacy forever. Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks. This is level 5-2 from Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. It's a game known for its difficulty, and 5-2 was designed to be no exception. Brutally difficult, but completable with experience and practice. When speedrunners began playing this game, they expected 5-2 to be just another level they had to conquer. But as they tore it apart, they found that 5-2 was anything but ordinary. This level has challenged speedrunners like none other. Hundreds of hours have gone into breaking it down. But it's a puzzle that keeps gaining new layers. Glitches not seen anywhere else. Strategies unique to this level. Mario games are known for their speedrunning tricks. But there's no level with the history of 5-2. And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. Look, I'm subscribed to a number of services. Streaming platforms, music, cloud storage, it's hard to keep track of it all. And recently, I realized that I was still subscribed to a platform that I hadn't watched in months. It was costing me money the entire time. Well, Rocket Money is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. It's a personal finance app that allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings, all in one place. I think it's a great tool to help you save money. Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you. They also automatically monitor your spending by category, give notifications when you've exceeded them, and visualize your spend to earn ratio by month, quarter, or year. To save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt or click the link in the description to get started for free. You can also unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt to get started for free. What makes 5-2 so unique? Well, it begins as a straightforward stage. You run forward while dodging Koopas and Piranha Plants. This can be tricky without slowing down, but with practice you can time your jumps so it's no issue. But 5-2 gets interesting after running past a long upside down pipe. This block contains a vine, which, when climbed, sends you to the World 8 Warp Zone. So 5-2 is a gateway to the final stretch of a Lost Levels speedrun. Now, the beginning of the stage and the Warp Zone itself are both pretty straightforward. You can just run and jump without stopping. But the challenge comes from the transition. How do you get from the underground section to the Warp Zone as quickly as possible? Well, back in 2004, tool-assisted speedrunners tried to answer that question. Biscuit published a task in February 2004 where he hit the block from below, then landed on an elevator and rode to the top. It worked, but it was pretty slow. A few days later, he found a faster method. With precise movement, you could barely land on this higher elevator, then just jump up and climb the vine. This was about a second faster, but there was still one frustrating element. After exiting the screen, you have to sit there and wait for 5 seconds while a cutscene of Mario climbing the vine plays. This is universal anytime you climb a vine in Super Mario Bros. It's not unique to 5-2, but it did slow the stage down quite a bit. So Biscuit's methods from 2004 were fast, but a question still remained. Can you somehow get rid of this 5-second cutscene? Welcome to 2008. The best Super Mario player in the world is a man known as Andrew G. Andrew is synonymous with Mario speedrunning. He's held the Mario 1 record for years, and is so far ahead that he's gotten bored with it. So now, he's playing its sequel, The Lost Levels. Andrew began running the game in mid-2008, and initially played 5-2 like others did. But then, Andrew decided to try something new. See, whenever you leave the screen, the game determines where you go based on a value called the area pointer. In 5-2, once you pass the right lip of this pipe, the area pointer changes to the warp zone, which is why the vine takes you there. But the game doesn't care how you leave the screen. You can either climb a vine or go down a pipe, and you'll be taken to the same place. Except the cutscene only plays when you climb a vine. If you arrive somewhere via a pipe, you simply spawn in without fanfare. So even though you're intended to use the vine, accessing the warp zone with a pipe would save about 5 seconds. If only we could find a pipe. These upside down pipes were new to the Lost Levels, and they put one right next to the warp zone. This would be perfect. Except you can't enter upside down pipes. None of them across the entire game. A lesser man would be discouraged, but Andrew G simply said, "How about I do this instead?" This is a normal pipe. You enter from the top. This is an upside down pipe. Its pieces are simply reordered, not rotated, so it's still accessible to enter from the middle. And normally, if you jump into the edge of a block, the game just ejects you out. But here, the game pushes you into the edge of the screen, and no further. So you can't exit the pipe, and by mashing jump to clip further inside, you can go down the middle. Andrew G had found the first human viable method of a 5-2 wrong warp. Andrew entered the pipe with a 349 on the timer. It counts down from 400, so the higher the number, the faster you were. There were few speedruns of the Lost Levels back in 2008, so Andrew's 349 was the time to beat. However, his platforming was pretty messy, as he picked up a star and missed a jump to the pipe. This was Andrew's first speedrun of the Lost Levels, and he wasn't going for perfect optimization. So, don't get me wrong, Andrew's pipe clip was revolutionary, especially for 2008. But it was clear that his run of 5-2 had room for improvement. The first improvement came the next year, and it was a big one. In 2009, a player named Agwawaf was able to get a 357. It was pretty much what you'd expect. He used the same pipe clip as Andrew while cleaning up the earlier platforming. Yet it still wasn't perfectly clean. He had to stop and scroll the screen a bit more before jumping back across the gap. But in the end, It was enough to save roughly 3 seconds over Andrew G. The following year, Andrew came back for a more optimized run of the game, and he ended up getting the cleanest version of 5-2 we've seen. In addition to a smooth ending, he also skipped doing a backwards bump. It's easier to set up the pipe clip if you do a backwards bump early in the level. This changes Mario's position on the screen, so there's more wiggle room when jumping back across the gap. This was the first iteration of 5-2 that skipped the backwards bump, and he ended up getting a 360 on the timer. It saved 3 in-game increments, or about 1 second. For the next few years, this was the strat, a wrong warp without bumping. It was risky, but it was the fastest strategy around. But after 4 years, in 2014, the world record changed hands. Blubbler took the top spot, and with it came a minor update to 5-2. This was a very smart idea to make the strategy more consistent. You start by doing 2 bumps, one forward and one backward. Then, by brushing off this block and rebounding to the left, you can quickly make it back across the pit. When combined with the 2 bumps earlier, this scrolls the screen just enough to leave a small gap next to the pipe, allowing you to complete the wrong warp. This method is super consistent, and the rebound itself is fast too. But due to the bumps required to set it up, you end with a 359 on the timer, slightly slower than the 360 from the bump-free turnaround method. As a result, it sometimes loses a frame rule. Oh yeah, you might not know what a frame rule is. Now, I know, a lot of you already know what frame rules are. So, we're gonna shake things up and see if we can set a speedrun explained world record. At the end of each level, the game only checks for completion every 21 frames. Essentially, this means you can only gain or lose time in increments of 0.35 seconds for every level. The best analogy of this was created several years ago by Darbian. It's as if at the end of every level, a bus arrives every 21 frames to take you to the next level. Even if you miss the bus by 1 frame, you'll have to wait 20 frames to catch the next one. But it also means you don't have to play perfectly. You can be close enough to someone who did play perfectly and not lose any time. A frame rule lasts about 1/3 of a second, and an in-game increment lasts about 1/3 of a second too. So generally for each full increment gained, you save 1 frame rule. There it is, new world record. Bismuth's got nothing on me. Now, that was a lot of information, but the gist of it is that in 5-2, you can only gain or lose time in increments of 21 frames. And generally, if you've saved an in-game second, you've saved a frame rule. Despite being a little slow, the block rebound method was the strat from 2014 into 2015. Its consistency was just too good to pass up. But typically, every time a new record holder took the reins, the 5-2 strategy changed a bit. And in late 2015, someone new got the Lost Levels world record. This runner was none other than Darbian. Yeah, in addition to being the bus metaphor man, Darbian also happened to be the best Super Mario player on the planet from 2015 through 2016. Initially, Darbian did the block rebound method too, even getting a world record with it. But eventually, he was looking for more time to save. So in early 2016, he decided to switch back to Andrew's bumpless turnaround method. And he got really good at it. This got a 361 on the timer, and saved 2 frame rules over the rebound method. But even this didn't satisfy Darbian. He wanted more time to save, darn it, and nothing was going to stop him. So in mid-2016, Darbian started trying to throw this into his runs. This is a wall jump, and it's one of the hardest mechanics in Super Mario Bros. If Mario runs into a block, he'll usually stand inside of it for 1 frame before being ejected out. If he's in the top 4 pixels of a block when he collides, and you press jump on the 1 frame he's inside, Mario will perform a wall jump. That's a frame-perfect trick within a 4-pixel window. It's not easy. Wall jumps are used at times in full game speedruns, but typically only when it saves big time or when the alternative is more difficult. Essentially, the risk-reward has to be worth it. And in 5-2, the downside is it's a frame-perfect trick that kills half your runs. The upside is that it sometimes saves 1 frame rule. Yeah, as awesome as it looks, the 5-2 wall jump never really caught on. The risk simply wasn't worth it. So, for the rest of 2016, 5-2 remained the same. After all that evolution, after all those modifications, they were back to a variation of Andrew G's 2008 strategy. It was the method that best balanced safety with speed, so it was what stuck with top runners. Speedrunning is funny. Sometimes your original ideas can't be beaten. And other times, you have no idea when something's about to come along and crush it. At AGDQ 2017, Darbian, Andrew G, and Cosmic raced the Lost Levels. In 5-2, they all went for the turnaround strat, same as always. It was a fun race, and everything was standard. But a few days after this run, while the 3 of them were still at the event, they got a Discord message from somebody named Eden. Eden said that he didn't understand why they were doing such a slow method of 5-2. Well, it was the fastest strategy the 3 runners knew, other than the wall jump. Eden linked them to a Japanese Mario technique list, a website from 2004, and on that page was something that blew their minds. You just clip straight into the pipe. No need to scroll the screen extra. No need to jump back across the gap. Devil's Spell is a mechanic that Japanese ROM hackers found back in the early 2000s. As with the other wall clip method, when you jump into a block, the game tries to eject you out. However, by pressing right while in the air, the game actually pulls you into the pipe, and it's only when you land that it ejects you out. So, by repeatedly jumping to stay in the air and holding right to get pulled in, you can eventually work your way into the middle of the pipe. This trick was right there in the open. It had been on Mana's technique list for nearly 15 years, but speedrunners never found it. Once Eden showed it to them, Cosmic, Andrew G, and Darbian spent the rest of AGDQ 2017 practicing the trick together.
Nice.
They knew Devil's Spell was huge, but the first question was how much time did it actually save? With the old turnaround strategy, an optimal time was 361 remaining, but at AGDQ with Devil's Spell, they were regularly getting 363 to 364, a save of 2 to 3 frame rules. And as they went home and began implementing it in their runs, it got even better. With a really clean clip, runners were able to get a high 365 in their runs, saving 5 frame rules over the turnaround. This was huge, the biggest 5-2 time save in nearly a decade. And they had an idea to make it even faster. There are 2 sides of the pipe, and Devil's Spell is possible on both. The left side would be faster, but in order for it to take you to the warp zone, the screen has to scroll enough. And to get it to keep scrolling, you have to start running once you're in the pipe. It's harder than the right side, and by having to make the screen scroll, it ends up not really saving time. But even right side Devil's Spell was tricky. In fact, it was harder than all previous 5-2 strategies, save for the wall jump. But the beauty of Devil's Spell was it didn't need to be done flawlessly. While a high 365 provided the optimal frame rule, that required perfect timing with your jumps, and immediately getting sucked into the middle. Times of 363 to 364 were more common, but that still saved time over the old strategies. Devil's Spell became an iconic trick in not just 5-2, but Lost Levels speedrunning as a whole. It looked so bizarre, and was a highlight of most runs. Darbian first set a world record with it in January 2017, just weeks after its discovery. And it would become a staple of the Lost Levels for years. World record after world record was set, each one containing an example of the Devil's Spell. Some runs struggled with it. Others were unbelievably smooth.
Are we fast?
But Devil's Spell was always there. As the years passed and runners began to master the trick, they started to look beyond Devil's Spell. The game's best players had gotten much stronger over the years. They could perform tricks that would have been far too risky in 2010. And while Devil's Spell was a difficult trick, even that had started to become trivial. So, was there anything left on the table in 5-2? Well, there was one option. Recall that way back in 2004, Biscuit did a task of 5-2 that didn't use the wrong warp. Now remember, tool-assisted speedruns are different from real-time runs. They're able to go frame by frame and re-record, in addition to using other tools, to create a theoretical perfect speedrun. Well, in 2006, thanks to Mr. Swede finding that you can enter upside-down pipes, legendary taskers Phil and Janisto discovered the 5-2 wrong warp. And their tool-assisted strategy, way back in 2006, was faster than anything that real-time runners had come up with in the years since. The issue was that it was way too hard. Harder than Andrew G's turnaround method, harder than Devil's Spell, even much harder than the wall jump strategy. But now, nearly 15 years later, maybe people had improved enough to try it. This is the 5-2 task strategy. So it's obvious why this is faster than Devil's Spell. You barely even have to slow down. But it's like the wall is liquid. How do you just run inside of it? Well, if Mario is running at full speed, he can potentially land 3 pixels inside the wall before he's ejected out. But just like Devil's Spell, if you press left when you enter and repeatedly jump, Mario will continue to get sucked in. Once you're fully in the wall, you start running to scroll the screen and can then go down the pipe. Now, several components of this trick were hard, but the real roadblock was just entering the wall. In order to land 3 pixels inside the wall, Mario's sub-pixels need to be correct. That's his positioning at a level more precise than just the pixel he's on. In normal gameplay, this value is essentially random. Nearly every small input you make with the D-pad changes Mario's sub-pixel value. So unless they got very lucky with sub-pixels, real-time runners weren't clipping into the wall. Even though the strategy was found in 2006, it wasn't even considered in speedruns. But by 2018, a year after Devil's Spell was discovered, a bit of progress was made. They were trying to find a consistent setup for the sub-pixel value in order to make it a viable strategy. Top runner Takate was able to perform the trick using a save state shortly before the pipe.
Yes! 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 Yes!
And someone else managed to get it full level using a turbo controller. 420 Blaze It, the same guy who discovered the 4-2 wall clip setup in Mario 1. Over the next couple years, more players got the task strategy using a frame-perfect setup, but it was still considered far too risky to go for in runs. Needing a frame-perfect setup, combined with the difficult inputs at the pipe, meant it was an extremely inconsistent trick. They needed a better sub-pixel setup. In December 2020, Hitscrits found an amazing setup. By running off a ledge with down and right, and doing a full jump on any of the 2nd through 5th frames after you land, your sub-pixels will always be set up for the clip. Now, this still didn't make the trick easy, but at least the sub-pixel setup was nearly trivial. The question did remain: Could anybody actually hit this in a run? Well, leave it to Niftsky, the current world record holder in the lost levels.
Oh my gosh, dude.
We've seen so many different setups, so many ways to clip into the pipe, but in reality, they were all just substitutes for the task strategy. And now, after 14 years, it had finally been done. This is the fastest way to clip into the pipe, and level 5-2 is now fully optimized. So here's the thing. While this is indeed the task strategy, the task itself executes this faster. See, when Niftsky, Hits Crits, and the rest did the pipe clip, they ended with a 367 on the timer. The task gets a 368. There's actually one more frame rule to save in 5-2, and it just so happens to be the hardest frame rule to save in the entire game. These are the inputs needed to save the extra frame rule. All of the following must be perfect, with just one frame of wiggle room. You begin with an underground fast acceleration just after you land. By pressing right, left, A, and right on subsequent frames, Mario will do a backwards jump and get up to full speed one frame faster. Later, you must manipulate Mario's subpixels with a down plus right press. Once you get to the pipe, you have to do a frame-perfect jump with frame-perfect height and mash A at precisely 15 presses per second to get 3 jumps. Exactly 3 frames after the last jump, you do a frame-perfect down plus right press, which gives Mario a tiny amount of speed. When combined with the earlier down plus right, it's enough speed to let the screen scroll early and you can quickly go down the pipe. Finally, in the warp zone itself, you start with another frame-perfect fast acceleration, and later perform good warp zone movement. And if you do all that within one frame of perfect, you can save the task 5-2 frame rule. Cosmic saw the time save initially, but King of Johnny Boy is the one that found this setup in June 2021. For the next 6 months after this was posted, nobody even bothered trying. Mario runners are incredible, but this was just a little too much to ask. The amount of frame-perfect inputs required in a small span, not even worth going for. But by early 2022, the frame rule did start to pique the interest of somebody. And once again, it was Niftsky. Niftsky is the best Super Mario player on the planet. If anybody could do this, it would be him. But even Niftsky didn't feel confident. He decided to try breaking it up into different steps. Step 1. Use a save state as you enter the pipe, and try to get the screen to scroll quickly. And eventually, he saw results.
Holy cow!
This was enough for him to stop, but 6 months later, he came back to it. And this time, he backed up the save state to before the pipe.
Oh my god!
Niftsky had successfully gotten the pipe entry. This was the hardest part of the trick. So, he tried doing full level attempts. But stringing everything together was a different story. He wasn't able to get it. So once again, he shelved the 5-2 project and had to go back to setting world records. Poor guy.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
But finally, in February 2023, Niftsky came back again. This time, he was committed to doing the full level. After all the strategies we've seen, all the innovations that brilliant players came up with, they all built up to this moment. Somebody had finally gotten good enough to play a perfect 5-2. Now, Niftsky just had to execute it.
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! I did it!
I did it! Oh my god! Yes! Holy crap! Dude, I literally imagined myself getting into Warp Zone and I did it! And I freaking flipped it first run to Warp Zone!
This has been the history of 5-2. Thanks for watching. This is Abney317. He's speedrunning Mario Kart 64, specifically the game's 150cc skips category. It involves racing through all 16 tracks as fast as possible, while allowing you to perform any of the game's numerous shortcuts. Abney has been dominating this category for years. He got the world record in February 2015, and now 5.5 years later, he's still never given it up. But it's not just that Abney holds the record. Here, this is the leaderboard. We see some times in the 28s and high 27s, and unsurprisingly, ahead of them all is Matthias Rustemeyer with a remarkable 27.06. And then there's Abney, making a joke of the competition. This was how the category had been for the better part of a decade. And a big reason why is because during that time, hardly anything new had been found. Mario Kart 64 had established shortcuts, many of which had been discovered literal decades ago. There'd been a few minor improvements, but by 2020, there'd been nothing substantial for years. Sure, every now and then a random internet user would claim to have found something, but there was always some issue. It didn't actually save time, or had been found already, or was flat out fake. So, with no improvements, Abney was able to dominate. Nobody could catch up to him without new strategies. And this brings us to August 2nd, 2020. Abney was doing attempts to improve his own world record, when suddenly, he gets a message from somebody new, claiming to have made a large discovery.
How can you send me a video of a large discovery? Post it on Discord? I don't know.
This had happened before. Just another random viewer trying to get the streamer's attention.
I gotta see what this guy's large discovery is.
But still, he had to take a look, just so he could rule it out and get back to his attempts.
This is actually... Holy cow. This is... an actual new shortcut. What?
Abney didn't know it yet, but this discovery was the first of several. And his world record, it was about to become very vulnerable. This is his quest to hang on to it. But first, I want to tell you about this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX is basically the speedrunner's version of a web browser. They found some of the biggest time saves in browsing history. Does your computer ever lag because Chrome or Firefox is using too much memory? Well, you can perform a trick called lag skip. By using GX control in Opera GX, you'll reduce slowdowns and save precious time. But what about having to import all your settings and bookmarks from your previous web browser? Well, Opera GX found a skip for that too. By utilizing their quick import tool, you skip wasting time and instantly have everything transferred over. They've also got GX mods, where you can quickly modify background music, keyboard and tab sounds, browser and wallpaper visuals, and much more. Then there's GX Corner, where you can stay up to date on gaming releases and uploads from your favorite YouTubers. See their 12 latest videos only by using my dedicated tracking link. If you want the fastest and best browsing experience, download Opera GX using my link in the description and pinned comment. Abney's mind was blown. His chat was losing their minds. And it all stemmed from Forest64, a viewer who had never posted in chat before today. This is what was on the video that Forest sent to Abney. Royal Raceway, the 11th track in the run. Forest immediately turned around at the start and drove over some grass, then grabbed an item, triple red shells. He then drove back across the finish line and carefully positioned himself. He fired a red shell, precisely drove into it, and was launched on top of the wall. Lakitu set him down behind the finish line, and the game counted it as a lap. Forest repeated this twice, skipped 2 more laps, and just like that, one of the game's longest courses was finished in just 1 minute. Royal Raceway did have shortcuts before this, but they were relatively minor. You'd typically finish in about 1:40. So as soon as Abney saw this video, he knew the run was changing forever. Perhaps even more curious than the shortcut itself was the guy who discovered it. He was simply known as Forest64.
Yeah, some random dude in the chat just found it.
In the past, when shortcuts were found, it was usually by an established expert, either a tool-assisted speedrunner or a player with thousands of hours in the game. But Forest? Nobody in the community had heard of him before. Well, Forest first played the game in 2017, but didn't submit his runs since he played on Wii U Virtual Console, which was banned. He began tassing the game for fun and became an expert on how the game's shortcuts worked. He was perfectly happy staying in the background and not interacting with the community. But then he found the Royal Raceway shortcut, and felt compelled to tell people about it. So he did. The inner workings of this shortcut are quite complicated, but here's a rundown of it. By driving over certain regions away from the main track, like this part of the grass, the game sees that you've skipped over a decent portion of the track, and it responds by storing your current position in memory. If you then land on specific polygons, like the top of the wall, the game takes the position stored in its memory to determine where you are. So, Lakitu sets you down near the grass where your position was stored, the game thinks you've driven a full lap, and you can drive forward to complete it. This was a miracle. Look, random people claim things all the time on the internet, especially when it comes to speedrunning. But this random guy, Forest64, had actually found something. It was incredible, and Mario Kart 64 would probably never see something like this again. If it didn't happen again the very next day. On August 3rd, 2020, someone else sent a private message. It was another guy that nobody in the community had heard of before. And once again, he was claiming that he'd found a new shortcut. And guess what? He was absolutely right. Rainbow Road. Just like the last shortcut, you turn around at the start and go grab red shells. You then drive forward and stop next to the finish line. By firing a red shell behind you, then driving into it, you tumble over the edge in front of the finish line. After you fall for a while and stop tumbling, the game actually lets you back up in midair, and you can cross back behind the finish line. So, when Lakitu brings you back, you're behind the finish line, and the game gives you credit for having driven a full lap. The guy who discovered this one is named Garrett Graysel. He apparently found it one day back in the 90s, when he knocked his friend over the edge with a red shell and the game gave him credit for a lap. He assumed the community knew about it and never brought it up. But when he saw a speedrun where players did a slower skip with a green shell, he decided he should mention it to someone. And he was right. His red shell skip was faster by a solid 30 seconds. It had been decades since an outsider had found a new shortcut. Now, by sheer coincidence, it had happened twice in 2 days by 2 separate people. But while Garrett's shortcut was a one-off thing, Forrest was still looking for more. And over the next few days, he'd come up with yet another one, this time on Toad's Turnpike. The setup is a little too complicated to explain here, but it involves a lot of getting stuck in the railing and driving over the grass next to the track. The end result is being able to hop into the railing next to the finish line and skipping a lap each time. 45 seconds on Royal Raceway, 30 seconds on Rainbow Road, and now 55 seconds on Toad's Turnpike. In the span of a week, more than 2 minutes of time save were added to the run. Abney was still way ahead of the pack, but if he didn't take advantage of this, there was potential for these guys to catch him. So, Abney got to work. Despite the massive potential for time save, this still wasn't going to be easy. The Royal Raceway skip was extremely tough. You had to time your collision perfectly or you weren't making it on top of the wall. Still, the world records started to pour in. 25-29, then 25-25.
25-25.
On September 7th, Abney had his best chance yet, a potential mid-24 minute run with 3 courses left. But standing in his way was Yoshi Valley. If you get a speed item like a mushroom or star, you can jump over the fence and hit a seam on the wall. This causes you to skip a lap upon being placed back down. Optimally, you want to get triple mushrooms, so you can do this 3 times, once per lap, but triple mushrooms is at best 25% likely. So, a decent backup is to drive around the rightmost path and hit this seam, which both skips a lap and moves you forward a bit upon respawning. It's slower than getting triple shrooms, but it still allows you to continue the run in most cases. So, Abney tried to get triple shrooms, but didn't get them. No big deal, he just had to hit the backup shortcut. But then...
Nah, dude, I wimped out. I'm losing a bunch. Nah, dude, run's over. Classic DK, shouldn't have done it, dude.
DK strikes again. Despite the 3 new shortcuts, there were still so many other courses that could kill the run. They hadn't gone anywhere.
Oh my god.
And besides that, to capitalize on the time saves in Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road, Abney had to get lucky with items. He needed triple reds, which is only 20% likely. You can sit on an item box repeatedly to get items, but it can waste a lot of time, especially if you get a star or gold mushroom. At the end of September, Abney would get another good chance. He had a solid run going, but then on Royal Raceway, he managed to get 6 red shells, some insurance just in time.
Here we go!
The next few courses were pretty standard, although falling in the water on Banshee Boardwalk cost a few seconds. And so, he entered Rainbow Road with a sizable lead. He needed to get red shells quickly and avoid big time wasters like a star or gold shroom.
Nice. Well, I pretty much have to get reds next item or it's kinda dead.
It wasn't quick, but he had the reds. No insurance this time. Now, he needed 3 hits in a row.
Oh my god. Crazy. 2509.
This was the biggest cut off the record since 2017, and despite having obvious slowdowns, it felt good to make progress. Looking at the leaderboard, there was still no real threat to Abney. Climate had moved into second place, but he was over 1 minute and 40 seconds behind. So, Abney decided to take a break, resting assured that his world record was safe. Or was it? There was now a little bit of competition. Neither runner was that close to the record, but they were closer than anybody had been in years. In third place was Samek, just over 1 minute away. He'd had a pretty quick rise up the leaderboard in late 2020, and his 2614 featured all 3 new shortcuts. His biggest downfall was the fact that he had less experience than Abney, so his driving was less precise and he bled time across the run. And in second place was Kazuya. His rise was a little more slow and steady, but it ultimately led to him being the second to get a sub 26 minute run. He could also drive a little bit quicker than Samek, but it was still a disadvantage compared to Abney. Kazuya and Samek were mainly in a battle with each other for second place, but they were close enough to make Abney return to the game, knowing there was still plenty of time to save. And on his first session back, Abney got on this run.
One of my best joggers ever, maybe. Oh my god. Oh dang, is this 24? Yo. No way. 24:58.
This was the first minute barrier broken in nearly 4 years, and it was all possible thanks to the 3 new shortcuts. Rainbow Road and Royal Raceway were nearly perfect, and Toad's Turnpike saved a bunch of time too. This gave Abney some breathing room over his competitors, but he knew there was still work to do. Take Mario Raceway, for instance. This is another course where you want to get triple red shells, so you can launch yourself over the wall on each lap. But in this run, it took Abney over half a minute until he could finally get them. So, Abney knew he had to keep going. He had just cracked into the 24s. Now, he was going to see how low he could take it. About a week later, Abney got on a run with a perfect Toad's Turnpike, thrusting him into the lead. He bled a bit from missing jumps on Choco Mountain, but then it was time for Mario Raceway. Abney could save a big chunk of time here, as long as he could get red shells and avoid items like stars.
No. No. Why? Alright, reds. Oh my god. Right here.
Despite disastrous luck, he still gained a tiny bit of time. The run continued to be up and down until he reached Yoshi Valley.
Oh my god.
With triple shrooms, Abney was able to enter Rainbow Road over half a minute ahead of the world record. He just needed to get red shells.
Dude, I'm just going.
Blue shells are interesting. You can do the shortcut just like you can with red shells, but you can't get 3 of them at a time.
Oh my god. Alright, 1 blue. Ripped this run.
So, now he could only do the blue shell skip once. Then he had to go back and do the slower green shell skip twice. This was going to be close.
Oh. It's too late. It's gotta be too late, yeah. No way!
somehow he had pulled it off. Luck had tried to prevent it, but Abney forced his way into a world record. And as impressive as it was, this run would be totally irrelevant by the next day.
Awesome. Perfect special cup. 24-19. Oh man. That is a nice record.
This was the world record Abney had been looking for. He nailed the new strategies, and while there were some small time losses, there were no glaring ones like we'd seen in past runs. Abney was back to being more than a minute and a half ahead of second place. There was no longer any threat to his world record. But that didn't mean he wanted to stop playing. He was on a roll. All these improvements came in the span of just 1 week. And while the world record was solid, there were still time saves to be made. So, Abney pushed onward. And a few days later, he had a run that got off to the best pace of his life.
This run's crazy. Oh man.
This was mostly thanks to Calamari Desert. This course features 2 major shortcuts. The first is actually an intentional one from the developers. Kind of. If you drive most of a lap normally, then go into the tunnel and activate a star, the game extends the finish line into the tunnel and counts a lap. It was meant to be an Easter egg, but speedrunners found a way to abuse it. You can drive into the tunnel from the opposite side at the start of a lap, then turn around and activate the star. It counts as a lap completion in a fraction of the time. The other shortcut also involves driving into the tunnel. You take either red shells or a blue shell and knock yourself over the fence, skipping most of the lap. Now, both of these shortcuts save big time, and ideally you want to do both. That means getting red shells, then grabbing a second item and having it be a star. But getting triple reds is 20% likely, and a star is 30%. So you've only got a 6% chance of getting the magic combination. But when you do get it right away, it saves big time. So, Abney kept playing this incredible run, and after quick triple reds on Mario Raceway, he had a nearly 40-second lead. But then he entered Royal Raceway, once again needing triple red shells.
Nope. Let's go. Dude, I always miss that first. It went way left. Maybe a 2 out of 3 I can keep this run going. Nope. Yeah, this is over.
In addition to needing a lot of luck, the Royal Raceway skip is one of the hardest in the game. Be it from not getting red shells or messing up the shortcut, most runs that make it to Royal Raceway die at Royal Raceway. Abney continued to do runs over the following weeks, but Royal Raceway was just being brutal. Run after run made it there on record pace, but they almost never made it through. He was struggling to get runs deep more than he had in months. Meanwhile, Samek and Kazuya saw an opportunity. While Abney was stalled and not setting any records, maybe this was their chance to improve.
Ah, dang it. No. Dude. No. Dude, why? not even a chance. No! Dude, I got stuck on the side. Ah, stupid. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, I'm gonna lose this run to missing every one of these. Oh my god.
The gap had closed. There was just 24 seconds between Abney and Kazuya, with Samek not far behind. Kazuya had turned into a remarkably consistent player, and he was doing the impossible. He might have a shot at getting this world record. Well, Abney had no choice but to keep trying. On March 18th, he built up another lead into Royal Raceway. Not as big as some previous runs, but still a comfortable advantage. Step 1. Acquire red shells.
Oh my god.
That was easy. Now, he had to hit them 3 out of 3. No margin for error.
Oh my god. It's about time.
It was officially on. Abney took a 36-second lead into the Special Cup. 4 courses separating him from a big world record.
Oh my god. This run's insane. $23.52. Oh my god.
The first run under 24 minutes, and it had a lot going for it. A strong opening, followed by 3 out of 3 on both Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road. Once again, Abney now had a big separation from second place. Despite a massive effort, Kazuya was back to being nearly a minute behind. Now, it was Samek's turn to make things interesting.
Nice. Let's go.
In April 2021, Samek made a major push to lower his personal best. He did thousands of attempts in the span of just weeks, and he quickly saw results. It all came to a head on May 13th, 2021. He had a standard run going out of Frapp Snowland, but after 3 out of 3 hill jumps on Choco Mountain, he took a big lead.
Nice. Another perfect Choco Mountain. Wow.
So, entering Royal Raceway, Samek had a great opportunity, as long as he could hit this 3 out of 3.
Alright, another chance.
With nearly everything going his way, the only thing that could make this better would be getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley. He went into Rainbow Road, and although it took him a while to get red shells, he was still in position for a big PB. Just like that, Samek had swooped into second place. He suffered from slower driving compared to Abney, and took a while to line up a few of the shortcuts. But this was still a really clean second place run. Now, they were still far away, but Abney now had 2 competitors that were closing in. It'd be helpful if he could gain a bit more separation. Well, there was one thing he could do. A few months ago, Forrest and another tasser named Weatherton had been looking into ways to go through walls. For a proper explanation on how wall clips work, check out this video from my arch-rival Bismuth. Most wall clips are extremely precise, and aren't viable for a full game run. But one day, Forrest had an idea. If you have enough speed, you can clip into a wall and touch the surface behind it. On Luigi Raceway, this means you can start in front of the finish line, then clip into the wall and touch the other side of the track, which updates your section marker, and finally be ejected from the wall and land behind the finish line. This tricks the game into thinking you've driven a full lap, without having really left the section right around the finish line. You need the speed from a mushroom to do this, so the best strategy was to grab an item, pray it was triple mushrooms, and then precisely set up to ram into the wall 3 times. This is still extremely precise, but it can save about 10 seconds over the old shortcut. That could be just what Abney needed to keep lowering his time. So, while he knew it meant a ton of attempts would die right away, Abney committed to going for it. Meanwhile, Kazuya got back to doing attempts as well. Difference was, he opted to not go for anything new on Luigi Raceway. It would lose him some time, but it did mean he could get more runs going. And with all the difficulties and randomness that comes later in the run, playing it safe on Luigi Raceway wasn't such a bad idea. Still, Abney had a big lead over Kazuya. Was this finally the time he could put the record away for good and stop worrying about losing it?
Dang it. God dang it, dude. How am I not fast enough, dude? It's over. New record.
There was no denying it. Kazuya was closing in. Abney's lead was vanishing. And there was legitimate danger of losing a record that he had held for more than 6 years. Kazuya's improvement was remarkable. His driving had gotten faster, and his consistency with the shortcuts was approaching what Abney could do. And if he didn't act quickly, Kazuya was on a direct course to beat his world record. So, Abney acted as quickly as he could. Now this run was looking nice. He'd gotten the time save in Luigi Raceway, and a clean Toad's Turnpike to save a bunch more. He missed just one hill jump on Choco Mountain, and got reds right away on Mario Raceway. Going into Royal Raceway, this was the best pace he'd ever been on in his life. But it was all for nothing if he couldn't get reds.
I knew that would happen. So stupid, dude.
Abney was too close to the wall, so the red shell hit it with too much speed and died. Had he been just slightly further away, he could have hit this 3 out of 3. Instead, his best run ever was thrown in the garbage. This was a tough pill to swallow, but he'd gotten there before. That meant he could get there again. And unbelievably, the very next day, Abney found himself in the same spot. A 30-second lead into Royal Raceway, good enough to once again be his best pace ever. This was a perfect chance for redemption. Just hold it together. Abney had been playing this category for 7 years. Those were the 2 fastest runs he'd ever had. Back-to-back days, both killed in the exact same spot. But like any good speedrunner, Abney knew he had to push onward. He'd had some really crazy paces lately. If he could just get back there and execute on Royal Raceway, he'd have the world record in the bag. But I don't think Abney was prepared for the type of run he'd have on September 28th, 2021. No triple mushrooms, but that was okay. Abney had a backup plan. He'd drive over to a spot on the grass, then use his star to do the shortcut once and the golden shroom to do it again. It would only cost him a few seconds. Everything was okay.
Oh, I'm lost. I'm lost. No, dude. Why did I... Shouldn't have even gone for it, dude. So dumb. When I go and look at my RNG calculations that I did, where it was like 1 in 900 chance of getting acceptable RNG, I got the RNG in this run. Alright, it's a run.
Just one more course, Rainbow Road. But the red shell skip had not gone well for him lately. Good news was, he had a 20-second buffer to work with. If he could just get red shells and hit the trick, there was room for a big world record. But he needed to not miss.
Finally.
He had done it again. Right when Kazuya was starting to close in, Abney added another 18 seconds of separation. Kazuya and Samek had both made a good effort, but at the end of the day, this was Abney's category. He was just flat out better at it than everyone else. The new strategies had made things interesting, but not enough to ever lose the record. Kazuya had given it all he could, but he was never able to close the gap. He was a good player, but simply couldn't keep up with Abney. And with this world record, the most optimized one the game had seen in years, it was hopeless. There was nothing to do but watch it sit at the top of the leaderboard. Whoa. Something amazing has happened to Kazuya. He's getting times that nobody saw coming. His driving is better, he's hitting the shortcuts consistently, and it all culminated in a 23:40 from December 2021. It was an extremely similar run to what Abney got, getting red shells quickly everywhere and not missing a single one. Kazuya was now 11 seconds from the world record. He'd been playing this game non-stop for over a year, and it was starting to look like it might pay off big time. Was he the real deal? Well, he continued on a while longer without any improvements, but in February 2022, he got on another run that saved time early thanks to getting a blue shell star combo on Calamari Desert. He saved more time with a clean Toad's Turnpike, and suddenly, he had a 15-second lead over his run. If he could preserve this the rest of the way, this run was going to be the world record. But still standing in his way was Royal Raceway. Like I said, Kazuya had gotten extremely consistent with these shortcuts. 5 courses from a world record. There were now 2 seconds between Abney and Kazuya. Had he not missed a jump on DK Jungle Parkway, or had he gotten triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, this run would have been the world record. And someone other than Abney would be in the top spot for the first time in 7 years. Naturally, Abney came back to do more runs, trying to play defense and hang on to his record. But he struggled to get anything going. This record had been synonymous with him for close to a decade now. It was hard to believe that it might be coming to an end. All Kazuya needed was a run that kept it close into the Special Cup, where he could save a bunch of time and beat the world record. A few weeks later, Kazuya got on a run with a really clean Choco Mountain. It took a while to get red shells on Mario Raceway, but he got through it. He bled a little bit of time on Royal Raceway, but only a few seconds. This was the exact type of run he was looking for, a deficit that he could overcome in the Special Cup. So, Kazuya got to work. There it was. Kazuya had a 7-second lead into Rainbow Road. If he could get red shells, then hit the shortcut 3 times in a row, he was about to take the world record. 1 course to go. No red shells. Simple bad luck cost Kazuya the world record. This was the best chance he'd ever had to get it, and his time was running out. Abney and Kazuya were neck and neck. Each player was actively doing attempts to break the world record. Was Kazuya going to be able to take the record? Or would Abney's record streak remain unbroken? It all came down to who could lower their time first. Well, in April 2022, one of these players broke through. After more than 50,000 attempts, Kazuya was the 150cc skips world record holder. Congratulations poured in across the community. It was just surreal to see a new name on top of the leaderboard. Kazuya had cut it close. He didn't get triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, and it took some time to get red shells on Rainbow Road. But he had left just enough room, and eked out a 1-second world record. As for Abney, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Kazuya had turned into a tremendous player, and Abney had certainly left his mark on the community already. It's extremely rare to hang on to a world record for as long as he did. There was absolutely no shame in passing the torch to Kazuya and riding off into the sunset, leaving a streak of 29 consecutive world records as your legacy. He could finally put the thousands of hours spent on this category behind him and move on with his speedrunning career. But Abney said, forget all that, and 5 days later, he did this.
Yes. Crazy.
Well, that didn't take long. It had taken Kazuya over a year of grinding to edge out the world record. It took Abney 5 days to thoroughly beat him back. This was a pretty wild run from start to finish. It began with triple reds plus star on Calamari Desert, and he just kept gaining time from there. After nailing Royal Raceway 3 out of 3, Abney was in position for a massive record. But then he kind of backed off. He bled a bit of time by playing the next courses safe, and then despite getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, he lost 8 more seconds by really lining up the jumps carefully. This run actually had the RNG for a sub 23 minute run, but by playing it safe, Abney wound up with a 23-21. Still an excellent record, although it had the potential to be even better. Look, Abney may have briefly lost the world record to Kazuya, but it was only by 1 second. He had still held the record for all but 5 days of the past 7 years. All concerns of his demise had been greatly exaggerated. He just had a run go deep on pace for a sub 23, something Kazuya had never been close to. It was time to go for the kill and push the record out of reach.
Ah, man. I guess it is possible. Okay. Ah, it's over. Dude. Dang it. Come on, don't do this. It's so good. Dude, what is... what was that? I was stuck. No, I barely missed. Dang. Dang. Wow, dude.
It had been weeks, and while he'd had some promising runs, something always went wrong to prevent a world record. On Yoshi Valley, he was trying to go for a risky strategy that would avoid triple shrooms, but his success rate wasn't great with it, and his Royal Raceway luck had just been disastrous. Meanwhile, Kazuya was still right there. He was 7 seconds behind Abney, but he'd gotten the record before. Could he take advantage of this opportunity? He had done it again, and this time it was a pretty sizable improvement. He had a mistake early on Toad's Turnpike, when he missed a lap skip and had to do it again, but he was able to climb out of the hole, and didn't have another time loss until he missed a lap skip on Yoshi Valley. But beyond that, it was a beautiful run, and Kazuya had just proven something. His 1 second world record wasn't a fluke. He had actually caught up to Abney. Despite slower driving, he had matched or perhaps surpassed him at hitting the game's shortcuts. Kazuya was the champion of 150cc skips. In the year since this record was set, nobody has come close to approaching their times. Abney and Kazuya are more than a minute ahead of the competition. Both players have been grinding the category recently, and have done thousands of attempts each. They've both had promising runs, but there's only been one additional world record. This run was eerily similar to Abney's 23-21. It got off to an incredible start, then slowly bled time, partially by playing it safe on a few courses. Only difference was, this record was 7 seconds faster than Abney's run. It's hard to lose a world record. It's a side of speedrunning that doesn't get talked about much. Everyone's excited when one player gets the record, as they should be, but to be on the other side can be brutal, especially if it's a record that you've held for 7 years. It's become a constant part of your life at that point. But it's important to remember, nobody owns a world record. And to illustrate what I mean, I'm going to show you a clip from Darbian. After he set a world record in Super Mario Bros. Any Percent back in 2016, people were telling him that the run was nearly dead, and he might hold on to the record forever. But Darbian responded by saying this.
So instead of saying something silly like I think it will be over very soon and it's been a crazy ride, I'm going to say that this game will never be over, and the ride will only get crazier, and I am just participating in one small part of the middle of the ride, and there are many talented people who helped build the ride before me, and there'll be many talented people who help finish off the ride after me.
More accurate words have never been spoken. The point of all this? Be proud to have been a part of your game's history, even after your times have been beaten. Because unlike a world record, your legacy can last forever. This has been just one small segment of Mario Kart 64's history. Thanks for watching. B2. Removing Armory was certainly a controversial decision, but it brought a new wave of popularity to the speedrun. A couple months after the rule change, Kryphin got a great run going. He hadn't held the record in over 3 years, but he was going to have a chance at this. He saved a big chunk early in Cairo and never looked back, slowly gaining time over the following levels. The important sword flies and regret went well, as did the boss fight. And after a gold split on Sacred Icon, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead, and on pace for a 123. He entered Quarantine Zone, 5 levels from the end. But then... a couple untimely deaths and some slow navigating meant Kryphin's lead nearly entirely vanished. His world record chance was gone, but he still got a nice personal best out of it. But Rocats had better look out. With Armory being removed from timing, other runners were more determined than ever to get the world record. In particular, there were 3 of them. Kryphin was in second place, and we've seen how much potential he had. He'd been dominating Halo 2 Classic for years, and with a better Quarantine Zone, he would have had the Halo 2 Anniversary record as well. In third place was a runner named Sinister. He'd been running the game for a couple years, slowly lowering himself into world record contention. And while he was still 5 minutes behind the record, he had the potential to get it with a really strong run. And finally, there was Zoo. He was originally a Halo 3 runner, but later started focusing on Halo 2 Anniversary with Kryphin as his mentor. He was the farthest from the record, with his main goal being to beat Kryphin and get second place. But Zoo had one advantage over his competitors, thanks to a trick he went for right as the speedrun begins: tram skip. At the start of Cairo, there's a tram that leaves behind you. It passes by a later section of the level, so if you can just go where the tram's headed, you can skip the first part of Cairo. Problem is, there's an invisible barrier that pushes you back, and it doesn't disappear until after a door closes that you also can't pass through. If you try to approach the barrier, you'll get pushed back through the open door. There's no way to make it through. Well, in 2019, Nails found a way around this, and in 2020, Monopoly improved upon it with an easier method. You start by shooting your teammates until just before they turn and aggro to you. You then push a Marine into the corner of the tram, and as he rides away, you follow him. By spamming melee, he'll become an enemy and you can cling to him as the tram passes through the door. Once the barrier disappears, you're free to move forward through the rest of the level. This saves 45 seconds as you don't have to play the start of Cairo, but it comes with a catch. Your teammates will try to kill you for the remainder of the level. This isn't too problematic on easy mode, but on legendary your teammates kill you fast. So, despite being discovered years earlier, it wasn't used in full game runs. until Zoo came along. He had a lot of runs die early, but he had a 45-second advantage by going for it. So, in short, all 3 of these runners had a chance to get the record. Let the competition begin. Well, in May 2022, Zoo struck first, getting a 1:24.29. With just one personal best, he had nearly accomplished his goal of beating Kryphin. The run wasn't on record pace for too long, but this was still a remarkable time. Zoo was starting to make a name for himself in Halo 2.
At this point, when I had the 124, I wasn't really looking to get record at the time. My main goal at that point was just to bop Kryphin, like a student becomes a teacher type of thing.
When he ended up getting the 124, I think his goal was to just bop me at the time, like you mentioned. I probably told him that he can get whatever time he wants and the torch is his to take.
With this run, it was now clear. Zoo was the odds-on favorite to get the record. Despite taking a break to play more Halo 3, where he set that legendary world record, Zoo quickly came back to Halo 2, and on May 28th, he was able to get on an excellent run. He pulled further and further ahead. After Quarantine Zone, he was minutes ahead of his personal best, but he still had to get through Gravemind.
Like, Gravemind is like the main run killer, you know, like everyone just fears Gravemind. I had like a 920 Gravemind, which is pretty good for a full game legendary run. So after I finished that, I was getting nervous, I was kind of getting shaky. This run actually had a shot to get record.
When they enter the last level, it's exciting. Like, at least as a longtime runner of the game, like your heartbeat gets way up there with them because you know just how much pressure they have on themselves and just how much pressure there is to perform.
But unfortunately, he couldn't lock it down this time. He ended with a 1:22.37, just 17 seconds behind the world record.
You know, I missed record by 17 seconds at the time, but I was really excited to get a PB that close to record. I was pretty happy with it. I was pretty motivated by it to kind of keep going.
So, Zoo continued onward. He didn't play for a few weeks thanks to Moist Critical's Deathless Lasso challenge, but afterwards he got back to it. And on August 7th, he was on another remarkable pace, gaining time in level after level. After Sacred Icon, his lead was nearly a full minute, way ahead of world record pace. But unfortunately, Quarantine Zone did not go well, and an untimely death in Gravemind was the nail in the coffin.
I mean, as a longtime Halo 2 runner, that's like classic Halo 2 legendary speedrunning. You will lose every single run, or at least a majority of them, to Quarantine Zone through Great Journey.
This was now 2 huge record chances that he'd missed. He was starting to let it slip away. And right on cue, Kryphin and Sinister started to close in. Just 3 days apart, they set new personal bests of a low 124 and a low 125.
I saw, hey, I still have what it takes, I guess, you know? And I might have a shot at it.
I was still like kind of motivated to grind it, but yeah, I was like losing hope a little bit.
A couple more weeks passed, with nothing from Zoo. But finally, he was able to get on another good run. He started with Tram Skip, then kept it close over the following levels. Oracle and Regret were both solid, and he ended up with a gold split on Sacred Icon. Things were looking pretty good.
He was getting into Gravemind at a pretty good time, actually. You know, you look at his run, he says, here it comes as soon as the Gravemind load happens.
Alright, here it comes. Pray for me.
Gravemind was okay, with 5 deaths, but he followed it up with 2 more really good splits. Through it all, Zoo wound up being ahead going into Great Journey, a level where he had even more time to save.
Seeing how far ahead he was of the record actually entering it and how much time he had to play with, all I'm thinking in my head right here is, you've done this a million times before, just hold it down. You have time to lose. Do not full tilt if Great Journey trolls you. All you need to do is hang on, and you got this.
It wasn't the best, it wasn't the cleanest, but it was good enough to pull out the record.
Did I do it? Oh my god, let's go. Barely a 121 as well.
More so than anything, finally getting the record, I was just relieved.
He had finally broken through the barrier. He had finally taken his first record, and the sky's the limit at this point, you know? All he has to do now is go wherever he wants to.
Zoo had the record, but he admitted in the description that he didn't expect to hang on to it for long. Rocats was still around, and Kryphin and Sinister weren't far behind. So, despite having accomplished his goal, he continued to do runs. And to shake things up a bit, he decided to start going for a new, incredibly risky strategy in Regret: the gondola launch. You start by getting on the first gondola at the start of Regret. While on it, you can deload the Phantom by repeatedly meleeing. This delays the checkpoint, which in turn deletes the Phantom when it reaches the middle platform. As a byproduct of all this, a timer starts on the second gondola, and when it runs out, it'll travel back to the start. Once you get to the middle platform, you push the button and finish killing the enemies. This acts as a trigger to send the second gondola forward. So the second gondola now has two commands, one to send it back and one to send it forward. And if these commands overlap within a roughly 1 second window, the game doesn't know what to do. So it deloads the gondola entirely. And the strange result of this, if you're standing on the gondola, you'll get launched through the air. Nails figured out how to do this back in 2018, but for years it was considered too risky to do in legendary runs. You save a good 30 to 40 seconds by not having to wait to do the sword fly, but missing it costs nearly 2 minutes. Risky as it was, Zoo decided it was time to try implementing it in his runs. It would undoubtedly cause more runs to die at Regret, but the 40-second time save was too good to pass up. It could lead to some crazy paces. Well, on September 26th, Zoo got on a run with the gondola launch. It pushed him over a minute ahead of the world record. This was a fantastic opportunity, but it got even more serious when he got a gold split on Gravemind, the fastest he had ever done it in a run. With just 3 levels to go, he was 2 minutes ahead of the record. This was a chance for a sub 120, a time that seemed unthinkable to Zoo just weeks ago. All he needed was to get through 3 more levels. He just had to close it out. And well, here's how it went. In High Charity, he tried to lure the Flood over so he could do High Charity skip, but failed and had to revert. He succeeded on the second try, but accidentally pushed him off the ledge. These time losses hurt, yet he still retained a minute lead. But Great Journey was even worse. He died 3 times, including twice while driving the Spectre. He still finished the run off as a world record, but it was nowhere near what it could have been. This was starting to become a habit for Zoo. He was getting crazy paces late into runs, and things went wrong in the final couple levels to derail it. But this run did make one thing clear. Sub 120 was now the ultimate goal for Halo 2. Zoo had been on pace for it. Now, he just needed a clean ending. Well, a few weeks later, he got on a run that fell behind in the middle levels. He had to revert to the last checkpoint 5 times in Regret, despite getting the gondola launch. He also had a slower ending to Sacred Icon, and couldn't match the gold split in Gravemind of his last run. Zoo was running against balanced splits that he had made, but in reality, he was about 45 seconds behind the record going into High Charity. But he knew he could save that time in the final 2 levels. and despite dying once in high charity, he managed to save over a minute in the end to get the record. The final time was 1:20.56. A solid record, but now it had the opposite problem. A weak middle game with a really strong ending. In order to get the sub 120, the run had to be great from start to finish. But Zoo wasn't discouraged. He pressed onward, more determined than ever to get the sub 120. And the very next day after this 1:20.56, this happened.
I was feeling very good about it from the very start because I got my Cairo was a 440, and that was individual level record for Cairo. So right off the bat, I was like motivated to keep it going. Got a decent regret this time. Got the time save, or a lot of the time save I needed for that mission.
When he built up this big time pool into Gravemind, you're kind of like, you don't want to set your expectations too high, but then he got a really good Gravemind. I think it was like a 905. That's just insane. So he's suddenly on this incredibly sick pace, and you're just hoping that it survives.
At that point, I was getting nervous again. I was letting the nerves starting to get to me.
12 levels into the run, Zoo had amassed a 1 minute and 23 second lead. Just Great Journey stood between him and a 119. But there was still so much that could go wrong.
At this point, when he entered Great Journey that far ahead, I was super nervous for him. He can either get his goal, he can be happy, or it's going to be the most heartbreaking run of his life. Having done some of those runs myself, I know it's not over until the final cutscene plays on Great Journey, and unfortunately, that's kind of how this run played out. Your heart sinks, and it's just tragic to watch.
Despite the deaths, the run still finished as a world record. Zoo had missed the sub 120 by just 14 seconds.
Like, can I just get it already? Can I stop choking the last mission and just clutch it out?
The good news was that Zoo now had 50 seconds to save in the final level. So once again, if he could just get there on a reasonable pace, he could save a bunch of time and get the record.
Like having a 58-25 split out of QZ, quarantine zone, people consider like a sub 1 hour out of QZ to be very good. I remember having like a 58-25, like this run's pretty nuts right now. This one could be it. It could be the one.
As long as he can stay close to his PB, he knows he's got a ton of time to save in Great Journey, almost a minute in fact. And this run was shaping up just for that.
I was 10 seconds behind going into Great Journey, but I had a minute of time save. There's so much time to save. This run should definitely be it. On top of that, I was streaming, so I was like excited to get the sub 120 in front of everyone watching.
In the final boss, there's some reinforcement waves that happen when you're killing the final boss based on when he gets to a certain health threshold. Now, normally, they don't really matter and you can get the final boss dead with the Johnson glitch. So once you kill the final boss, there is about 10 seconds before the level actually ends. And during that time, all the enemies and all your teammates, like, they're still active, they're still fighting out there. And if you're caught in the crossfire, you can easily die and just revert back to the very start of the fight.
So by the time I finally killed him, there was a brute right behind me. He punches me. I start freaking out. Like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to save it. So I kind of just did a random input, and then I lost it there.
Bro, no way! No way!
Yeah, there's so many emotions. Like I was angry, annoyed. I was embarrassed because this just happened on stream. This run was it. Tartarus was dead. All I had to do was wait 10 seconds, and then the run was finished.
It's heartbreaking to watch that happen, especially on a run so fast. It took a lot of me trying to like really reassure him and try to convince him like, hey, you've done this once, you can do it again. You're in a league of your own. You are so far ahead of everyone else, and the paces you're getting are so consistently fast that this is going to come with time.
Zoo's motivation hadn't dried up. He knew the sub 120 was within reach. He kept pushing onward through the month of November. And on November 7th, he'd have his next good chance.
It started off really good. Like, even though it started off with some time loss, a 448 Cairo was still like insane. The missions after that went pretty standard. So I ended up being ahead by quite a bit. And then Regret came. Regret, everything went my way basically. Then I finished QZ, ended up getting a QZ. A 57-53 split is, I remember also being hyped for that. Like, that's insanely fast for Halo 2 Legendary.
When I saw those splits, a run that was this fast and still gaining with time to save on Great Journey, I was blown away. This was shaping up to be one of the best Halo 2 speedruns of all time.
I do High Charity Skip. I remember specifically I practiced High Charity Skip a ton before this run, so I ended up getting a gold split.
Everything was aligning. Zoo had only died 7 times, none of which were particularly costly. It all amounted to a 24-second lead going into Great Journey, where he could save another huge chunk of time. The pressure was on.
My mindset with this run, like, as if I'm ahead at all going into Great Journey, then like I have this in the bag. I should have this in the bag.
When he got to Great Journey, I am without a doubt certain that he was incredibly nervous.
As I progressed, everything seemed to go my way completely. Okay, so the end fight, the Johnsons were like in some sort of conga line. The Johnson behind the first one wouldn't shoot at Tartarus because it would mean, you know, he was shooting his own teammate. So he just didn't shoot at all. So that kind of prolonged the fight. Like, it was taking a while for Tartarus to die. So that gave the brute reinforcements, giving the brute reinforcements time to get on the platform and kill me. But that didn't happen.
It's so good. Like, there's, you know, mistakes here and there, but Halo 2 Legendary, you don't get a run that's going to be perfect. This had so few deaths, so few mistakes, so little trolls by RNG, that the time is just incredible.
I felt this was like one of the only times where I felt happy with the PB, you know? Like, I felt satisfied, like this is actually a good run. So I was happy, like happy for the first time with the PB with the run. It was such a good run. I finally considered a run to be good.
To this day, Zoo's 119 remains on top of the leaderboard. There's been a recent push to break the record, thanks to a $3,000 bounty placed by Eki. In the first few months of 2023, Kryphin, Sinister, and Nails have all improved their times. But Zoo's world record still stands above them. 5 years ago, world record runs used to not be saved. The game was an afterthought compared to Halo 2 Classic. Now, Halo 2 Anniversary has a thriving community, with a world record that reflects that. And as solid as it is, there's no doubt that competition will drive it far lower in the years to come. This has been the history of Halo 2 world records. Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed, since that really helps me out. Thank you. Super Mario Bros. 3 speedruns are some of the most competitive out there. It has a degree of randomness not found in most platformers. So much out of your control needs to line up. But it also requires relentlessly precise platforming through the entire game. We've already been over warpless world records in this game, but there's another even tougher category: 100%. And over the past 10 plus years, it's become one of the most coveted NES world records. This is the history of Mario 3 100% world records. So, what is a 100% speedrun? Well, for a normal warpless speedrun of Mario 3, the only requirement is that you can't use any of the game's warp whistles to jump to a later world. However, that category still lets you skip over certain levels, since you aren't required to play them all to beat the game. But for 100%, the rules are a bit stricter. You've got to complete every stage and every map enemy through the entire game. That includes all the numbered levels, forts, airships, and hand stages, as well as enemies like Hammer Brothers and Piranha Plants. It's a brutal category. You can't skip over anything dangerous. The origin of this category comes from a speedrun from December 2005, performed by David Gibbons. Now, David Gibbons may not be a familiar name to most, but back in the early 2000s, he was one of the most prolific speedrunners around. He held world records in Mario 64, GoldenEye, Castlevania 64, Donkey Kong Country 3, the list just goes on. And on Christmas Eve 2005, he added Mario 3 to that list. A 100% run clocking in at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 10 seconds. Let's dive in. Gibbons played on the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game, but since all his other records were on SNES and N64 games, it's likely Gibbons played on this version since he didn't own an NES. He started in World 1 and began making his way through the game. Gibbons' first goal was to build up the P meter as often as he could. The P meter checks every 8 frames whether you're running and whether you're on the ground. If both are true, then an arrow builds in the meter, and if not, then it'll lose an arrow. Once the meter is full, you get P speed, allowing you to run much faster than normal. So, throughout the entire game, Gibbons frequently tried to run on the ground and build P speed. In World 1, he was able to build it on several occasions, but usually slowed down and lost it slightly after. As a whole, Gibbons was going through stages quickly, but some levels looked more like a casual playthrough. 3-2 in particular had a lot of falling in the water and riding on slow-moving platforms. Since the run was so long, he played a lot of sections safe, slowing down to ensure he didn't take damage or die. But whenever he built P-speed, he was able to fly through levels. And all the while, he was collecting items, which the game automatically gives you after completing worlds and fighting Hammer Brothers. He saved most of these until World 7, which features many of the game's longest stages. So in 7-6, for instance, instead of entering the door to play the level, he used a P-wing to fly over the wall and run to the other side. Level complete in a matter of seconds. All in all, this was a pretty impressive speedrun for its time, and it got a positive reception in the community. But there were a lot of safe strategies used, and it was obvious the world record had potential to go lower. That being said, for the next 6 years, David Gibbons' run remained as the fastest recorded 100% time. During that period, new Mario 3 runners joined Speed Demo's archive, but for the most part, they focused on the game's other categories. However, for Awesome Games Done Quick 2012, a runner named TJP7154 submitted Mario 3 100%. It got accepted, meaning he'd be running it in front of thousands of viewers that January. So, TJP had to practice. He began streaming 100% runs on his Twitch page, and in November 2011, he beat David Gibbons' record. But this time, 100% looked a little different. On November 6th, 2011, TJP beat the record by over 2 minutes, a 1:21:56. And he was able to take full advantage of what had been discovered over the last 6 years. First off, he was far better at preserving P-speed. For instance, in 2-2, he turned back at the start of the stage to build P-speed, then precisely jumped to maintain it through the whole level. 4-3 was more of the same, maintaining P-speed by mapping out his jumps perfectly. It was overall a higher level of gameplay than Gibbons' run. There were also smaller optimizations TJP made. It seems logical to jump to get the wand sooner after a Koopa fight, like Gibbons did, but Mario eventually has to slowly fall to the bottom of the screen after grabbing it. So, if he grabs it on the ground instead, Mario falls a much shorter distance and actually gains time. He used this throughout the run to save a few seconds. But here's the thing about TJP. He was practicing for a marathon, not trying to optimize a world record. He was also a showman, never afraid to go for the toughest tricks even if they were risky. So, despite some impressive time saves over David Gibbons, TJP also died 5 times and took damage on numerous occasions. It made for an entertaining run, despite some obvious places to improve. But the biggest addition to TJP's run? He used every trick to his advantage. Welcome to the wonderful yet punishing world of Mario 3's glitches. This is stage 6-9. Normally, you enter the pipe and play through the level, but instead, TJP did this. It's called a wall jump, an incredibly difficult glitch in Mario 3. First off, you need to jump into the top 6 pixels of a block, and then jump again the frame you hit the block, although in rare cases you may get a second frame. That means you have 6 pixels of wiggle room, and then must time a jump down to the 60th of a second. That's not easy. But then there's stuff out of your control. In order to have the chance to wall jump as Small Mario, you must be at least 2 pixels into the wall. When running, Mario moves 2 pixels and 8 sub-pixels per frame. There are 16 sub-pixels in a pixel, meaning essentially he moves 2.5 pixels per frame. Depending on how you're lined up, the wall jump can be impossible. For instance, if you happen to be 1 pixel away from the wall with a low sub-pixel value, you'll only be 1 pixel deep into the wall on the next frame and won't have the chance to wall jump. If you instead had a high sub-pixel value, the 8 sub-pixels gained would cause Mario to move an extra pixel deep, and the wall jump would be possible. The math works out so that you only have a 60% chance to get the wall jump even if you do everything right. Your subpixel value and distance from the wall must line up properly. Another trick that requires both a precise jump and subpixel luck is clipping. If you jump right into the corner of a block as Big Mario, the game thinks his head is stuck inside, and its solution is to zip you out to the right. This means you can skip straight through entering a door to play a stage and go right to the end. But of course, in addition to needing a frame-perfect jump to hit the corner of the block, you also need subpixel luck to clip in far enough. Even if you get a frame-perfect jump every time, Mario only zips less than half the time in practice. As difficult and random as these tricks are, TJP was committed to going for them. He went for the wall jump in 6-9 and got it 7th try. He went for the clip in 7-1 and got it 17th try. He went for a clip in 7-5 and failed 9 times before giving up. Finally, in 7-6, he hit a clip first try, vindicating his efforts. Was this all actually worth it? Well, despite a lot of misses, TJP clearly showed that if performed fast enough, the wall jump and all the various clips could potentially save big time. A few weeks later, just before his GDQ run, TJP set another 100% world record, 120.29. It was cleaner overall with fewer deaths, and took no more than 6 tries to get the major clips in World 7. Despite a lead of over 3 minutes, TJP couldn't help himself from going all out in the last stage of the game. He started by going into the basement, and failing a clip 31 consecutive times. He then returned to the start of the level, and attempted a different clip 4 times before giving up and taking the elevator. He then successfully hit a clip at the top of the level, but it actually lost him time because of how slowly you move through the wall. He may have lost over a minute and a half in one stage, but his run looked cool, and was still a world record. Now, TJP's run stood as the official record for about 8 months. It was beaten in August 2012, and the runner to do it is pretty well known today. Mitch Flowerpower. By 2012, Mitch had already been a top Mario 3 runner for years. He got the Warpless record in 2010, and likely had a 100% run faster than TJP's runs back in 2011. But he didn't record his time until 2012. By then, Mitch's skills had risen far beyond TJP's. And as a result, he was able to do this to the world record. 100% had just been taken to another level. And the way Mitch did it, P-speed, P-speed, P-speed. He had practiced runs of individual levels for years, and was able to apply P-speed techniques there to full game runs. The only problem with this record, it wasn't exactly 4K quality, a low resolution camera pointed at a TV. But the gameplay on the screen was unbelievably high quality for the time. Take 1-3 for instance. Mitch did a tiny jump over a Koopa to build P-speed while jumping off the boomerang bro. Take the first fort in World 4. This is an incredibly tough stage, but Mitch kept P-speed the entire way through. There are some really precise jumps in there, but he never slowed down. Mitch's gameplay was not only cleaner, but also smarter. In World 6's first fort, Mitch powered up, then intentionally took damage so he could run on the spikes quickly, instead of slowly riding on the platform. There were time saves like this all across the run, allowing Mitch to be multiple minutes ahead after 6 worlds. But instead of going for the wall jump in 6-9 and the clip in 7-6, Mitch used P-wings in both stages to fly straight up top, instead of using them for safer strategies in stages like TJP did. He still managed to get 7-1 clips second try, and got a couple clips in 7-5. It was far from a perfect run, but Mitch's 114 was the new gold standard for 100% runs. Now, when compared to Warpless, Mario 3's other long category, 100%'s leaderboard was a little different. Mitch was way ahead of the pack in 100%, but he had one active competitor for Warpless runs, a speedrunner known as Karua. Throughout 2012, Mitch and Karua were locked in a Warpless world record battle, trading the record back and forth throughout the year. Mitch knew Karua would be an incredible 100% runner if he ever gave it a try, and he encouraged him to start running it. So, later that year, Karua did, and in December, he beat Mitch's world record, 113.52. Karua had a different approach this run. Mitch went all out, executing as many tough strategies as he could and being less concerned about mistakes. Karua, on the other hand, went for a more consistent run. He expected to get hit and make the occasional mistake, but his initial goal was to avoid dying, something TJP and Mitch failed to do. He also wanted to have a cleaner run overall. Mitch had some slowdowns in World 5, while Karua was able to hold on to his Fire Flower. This allowed him to build P-speed in 5-3, while Mitch had to slowly jump his way through. Keeping with his conservative strategies, Karua saved a lot of items for the later worlds, and P-winged over 6-9 and 7-6. He also used the P-wing in 7-9, allowing him to go straight to the top and skip part of the maze-like stage. He still went for the 7-1 clip, and got it 5th try. So overall, his safe strategy worked beautifully. Karua completed the run without dying, and ended up with a 43-second world record improvement over Mitch. The run certainly wasn't without its faults. Small time losses were scattered across the run, especially in World 6, and he took a lot of time trying to build P-speed at the start of 7-2. But Karua said that all he wanted with this run was a starting point. He wanted to achieve a clean world record, and then return to improve it in the future. So, 5 months later, that's exactly what Karua tried to do. On May 19th, 2013, after a break from doing 100% runs, Karua got on a pace with a beautiful first half. He bled a little bit from slowdowns in World 5, but his World 6 was much cleaner than his last record. Karua was over half a minute ahead into World 7, but he still had to get the 7-1 clip. First try. He also gained time by building P-speed faster in 7-2, and suddenly, he was over 41 seconds ahead going into the final world. World 8 is a very interesting world in Mario 3 speedruns. On its surface, it doesn't seem that difficult. Nearly half the stages are auto-scrollers, which are essentially cutscenes for speedrunners, and the remaining stages don't have many super difficult tricks. You don't even have to worry about the hands like you do in Warpless. You're forced to play them all in 100%, so the only RNG is a 1.5 time loss from getting pulled in by a hand versus selecting it manually. So, World 8 shouldn't be that tough of a world. But the remaining levels, 8-1, 8-2, the Fort, and Bowser's Castle, they may not be super difficult, but they're just hard enough that, when combined with the pressure of being on world record pace, it can be very easy to make a mistake. With the pressure off, top runners rarely make mistakes in World 8. But everything changes when you're on world record pace. One slip of the button, one mistimed jump, and your world record chance can vanish. Three consecutive levels with a mistake. The pressure may have gotten to Karua. But incredibly, since he led by so much going into World 8, he still pulled off a world record by 7 seconds. This may not have been the record he was going for, but Karua was in it for the long haul. 100% had turned into his new favorite category, and he was willing to devote most of his attention to it. And so, throughout 2013, this is what Karua did to the world record. Four months later, Karua had taken the world record all the way to 112.40. Despite lowering the record by over a minute, there weren't any big new strategies. The improvements came from making fewer mistakes and slowly adding in small time saves. An example of this is 4-1. Karua used to never build P-speed in this level, and just jumped his way through while slowing down as little as possible. But starting with his 112.40, he picked up a Koopa shell, then used it to run into a Parakoopa so he could avoid taking damage and build P-speed. He could then preserve it across the remainder of the level and save a few seconds. This was Karua's category. Mitch was close to him at the start of the year, but as he chose to focus on other categories instead, Karua was able to pull away. And as a result, the gap between the two of them was nearly 2 full minutes. But then, something interesting happened. Mario 3 100% was accepted into AGDQ 2014, just as it had been 2 years prior with TJP. Only this time, it would be a co-op run, with Mitch and Karua both playing. So, Mitch had to get ready. He'd spent the year playing the game's warpless and any percent categories, setting a total of 5 world records between the two. But he hadn't played 100% in over a year, and since then, Karua had lowered the record 7 times. So, during preparations for that year's GDQ run, the question was, could Mitch keep up with Karua? And on November 13th, 2013, that question was answered. This was a record improvement of 7 seconds, but there's one important caveat. Mitch played on an NES, while Karua played on Wii Virtual Console. These consoles have different frame rates, and essentially meant that Karua was playing in slightly slow motion compared to Mitch. Over the course of an hour-long speedrun, it worked out that Mitch gained 20 seconds over Karua from frame rate differences alone. So his improvement of 7 seconds was a slower played run overall. But it was still the world record. Mitch's strategies were quite different than Karua's. In the World 2 Fort, for instance, Mitch intentionally lost fire to damage boost off the spikes. It's faster initially, but you lose time by not being able to fire kill the Boom Boom and having to power back up later. Mitch also gained time back in a few of the stages where Karua lost big time, but he had his struggles too. His 7-1 clip was 12th try. Yet when factoring in the time save from frame rate differences, it was still enough to beat the world record.
I did it. I did it.
After 15 months of dominance from Karua, Mitch was back on top. But in the lead up to their AGDQ run, Mitch wasn't the only one practicing. Karua started doing 100% runs as well. And this time, there was no more Wii Virtual Console. Karua switched to playing on an NES. And so, just a few weeks after Mitch's record, Karua beat him back by 24 seconds. Keeping with the theme from these two runners, Karua's record was more consistent than Mitch's run. Mitch had lost fire in the forts in Worlds 4 and 5, while Karua didn't get hit in either spot. And instead of a 12th try 7-1 clip, Karua got it first try. He did die in 6-3, but it wasn't a significant time loss since he was already Small Mario, and it was at the start of the level. It was a quintessential Kirua world record. He went for fewer extravagant tricks compared to Mitch, but was steady nearly the whole way through. And it paid off beautifully. Mitch and Kirua continued practicing in the lead up to AGDQ 2014, but neither lowered their 100% time. But then, the day before the marathon was scheduled to start, Kirua came through with one more world record, the first 111 in the game's history. It was a bit more of an up and down run, with Kirua losing fire in World 3 and missing a tail swipe in 7-5, causing him to lose time going for the backup. But this run is notable for one particular trick Kirua went for. It's not a huge time save, but is extremely difficult and punishing if missed. The trick is in World 3, saves 3 seconds, and fittingly, is named Door 3. In World 3's first fort, there's a hallway of doors that lead to different areas. You're supposed to go into the 6th door, then jump up to a higher door and enter the boss corridor. However, if you instead enter the 3rd door and press up to re-enter the door as soon as Mario spawns on the next screen, you can enter it again and are sent straight to the boss corridor. This saves 3 seconds over going to door 6, but it's incredibly risky. You only have 1 frame to press up as you spawn on the screen, and if you miss, you fall into the water and lose 11 seconds. It's extremely high risk for not a huge reward. But Kirua went for it since his run was off to a slow start, and it paid off. A few days later, Mitch and Kirua had their GDQ run, and then both players took a break from 100%. The world record had entered the 111s, and although there's a limit to just how optimized an hour-long run can be, it was starting to get there. There weren't many huge time saves left. The smaller things were becoming more and more important. But when Kirua came back to 100% runs in March, one element of the run in particular was gaining relevance. So far, we've talked about all the execution and tough tricks required in a 100% run. Building P-speed, getting clips, and all the rest. But we've been ignoring a big aspect of the speedrun. Mario 3 100% has one other major component: RNG. It's time to talk about the Hammer Brothers. The first 6 worlds in the game feature one or more Hammer Brothers on the overworld map. After every level you complete, or every time you die, these Hammer Brothers randomly move in an available direction. They only intend to move one space at a time, but they can only stop on an unoccupied tile, so if they land on a level or another Hammer Brother, they have to move again. All the Hammer Brothers move at the same time, but you have to wait for whatever the longest movement is to stop before Mario can move. So if one Hammer Brother moves once while the other moves twice, you end up taking the time loss from a movement of 2. Now, you can get some pretty long movements from the Hammer Brothers. In World 5, this Hammer Brother can't stop on the fort, and then can't stop on level 8 or level 9. So, he has to move 4 spaces before he can finally stop. Each additional movement costs 32 frames, or roughly half a second, so a movement of 4 loses a second and a half over the optimal movement of 1. But under perfect conditions, you can get even worse movements. If the Hammer Brothers never land on an open tile, they have to keep moving. They can even get stuck on top of each other if they meet at a 3-way intersection. Speedrunner Stewie Cartman has one of the longest Hammer Brother movements on record, and movements like this can theoretically take place in any playthrough of Mario 3. It probably goes without saying that if this happens in a run, it's an immediate reset. Even without a super long marathon movement, Hammer Brother movements can still cost the player big time over the course of a 100% run. An extra movement is only half a second, but there are dozens and dozens of spots for movements during a run. In World 5 alone, getting the worst possible versus the best possible Hammer Brother luck is about 21 seconds of difference. Extrapolate that to the full game, and one speedrun to the next can have significant time variance from RNG alone. So, when Karua came back to attempts in March 2014, Hammer Brother RNG mattered more than ever before. On March 27th, he got on a run that pulled ahead big time after World 3. This was partly thanks to quick Hammer Brother movements, but mostly because he didn't get hit in the fort like his last record. World 4 featured great Hammer Brother luck. 2 movements of 2 and 5 movements of 1, and he didn't have to travel far to fight them either. Unfortunately, World 5 wasn't as kind, as he got several movements of 3. Still, going into World 7, Karua had built up a substantial lead, and it just kept getting better. 7-1 clip was first try once again, and he got the tail swipe in 7-5 that he missed in the last record. Karua had a 17-second lead into World 8, but we already know how hard this world can be under pressure. These mistakes lost 12 seconds combined. Still a record by 5 seconds, but World 8 was starting to become a problem spot for Karua. But just a week later, he had a chance for redemption. Karua carried an 8-second lead after World 6, but this run is notable for the new strategies Karua went for in World 7. In 7-9, he successfully hit a clip that saves 5 seconds. Instead of having to navigate the maze normally, you can go right through the wall to skip a segment of it. And in the second fort, Karua went for a beautiful strategy where you preserve P-speed throughout the 2 rooms. It's incredible to watch. You must throw fireballs and time your jumps perfectly in room 1, then do incredibly precise jumps while ducking in room 2 so that you never slow down. These 2 strategies combined meant Karua was 15 ahead into World 8. This was his chance. But once again, World 8 stood between him and the world record. He needed a good world. And that's exactly what he got. It made for a remarkable 1:11.26, a world record cut of 27 seconds. The run was solid through World 5, but a gold World 6, combined with the new strategies in World 7 and a clean World 8, pushed it over the top. Simply put, this was an amazing world record. So amazing that for the next year, it would stand on top of the leaderboard unchallenged. But even with no competitors in sight, Karua still wanted to push his time lower. In early 2015, he came back to the category, largely thanks to a few new strategies he could use to shave off some time. The biggest one was an overhaul of level 6-5. This is the infamous stage where you're supposed to build P-speed, then fly up with a Koopa shell to clear out the plants and make it to the pipe. Building P-speed is easy, but it took speedrunners time to pick up the Koopa shell. However, Karua began using the 6-5 despawn strat. Mario 3 only has 5 available sprite slots at a time. If a 6th sprite appears on screen, it'll simply be despawned right away. So, by running and not slowing down, then tail swiping a Buster Beetle, he'll stay on screen longer and take up a sprite slot. The next beetle is in slot 2, the Koopa is in slot 3, and the last beetle is in slot 4. With one open slot remaining, only one of the 2 plants above can spawn in. So, you can just fly up there and break the blocks without needing to use the Koopa shell. Using this new strategy and other smaller ones, Kurua set two 100% records in March 2015, a 111.24 followed by a 111.02. The gap on the leaderboard was now enormous, 54 seconds between him and second place. He had set 12 of the category's last 13 world records. He had held the record nearly non-stop since 2012, and now his lead over anybody else in the world was nearly a full minute. And it was a good thing, because shortly after his 111.02, Kurua obtained a working holiday visa, meaning he was going to be moving to Japan for the next year, and he wasn't going to be doing any speedrunning while gone. He had plans to come back to 100% runs upon his return, but for the next 12 months, he couldn't defend his title. But fortunately for Kurua, his world record seemed to be in no danger. He left for Japan, still with no threats to the record in sight. Just 3 months into his absence, Kurua's record was gone. The guy who did it was named I Love Mario. When Kurua left, he was 54 seconds behind and didn't seem like a major threat. But a month later, the leaderboard looked a bit closer. And then it got a bit closer. And finally, on June 24th, 2015, he came through with this run. The first 110 in the game's history. I Love Mario would go on to set many records in Mario 2, Mario 3, and Mario Land 2 in the years to come, but this one was actually his very first Mario world record. While Kurua's run didn't have any huge mistakes, it still had flaws that I Love Mario was able to take advantage of. His big time saves revolved around building P-speed, namely in 4-1, World 4's second fort, and 5-5. In each of these stages, he managed to build P-speed early through precise platforming to save a couple seconds. They added up to be a pretty nice time save. 7-1 clip was second try, and the world as a whole was quite clean. Credit to I Love Mario. He had swooped in and taken a world record that looked to be pretty safe. Kurua was shocked. He knew his record wasn't perfect, but to be beaten after just 3 months away was definitely a surprise. But he was set on not doing attempts until he came back. Over the next few months, the leaderboard would become a bit cluttered at the top, but I Love Mario's run remained the only 110. The new year arrived with no changes. And finally, in the spring of 2016, Kurua came back. His record had only lasted 3 months, but I Love Mario's world record lasted the remaining 9. It was still the time to beat. So, how would Kurua respond? Well, in the past, Kurua tended to mix in other games with his 100% attempts. But this time around, he decided he was going to do an all-out grind. His goal wasn't just to get the record back. His goal was to lower the time as much as he physically could. Because the time he was aiming for was a sub 110.30. This was Kurua's ultimate grind. To get there, Kurua was going to have to squeeze all the time out of 100% that he could. He had a couple ways to help. Part 1. Getting all the Koopa fire kills. At the end of each of the first 7 worlds, there's a Koopaling battle. The fastest way to defeat them is to use fireballs, but this can be quite difficult, since the Koopalings have seemingly random patterns that can throw everything off. However, their pattern can actually be determined ahead of time. It all depends on the time spent on the overworld map between the last level and the airship. Every few frames, the Koopaling's pattern changes, so if you spend the same amount of time navigating to the airship, the pattern will be the same and you can plan your fire kill ahead. This can still be problematic. In World 2, for instance, there are multiple spots you can be before the airship. So, Kurua had to plan this out for each of the 7 worlds, what possible patterns he could get, and how they match with his overworld movement. It was painstaking, but it allowed him to be much more consistent with the fire kills. And part 2. As always, there were new strategies in this grind. Kurua implemented 2 big ones. The first was in 6-10, a strategy that allowed you to maintain P-speed through the whole level and hang on to Fire Mario. It goes without saying that this requires brutally tough platforming, but the end result saves a few seconds throughout World 6. The other new strategy was in 7-7. We've seen a lot of tricks in World 7, but this is easily the worst of them all. The most brutal, random, difficult, and all-around awful strategy in the game. This is the 7-7 clip. To get this to work, you need to land on the corner pixel of the pipe. That means there's both a vertical and horizontal component of getting the clip. You need the correct vertical pixel, plus the correct horizontal pixel, and the correct subpixels for both the horizontal and vertical directions. If everything is done correctly, and you get lucky with the subpixels to get the clip first try, it saves 17 seconds over playing the stage normally. But getting it first try is both figuratively and literally a pipe dream. Past runners had tried for the 7-7 clip before, but not to much success. Kurua avoided the trick over the years, but for this grind, the 17-second time save was 2. But every miss shaves a few seconds off of the time save, and by the 6th try, it's impossible to gain time. Kurua only got it about 25% of the time by the 6th try, meaning 75% of runs were essentially killed by this one trick, an hour into the run. It's absolutely brutal. World 7 as a whole had turned into a nightmare. You've got the 7-1 clip, the 7-7 clip, the 7-9 clip, and several other difficult levels. But it's what Kurua had to do if he wanted this grind to be a success. It all had to come together if Kurua was going to pull this off. After many weeks of practice, in the summer of 2016, Kurua got to work. On July 6th, Kurua was on a solid run through World 3. He got great Hammer Brother movements and even got Door 3. The next few worlds were up and down, but he was within striking distance going into World 7, a position he had been in several times over the past few weeks. But the world got off to a good start. Second try 7-1 clip. The next few levels were clean as well, including the shell throw in 7-5. And then, he arrived at 7-7. This just got real. Although he lost some time later in the world, first try 7-7 was enough for a gold split. But there was still World 8. We've seen Kurua struggle here before. And sure enough, in 8-1, he lost P-speed to lose a few seconds. But he still closed it out for a 1:10.52. For the first time in over a year, Kurua was the 100% record holder. He was officially back. That was the game plan to get his goal. Take a lottery ticket into World 7, pray the ticket hits to get all the clips required, then hold it together in World 8. Kurua had 23 seconds to go. This is what he did over the following weeks. By the end of July 2016, Kurua had a remarkable improvement, just 5 seconds away from his goal. And finally, he had a run with a clean World 8. He saved 6 seconds in that world alone, which took the run into the 1:10:30s. There was still room to shave a few seconds off. He had lost fire in 4-1 and took a few tries to do the clips in World 7. But overall, it was a really clean run. There just wasn't much time left to save. With 3 world records in July, Kurua was flying high. These 2 weeks had been among the most fruitful in his entire speedrunning career. So, he decided to take a short but well-deserved break. He returned in August and started doing more runs, needing just one more record to achieve his goal. But all of a sudden, it's like Kurua ran into a wall. He wasn't seeing any more improvements. He was getting bad Hammer Brother movements, no clips in World 7, all of a sudden nothing was working. And time started to pass. September came around, then October, and the record stayed at 1:10:34. Sometimes in speedrunning, we set goals that are too lofty. It's much easier to imagine a perfect run than to actually play it, and it seems that's what Kurua had done. He had been a 100% record holder for 4 years, and knew what the culmination of all his skills could be. That would be a sub 1:10:30. But 3 months after his 1:10:34, despite a massive effort, Kurua hadn't made any progress. 5 seconds away had to be good enough. This was the end of the road for Kurua. And then came November 9th, 2016, when maybe the craziest run in Mario 3 history took place. Do you remember anything about the attempt session leading up to it, or was it just like any normal day?
Honestly, I don't remember anything in particular about it. Yeah, the start was pretty standard, I would say. The RNG was actually bad, so I was slightly behind, but World 1 and World 2, as long as you're within 2 or 3 seconds, it's not really gonna make a huge difference. So in the end, getting out of World 3, the pace was acceptable. Nothing special, but nothing bad. The run really started picking up at World 4. Basically, I got B-speed in every spot where I wanted it, particularly in the first and the second fort, so everything went right.
4 worlds into the run, Kurua was 6 seconds ahead, putting him on pace for sub 1:10:30. But there was still a long way to go.
When I reached World 5, at that point I wasn't too excited about the run. In the entire run, World 5 is the one with the most RNG. The difference between good and bad RNG for the hammer bro movement is just insane. So I got a really low number of movements, and I just nailed every single stage. Like, the world was virtually perfect. World 6 is, in my opinion, the second hardest world after World 7. It's more about the execution for World 6, and it's really, really intense. So many stages are difficult, and again, like World 5, execution was on top in every single stage. I don't think I missed a single thing I went for in World 6. I think it was my best pace by 5 seconds entering World 7. So yeah, I was definitely feeling the pressure.
This was the best chance Kurua had ever had to get a sub 1:10:30. But he started off with a first try 7-1.
Getting 7-1 first try, you're always happy, but at the same time, I know 7-7 is where it's gonna be decided. So I was happy, but I was just waiting for 7-7 really.
And finally, Kurua arrived at 7-7. On the pace of his life, he just had to get this eventually, and he'd have a golden opportunity.
I think my heart rate rised quite a lot after getting 7-7 first try. Like, wow, this is actually happening. Getting the 7-9 zip was a bonus. just the cherry on top.
We had been looking at the wrong line all along. We're not talking about a sub 110.30 anymore. Unbelievably, Kurua was moments away from getting the world's first 109.
And it's weird because on one hand you're like, did I misjudge my goal? Or is it just that special? And I think it was just that special. That run it really was special.
But we had all seen Kurua's struggles in World 8 before. And now, with more on the line than ever before, he had to get a good World 8.
Interestingly, I wasn't feeling really pressured by World 8, even though I failed before. Despite that, I was very confident because I was playing well, so I wasn't really feeling much pressure in that regard, I think.
He kept going, level by level, getting closer to the 109.
And then, 8-1 happened. The truth is, I was actually not focused enough because I remember I was thinking ahead. I was thinking about a strat I was considering doing in the fort 2 stages later, and I pressed jump too early and didn't jump. And we saw the result. I didn't know if I could even finish the run because I was so upset at myself. And I ended up getting a hit in 8-2 because of it. I just didn't care at that point. I actually knew I would probably get the record if I didn't do anything incredibly stupid afterwards. So I expected to maybe get a record by, 5-6 seconds or something. Instead, I'm absolutely crushing my goal despite what happened. So I had really conflicted emotions about it. At the time I was really upset, but that run was so special that I still became quite happy about it quite quickly.
What a bizarre speedrun. Kurua had accomplished his goal. In fact, he had crushed it, yet it felt so unfulfilling. He was in a position to take the record years ahead of its time, but fell short at the last minute. After the dust had settled, did you have any thoughts about trying to lower the time further, or did you know that you were done?
I briefly considered continuing and getting another PB, but it would still be way worse, relatively speaking, compared to what that run could have been. So, I just need to stop there. I'm done.
That run was 6.5 years ago. Kurua hasn't done a 100% run since, and he stopped speedrunning as a whole in 2017. But my goodness, did he go out on top. This was the leaderboard the day Kurua set the 110.19. This was the leaderboard a year later. The gap had closed by just 2 seconds. There's Mega Man 2 record holder Elonesia in second place. Let's move another year forward. Runners were starting to get into the 110s now, but still, Kurua's record was comfortably on top. At this point, we're in late 2018, and these runners with 110s, Louis, Elonesia, Horstad, they were all excellent Mario 3 players, but none of their runs had world record potential. Even 2 full years later, none of these guys could catch up to Kurua. It seemed like the 110.19 was destined to stay on top. There seemed to be no hope. Wait a minute. Mitch had been a 100% record holder before, back in 2014. Since then, he had focused hard on Warpless, being ahead of Kurua there for most of the last 4 years. If any runner in the top 10 had a shot of beating the 110.19, it would be Mitch. He had limited interest in 100% over the years, but in late 2018, he decided to give it another shot. His PB was a mid 111, and he very quickly rose up the leaderboard. By the end of November, he was in second place, 12 seconds behind Karua. He'd then achieve a 1:10.29, and later a 1:10.26. These runs were notable because they both had a chance at the world record entering World 7, but he couldn't get the first try clips that were in the 1:10.19. Even with the 20-second time loss in World 8, Karua's world record was so tough to go against. There was just no margin for error in the first 7 worlds. 2019 came around, and Mitch was still 7 seconds behind Karua's world record. On January 4th, Mitch got on a run roughly even with Karua's record entering World 3. He'd then proceed to lose time in each of the following 5 worlds. He lost Fire in 4.4 and lost P-Speed in 6.10. He missed 7.9 clip and took 2 tries to get 7.7. But entering World 8, Mitch was actually going to have a shot at this, because he kept it close. Losing time against Karua's record was expected. Mitch was 16 seconds behind, and could make that time up in World 8. But of course, he had to avoid a critical mistake.
We did it. Nice. Nice.
For the first time in 5 years, the 100% record belonged to Mitch. He didn't use many new strategies either. He simply let his skills from the past few years take him past Karua. Overall, it was an extremely balanced run, with solid Hammer Brother RNG and no bad worlds. And most importantly, after a 2-year reign at the top, the 1:10.19 was no longer the time to beat. Mitch and Karua were synonymous with Mario 3 speedrunning. For years, when you looked at the Warpless or 100% leaderboards, their names were always in the top 2 spots, and now was no exception. But who's in 3rd place? That would be Louis, with a 1:10.35. He had been sneaking up in the background ever since cutting the 1:11. While Mitch was setting the record with a 1:10.14, Louis remained only 20 seconds behind, easily the top active runner behind Mitch. And when Mitch stepped aside from 100% after setting the record, it was Louis' time to shine. In July 2019, after a steady series of PB improvements, Louis broke through with a 1:10.08, taking the top spot by 6 full seconds. This was the first time in 4 years that neither Mitch nor Karua set the 100% record. And there's one key trick that Louis was able to use to his advantage: 7.1 subpixel manipulation. To get the 7.1 clip, your subpixel value needs to be correct. This value can range anywhere from 0 to 15, and normally it's impossible to pick your value. But there's a few rules you can use to help. Rule 1. Tapping left or right for 1 frame will usually decrease or increase it by 1 value, while tapping it for 2 frames will usually move it by 4 values. Rule 2. Having a subpixel value between 0 and 6 means the duck clip will work in 7.1. And Rule 3. When wrapping around from subpixel 15 to 0, Mario visually moves forward. After the World 6 Koopa fight, you have a brief window where you can set up your subpixels for the next level, which is 7-1. So, by quickly tapping right and stopping when you see Mario visually move, you'll usually stop between a value of 0 and 6. This makes the 7.1 clip much easier to hit on the first try as long as you do the inputs correctly, which is exactly what Louis was able to do in his run. So, 1:10.08 was the record. It had been 3 years since Karua's 1:10.19, And despite the run advancing quite a bit since then, nobody could match that run's potential. The 109 sat just out of reach. Louis would hold on to the record for the next few months, but by late 2019, the desire to get under 110 picked up. Enough was enough, and the race for the first 109 was officially on. Mitch was the favorite to get it, given his resume of past Mario 3 records, but runners like Louis and I Love Mario were close, and several other runners had times in the 110s as well. If any of these guys were actively running the game, they had a chance at this too. There was some clear time to save over Louis' record. There were a few stages where he missed P-speed, he got some rough Hammer Brother luck in World 5, and missed the Koopa Fire kill in World 6. So the question was, who would clean all that up first? Well, in November 2019, Mitch got on a super fast run. The first 3 worlds were all beautiful, and he saved time in World 4 by not missing P-speed in the second fort. He got better Hammer Brother luck in World 5 to save a few seconds, and got the World 6 Koopa Fire kill. The stars had aligned. Mitch was 13 seconds ahead going into World 7, but it was time for the clips.
I went back to my roots, man, thank God. Okey-dokey.
He matched Louis' first try clips. Here we are again, 109 pace into World 8. Mitch needed one more clean world, and this would be it.
What? Who does that? Get it together!
No way, dude. When do I mess up that level? I think I've lost like too much time at this point.
Well, it was still a world record, but once again, the 109 had been lost to World 8, 4 seconds away from the goal. Since he'd gotten the record back, Mitch stopped running 100% after this, leaving the door open to others to get the 109. But 6 months later, barely anything had changed. Mitch was on top, Louis was in second, and pretty much the entire top 10 was the same. One exception. New to the top 10 was Maiba, who was in 6th place with a 1:10.32. Half a minute from the record, not being in the top 5, surely Maiba wasn't going to be the guy to get this. Right? On May 11th, Maiba got on a run that had a slight mishap with the Hammer Brother fight in World 3. He also got slow Hammer Brother movements in World 4 and missed P-speed in the second fort. After a fantastic World 5 and a solid World 6, he was just a few seconds behind the record, but he was well ahead of his personal best. And the clips in World 7
Nice.
Maiba was on the run of his life. Everything was working. Was he actually about to do this? Go straight from 6th to 1st place? Once again, just one world separated him from the first 109.
It's over.
How did this keep happening? He lost 18 seconds in World 8. And again, the first 109 had slipped away. It was enough for Maiba to move up to 3rd place, but knowing what this run could have been was pretty crushing. By late 2020, nearly 4 years had passed since Karua's run. Still no 109. There had certainly been enough chances, but nobody could quite convert. Well, in September 2020, another runner began climbing up the leaderboard. His name was Chikubi, He took his PB under 110.20 and then into 3rd place. Maybe he could be the one to do this. In the past, Chikubi was pretty much constantly in the top 10, but had never threatened the world record. Yet in late 2020, he began a steady march of PB improvements, culminating with this run on October 16th. Chikubi got fantastic Hammer Brother luck in the Middle Worlds. Great patterns, quick movements, it was pretty much the best case scenario, and it all added up to an incredible 11-second lead over the world record after World 5. The best pace anyone had ever been on. He started bleeding time in World 6 with a missed star grab, late P-speed in 6-4, and a movement of 4. And 7-7 clip was 4th try, which is good but not great. But despite all that, he was still ahead of the record into World 8. Once again, with a really good world, he could get the 109. And guess what? Chikubi played an excellent World 8. His only mistake was a very small one in Bowser's Castle. But he didn't get the 109 because he got pulled in by all 3 hands. Each hand has a 50-50 chance of pulling you in, which loses 1.5 seconds over manually selecting the level. The odds of being pulled in by all 3 hands is just 1 in 8. If he was pulled in by 1 hand or fewer, this would have been the 109. Instead, he had to settle for a 110.02. A world record, yes, but this was getting ridiculous. The 109 still eluded everyone. Maybe they needed some more help. So many times they had been just a few seconds away. With a faster strategy or two, it could push them over the top. Well, in October 2020, Mitch came back to the 100% grind. And sure enough, he had a few new strategies to help. And thankfully, they were all in World 7, the toughest world in the game. For 7-1, he had a new subpixel manipulation setup for a standing jump, which was just a little bit easier than the duck jump. In 7-2, he had a new strategy he had adopted from the TAS. Instead of turning back at the start, you can just go forward and intentionally take damage, then just barely build P-speed before reaching the gap. It's quite difficult, but saves a little over 2 seconds. But the big one was in 7-5. If you equip a P-wing and a star, then do a frame-perfect jump into the corner of the pipe, you're practically guaranteed to have the correct subpixels to clip through the wall. Now, a frame-perfect jump isn't easy, but this saves more than 6 seconds if done correctly, which is huge. Add that to Fast 7-2's time save, and suddenly Mitch had a lot more wiggle room to get the 109. So, he got back to attempts, and on October 28th he had a great run going. 2 seconds behind the record after World 6, Mitch knew he had time to save coming up with the new strategies. And he did. First try 7-1, fast 7-2, the clip in 7-5, and second try 7-7. Just like that, Mitch was 5 seconds ahead, putting him on pace for a 109.57. Here we go again. World 8 stood between Mitch and the world's first 109.
That's it. That probably cost me the sub 110. That's it. It didn't give it to me. Unbelievable. It's over. Ah, come on, man! Come on, dude.
How did this keep happening? It was another record, but yet another failed 109. Karua's run 4 years ago set the trend, and ever since then, World 8 was like a shield to the 109. Mitch took damage, he missed P-speed, he failed a clip. It just seemed impossible to get a good World 8 on a good pace. Mitch, Jacoby, Maiba, Karua, some of the best players in the world had tried and failed. The 109 just wasn't happening. Did somebody else need to step up to get it done? Well, a few more months passed and 2021 came around. Early that year, Mitch decided to give the 100% grind one more try. He was 2 seconds away and had far more time than that to save in World 8 alone. He could do this. And on February 7th, 2021, Mitch had this run. It bled time early. He got worse luck in World 2 and made a mistake in World 4's first fort. He also had a time loss in 5-2 and had to travel far to fight the Hammer Brothers. As such, he was far behind entering World 6, but he cleaned up some small mistakes there and had an excellent World 7. This looks familiar. Mitch was a bit behind, but had several seconds to save coming up. Just once, World 8 had to be clean. This had to be the time to do it.
Surprised, right? I'm not surprised. The one level with the bad RNG.
It happened again. Another time loss in World 8. Was the 109 just cursed to never exist? All Mitch could do now was finish out the run and see what time he got. In 2016, Karua paved the path. In 2020, Maiba and Jacoby provided hope. And in 2021, Mitch made it a reality. It wasn't a perfect run, but aside from taking damage, which cost a couple seconds, Mitch finally had a great World 8. The whole community could take a breather. The 109 was real. But the breather didn't last very long. Just a month and a half later, Mitch lost his world record. And the runner to take it was Maiba, the same guy who missed the first 109 months earlier thanks to a bit of a meltdown in World 8. But this time, there was no meltdown. He got a 109.58, beating Mitch by frames. Maiba ended up missing some of the toughest P-speed strategies that Mitch got. 4-5 and 5-1 in particular are two of the toughest spots in the run to get P-speed. Ultimately, Maiba wasn't able to get either of them. Instead, he aimed to clean up mistakes that Mitch had made, particularly in World 6. That's pretty much exactly what happened. Maiba bled a bit of time through World 5, but had a nearly mistake-free World 6, despite not getting early P-speed in 6-4. Even though he lost time in both 7-1 and 7-2, he left himself just enough room to snag the record.
I don't know, but 109, yes! Yatta!
So, here we are. It's mid-2021. The 109 had been accomplished. Mitch was the first to get it, but Maiba had finally gotten the record he'd been looking for so long. Everyone was happy. What more was there to do? Well, people have a natural tendency to keep pushing the limits. If their goals have been accomplished, they set new ones. Maybe just to add one more chapter to a storied history. Or maybe to see what the human limits are. It was for all these reasons and more that in July 2021, Mitch returned to do one final grind of Mario 3 100%.
My goal time in mind after Maiba beat my run was just to get it back. In Mario 3, every time you break a boundary, massive amounts of pressure is lifted off of your chest.
What? Oh, what an insane World 2.
I got off-screen wand grab, and it's a trick where you can jump off the wall and grab the wand at the top of the screen, and once you do that, you don't have to screen wrap down, and it saves about 4 seconds. You kind of tighten up a little bit after off-screen wand grab. It gets serious when you get it. World 3, one of the biggest ones is the runaway bro, and what that means is one of the Hammer brothers that you want to fight as early as possible, right, because you want them to stop moving, he moves right across level 6. And if he does that, every level you beat until you get to level 6 or past level 6, he's going to keep moving. So after getting off-screen wand grab and then that happened to me, it's a real gut punch right there, because I mean that's a solid like anywhere between 5 to even 9 seconds depending on how far he goes. World 4 just started to work really clean. I don't think I got a massive amount of Hammer Brother movements, and then I got another off-screen wand grab, so that just completely changed the route again. I mean, it was just a bag of emotions. So we come into World 6 and I'm playing great, but then I'm just not keeping the tight piece feed strategies that I should be. 6-3 didn't work, 6-4 also didn't work, and I was getting some pretty big Hammer Brother movements. But then I missed one of the newer installments of strategies in 7-5 by using a P-Wing and a star. So right there with 7-1 and 7-5 was like 10 seconds lost already. I was too far behind on my run, so I had to kind of switch up what I was doing, and that involved doing the clips in 7-9, which there's 4 of them. Odds of you getting them, you know, all first try are very small, but they just save enough time that if you go for them and get them all, you might be able to save the run. Now the issue with that is that if you get all 4 of them, there's nowhere to get your fire flowers. So I had to change up my routing on the fly and go for the hammer suit strategy, which is pretty close to the same for the end part of World 7. So in 7-9, going for the clips, I got 2-1, 2-1, and what that means is that with the 4 clips, 2 for the first one, took me 2 tries, 1 was first try, the 3rd clip was 2nd try, and the 4th clip was 1 try. Yeah, so we're approaching World 8, and we just had to do this on the fly hammer suit. You know, don't overextend it, just try and get the strats that you know. And so 8-1 and 8-2 and 8-4 went pretty smooth. I didn't have any massive mistakes that cost me a whole lot of time. And then we just clutched out Bowser's Castle.
Yes! What? No way! No way!
It felt great to get the world record back from Maiba, and to know that I was able to come and bring it back and get a time that, you know, better represents my ability. It felt really good. After getting the record back with a run like that, I mean, I had Runaway Bro in World 3. I mean, that's such a massive time loss, and I was feeling very consistent, so I just didn't want to stop there. I wanted to keep going and see if I can get that free World 3 time save and maybe a couple more off-screen wand grabs, see what happens. In World 2, I didn't get the off-screen wand grab, so I automatically lose 4 seconds. We all know that I got the Runaway Bro, and that is a big time save if I don't get it, and luckily enough I didn't get that. We came and clutched out a World 1, 2, and 3 at pretty much being on pace with the world record. Nothing crazy. World 4 is a great example of soul crushing, and then I got a movement of 4 and a movement of 6, and it really pushes you down because World 4 has got a lot of hard strategies. Keep the run going. I have time to save in World 6. Yeah, let's just keep going. So World 6 actually came out pretty smooth. I didn't have any big mistakes. I started World 7 being behind by about 2.5 seconds or something. I need to clutch out 7-1 first try, which I did, which was really good. 7-2 went well. 7-5 though is another level with big time save. I didn't get the clip in the previous world record, and I do nail it, which is really good. So at that moment right there, I know, okay, this run is real now. We nailed 7-7. We got that 3rd try, which is the same, so we didn't lose any time. And then we just finished off World 7 normally with Fire Flower, which brought me in somewhere around -7 seconds compared to the world record. So it was serious at that point. With this run, I was finally able to execute some new P-speed strategies in World 8 in the hand levels, where you use a star and 8 trap 1, and you turn back and you get like P-speed. I was able to do that in this run, and then I got a P-speed strategy in hand trap 2, which is another about a second time save.
What?
Being able to finally clutch out a semi-decent World 7, clips worked, 7-7, third try, that's everything you would ask for in a World 7. So I felt really good about this run, so I was really happy with it.
Did your goals shift at all after getting the 52, or were you like, let me just keep going and see what time I can get?
So my answer is I have no idea why I kept going. So it was a normal day. I was just doing my normal runs, and World 1 went really well. And World 2, I got some pretty decent RNG, and the run was looking good. And then all of a sudden I got an off-screen wand grab. And that is the best way to start your 100% runs, off-screen wand grab. And I started to get all movements of 1 in World 3, and I was like, is this actually going to be like the God World 3 run? Did the normal strats, banked on some Hammer Brother RNG, and World 3 cleaned up really nicely. World 4 normally ends a lot of 100% runs, a lot of weird movements, but luckily for me, I ended up being 0.08 off my gold, so absolutely everything that happened in World 4 was what I wanted to happen. We had an amazing World 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is incredibly rare in 100%. I opened up World 5 with a movement of 4.
Yep. Right away, first movement, a movement of 4.
And then another movement of 4.
2 movements of 4 in a row. Let's go, baby.
And then another movement of 4.
We got another one! 3 movements of 4 in a row. What a surprise.
And I got another movement of 4.
4 movements in a row, baby! Let's go!
So the rest of World 5 went really well. For the most part in World 5, I did manage to successfully do all the P-speed strategies that I want to do. World 6, the Hammer Brothers were really nice to me, and I didn't make any other slip-ups, so I actually came out of World 6 ahead. Normally, I'm pretty nervous when I'm ahead of the world record going to World 7. I had standard nervous, but this wasn't anything crazy special at the moment. So the first half of World 7 went really, really well. 7-1 first try, and I got fast 7-2. 7-5, though, went beautifully. I managed to get the star, the P-wing, get that clip perfectly, and I was able to get a good tail swipe, clean under, keep all my speed. Because at first I was saying, you know, when I enter World 7, it's not like anything special, but World 7 is starting to make everything that happened before that amazing. So I'm very nervous at this point. After getting 7-1 and 7-5, I am really, really nervous. I was so like blown away that I actually nailed it first try on a run like that. I just did not believe that I got it first try. I couldn't believe it. You rarely ever maximize your gameplay with 7-7 perfectly. As soon as I nailed 7-7, I was extremely nervous, and I had to go into 7-9, and we ended up clutching 7-9 with an actual time save. We were able to clutch out the Fortress and clutch out the Piranha Plant stage. It was by far the best World 7 I've ever had, alongside the best run I've ever had, as you can tell. But it was insane. It was insane. So after a World 7 like that and a run like that, going into World 8, I was extremely nervous. There's so many little things that can screw you up. I'm on this run that is just absolutely insane. After all those thoughts running through my head, we approach hand stage 1, and I actually nailed it with the start. 8-1 worked out okay. 8-2, I was surprised worked out okay. One of the things to note with Bowser's Castle is that the 3 hardest things I would say in the level is the statue room at the end, getting P-speed there, the 1-up clip, And then the last one is the duck jump at the very end on the donuts. Once you get past the donut spot, you can say to yourself, oh my god, I actually did it. However, Bowser does have one pattern where he can jump and shoot the fireball at the same time. And when he does that, the fireball will be shot where you're standing. You can't avoid it. There's nothing you can do. I'm so shaky.
Oh, holy! Whoa, what? No way! No way! Oh my god, I can't even...
It ended up being my most impressive run that perfectly represented my abilities as a gamer, which never happens in speedrunning. Everyone in speedrunning is always trying to chase their potential, and you never hit it. It is a run where I don't ever have to go back for it again, but I'm going to. But I don't have to, which is really cool.
Nearly 2 years have passed since this run, and it's remained on top without any close calls. To this day, there are runners actively trying to beat it, including Mitch himself. As incredible as it is, one day this record too will fall, just like all the ones that came before it. This has been the history of Mario 3 100% world records. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to be notified when I upload a new video, please hit that subscribe button. Thanks. This is Mario Kart Double Dash, and for a decade and a half, it was known as one of the most polished games in the Mario Kart franchise. Most entries in the series are loaded with game-breaking shortcuts. 64 is famous for its large skips. Wii has a faulty checkpoint system. Super Circuit is perhaps more broken than any other. These games all have healthy time trial competition, and both non-shortcut and shortcut world records that have been tracked for many years. But then there's Mario Kart Double Dash. Immediately upon its release in 2003, a shortcut was found on Waluigi Stadium. And for the next 15 years, that was it. Double Dash has always had a competitive time trial scene, but it's been nearly exclusively non-shortcut racing. With one exception, the developers had managed to create a shortcut-free game. For years, Double Dash's speedrun scene grew, as players mastered its racing mechanics and optimized non-shortcut races. But all of a sudden, in 2018, Double Dash's reputation as a shortcut-free game was put on its head. A game that was almost completely void of any glitches quickly became one of the most broken in the franchise. This is the story of the Mario Kart Double Dash Shortcut Revolution. First off, what is a shortcut? Well, to count as an official shortcut in the Mario Kart time trial community, it not only has to save time, but also be unintended by the developers. For instance, the jump at the start of Yoshi Circuit doesn't count as a shortcut, since it was intentionally built into the course. Double Dash came out in November 2003. We don't know who discovered it, and it's unknown exactly when it was found, but by the end of 2003, a shortcut had been discovered. And for the next 15 years, it would remain the only shortcut in the game. This is Waluigi Stadium. About 2/3 of the way through a lap, you can drive off this slope and hit into the fence with enough speed to get thrown into the air. If you make it high enough, Lakitu thinks you fell off from this bridge, which is right before the finish line, so he picks you up and places you down there. It saves just under 2 seconds per lap and can be performed on all 3 laps. While it's unclear exactly when this trick was discovered, it's known to have existed within a month and a half of the game's release. And quickly, there was discussion on the Double Dash forums over whether or not shortcut times should be put on the website. Ultimately, the community decided that since the shortcut was one of a kind, it wouldn't be tracked on the website. So, the players page contained a space for non-shortcut records on every track, but nothing for Waluigi Stadium shortcut. Still, some players chose to drive shortcut races anyway. Records began to be set in December 2003, but video proof was much less strict back then, even more so for an unofficial category not on the main website. However, one 3-lap video from back then still exists. A run from 2004 by Ipusen, and yep, it looks like it's from 2004 alright. The biggest strategy he used was executing frequent mini-turbos. By starting a drift with R, moving the stick in the opposite direction and back to neutral twice, and then releasing R, you get a short boost of speed. Mini-turbos are key to getting fast times, and Ipusen performed them constantly through his 3 laps. He also did the shortcut on the right slope instead of the left, which was slower but likely a bit easier. The biggest driving technique discovered was A-Tech, first seen in runs from 2004 but expanded upon by JSX in February 2006. If you release accelerate between mini-turbos, the kart sways back and forth less, saving fractions of a second as you're able to take straighter lines and more direct paths forward. Thanks to that and other small driving optimizations, the record still sees competition to this day, with the most recent world records being set in late June 2022. But it all started back in 2003. Double Dash was brand new. There was reason to believe that this shortcut was just the beginning, and that in a few short years, there would be skips all over. That's how it went for previous games in the franchise, and that appeared to be happening in Double Dash just the same. But instead, this game's history took a different path. Years passed, still no new shortcuts. The game's time trial scene grew bigger and bigger, and by the mid-2000s it was vibrant, with top players from all over the world. But other than the occasional Waluigi Stadium race, the competition was exclusively non-shortcut. The focus was on optimizing every last millisecond from the 16 courses, improving lines, performing more mini-turbos, and implementing A-Tech. By 2008, Mario Kart Wii was released, and within months, that game had massive ultra shortcuts breaking its tracks. Mario Kart Double Dash, several years older, still had just one shortcut. The years continued to pass, and suddenly, 5 years turned into 10. Still, there was nothing new. Mario Kart Double Dash was an unbreakable game, and that's all there was to it. In over a decade of searching, absolutely nothing had been found. Well, okay, there was one thing. In Mario Kart Double Dash, courses are surrounded by invisible planes that are nicknamed Lakitu zones. When you fall off a track and collide with one of these zones, that's Lakitu's cue to pick you up and drop you back on the track. But this system isn't perfect. Suppose you fall off and manage to not hit a Lakitu zone. What happens? Well, in that case, you've officially made it out of bounds, and Lakitu still picks you up, but he sets you back somewhere a bit different. No matter where you go out of bounds, Lakitu sets you just behind the finish line. Since you never hit a Lakitu zone, the game doesn't know where to put you, and sets you down right at the end of the course. Unfortunately, crossing the finish line doesn't count a lap, but at the very least this did provide some intrigue. If players could somehow figure out a way to get a lap to count, warping straight to the finish line would save massive time. Out-of-bounds mechanics were discovered shortly after the game's release, but for many years it wasn't paid much attention. Despite its promising nature, the simple fact was that without getting the lap to count, it wasn't really a useful trick. But still, for the next 15 years, players wondered if maybe there was something that could be done with it. Some way that the lap could count and have a shortcut be discovered. And then 2018 came around. The champion of Mario Kart Double Dash at that point was named Goomba, and in August, he saw this random guy's video on Mario Kart Wii. And in it, he saw that game's community figure out the checkpoint system and use it to break courses and create massive shortcuts. Meanwhile, in 15 years of Double Dash, its checkpoint system had yet to be solved. But was it possible? Could a lap count when most of the driving is skipped? Well, Goomba finally decided enough was enough. He began a deep dive into the inner workings of the game, attempting to figure out exactly what conditions had to be met for a lap to count. And over the course of several months, with the contributions of community members like Lothjohn and Tarsa, Mario Kart Double Dash's code was cracked. There are 3 conditions that must be met for a lap to count in Mario Kart Double Dash. Condition 1, you must start the lap in Checkpoint 0, the first checkpoint on the map. Each course in the game is broken up into invisible checkpoints, which are used to help keep track of how far you've driven. This condition is pretty straightforward. For a new lap to start, you must be touching the first checkpoint of the course. Condition 2, you must have credit for driving through every checkpoint. Checkpoint bit counters in the game keep track of whether or not you've touched any given checkpoint during a lap. If you haven't, it's set to 0, and if you have, it's set to 1. In order for a lap to count, every checkpoint must have a bit counter set to 1, which would intuitively mean that you're not allowed to skip driving through any checkpoints. However, on Waluigi Stadium, you skip several when performing the shortcut. Why does the lap still count? Well, that's because there's a workaround. If you hit a Lakitu zone and get picked up, you automatically get credit for every checkpoint between where you got picked up and where you were placed down. It's known as a lack hop, and is the only way around having to touch every single checkpoint. And finally, condition 3. Your race completion must be greater than your number of laps completed. Double Dash has an internal counter called race completion that starts at 0 and gradually increases as you drive around the course. Once you complete a lap, it hits 1 and then continues counting up again. The reason this matters is because of a failsafe developers put into the game, the 50% rule. If your race completion ever jumps up by 50% or more, it rounds down and you lose credit for all you've driven through the lap. So if you go out of bounds 30% of the way through a track, then are warped to the finish line, your race completion is set to just below 0. Since this is less than the 0 laps that you've completed, you won't get credit for a lap. Together, these 3 rules were designed to prevent any shortcuts from existing in Mario Kart Double Dash. And for 15 years, they worked nearly flawlessly. Goomba hadn't figured this all out by late 2018, but he had a general understanding of how it worked. Now, he had to put it all together somewhere, and the course he looked at was Mushroom Bridge. He had to not only get credit for driving through all the checkpoints, but also avoid cutting out more than 50% of the course at a time. It was gonna have to be a 2-step process. To get checkpoint credits, he took the lack hop mechanic to the next level. By going on the grass just before the finish line, you can use a mushroom and release brake at the last moment to fly forward and hit a Lakitu zone. This zone is in front of the finish line, but because of where you hopped off, you're put back just before the finish line. And since you get credit for all checkpoints between where you're picked up and where you're set down, you get credit for every checkpoint on the course. That was step 1. The next step was to get race completion for the lap to count. Together with Lothjon, Goomba took a look at the bridge right before the start. By precisely jumping off at about 87% completion, you can hit the wall on the other side at about 37%. This is a decrease of only 50%, so it's valid as far as the game is concerned. You then respawn at 85%, once again less than 50%, and have therefore earned race completion for an entire lap. So, it was possible to do a lack hop to get checkpoints, then turn around and quickly do a bridge hop to get race completion. That satisfies both conditions 2 and 3, so if you drive over the finish line to enter the first checkpoint box, a lap counts. On September 15th, 2018, Double Dash's first shortcut in 15 years was born. Goomba's first 3-lap record with video clocked in at 1:15.639, about 2.5 seconds ahead of the non-shortcut record. He drove the first lap normally, then performed a shortcut on lap 2, and finished with a normal lap 3. Doing the shortcut more than once per race wasn't possible, as you needed a mushroom for the lack hop, and your mushrooms are taken away when picked up by Lakitu. Over the following few days, Goomba and a runner named J98 would trade the record down to a 1:14, each time doing the shortcut once and driving 2 laps normally. However, Goomba then figured out it was possible to do the lack hop without a mushroom. By going on the pillar next to the bridge, you have sufficient height that you can bounce off the ground and make it far enough without using a mushroom. This not only was faster than the old method, but also meant that, theoretically, the shortcut could now be done more than once in a race. However, doing the bridge jump once was hard enough. Doing it twice in a row seemed nearly out of the question. Later in September, J98 and Goomba each did more mushroom bridge attempts, lowering the record to 1:11. But still, nobody was able to get the shortcut more than once in a race. Players focused their efforts elsewhere, and the task of hitting 2 shortcuts was just too daunting. For over a year, that's where the record stood. But in March 2020, someone began playing Mushroom Bridge Shortcut. Only this time, it wasn't Goomba or J98. It was a relative newcomer to the game, one who is ranked outside of the top 40, but he was ready to try and take down a world record. His name was Mathy. Mathy didn't have the driving skills of a world champion like Goomba. That meant that without anything new, his 1:11 was going to be awfully tough to beat. But he had one other option. He could go for 2 shortcuts in the same race. It had never successfully been pulled off before, but even with worse driving, it could be enough to beat Goomba. Mathy got to work grinding attempts, getting as good as he could at the bridge hop and lack hop. And on March 2nd, 2020, he had this attempt.
Far away, far into the mountain, that makes sense. Okay, yay, it worked. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Alright, don't freaking lose this. Oh my god! There! It's so bad! But that's it. That's it. Sub 111. Let's go.
A new record by less than 1/10 of a second. Not to be outdone, world champion Goomba came back, and over the next few